Championship match, we really saw it gain once more sort of a resurgence of the Catalan, with being as the main opening of the World Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi. It's the kind of position where you've got all the minor pieces on the board, but because black has less space, you want to try and trade off as many pieces as you can. One of the thematic ways in which black can do that is put that knight from f6 to d5 at the right moment. Looking for plans for Fabi, you want to trade on your terms. You want white to take on d6 so that you have the potential to recapture with that c pawn, opening up the c line and trying to create play there. I want to point out just one sort of a subtle disadvantage of the move a4, and I think maybe disadvantage is just too harsh a term, but a4, as you were mentioning, stops the advance on the queen side by black with the move b5, but what it does is it leaves the b4 square forever for black. So the knight from d5 not only hits on f4, but is also eyeing to land itself on that b4 weakness that white has created with this extension on the queen side.
Yeah, very nicely pointed out. That b4 square is something which black can try to aim for. We have actually seen this position come about a fair few times, and the highest rated game in this position actually happened with Ding, so the current world champion, against Aronian. And all the top games I can find this have ended in a draw. And in this position here, after h6, Ding played the rather subtle move, rook e1. So clearly aiming to try and use the e-pawn at the right moment by backing that pawn up. And we can just maybe show you very quickly how that game continued with Ding while we wait and see if Pragg is going to follow those moves there, or if he's got his own idea. Aronian just played knight bd7, developing, and now knight c3. And here is a very important moment, I think, Tanya, because as soon as e4 is threatened, black doesn't want to allow that move, right? So in this position, you've got to try to do something against that. And this is where knight e4 is I think, a key concept here, just trying to keep hold of that square. But it did, to be honest, seem that white got a bit of an advantage in this game after some logical moves here, starting with knight e5. So I wonder if they're going to follow that game, or if they're going to play something else. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, Pragg, is he going to play? What's he played here? Let's go back and see the move that he's actually gone for. He has played rook e1. So he's following this game of Ding's, the current world champion, and this game Ding Aronian. So, it's interesting to see how it, and we'll just try to find out what year that game was played as well. That was played actually in 2020 on the Skilling Open. So this is one of the online events. So played 3 years ago now. Pragg's done his homework, Tanya, by the looks of it.
Yeah, and I think it was part of the Champions Chess Tour, which definitely everyone across the world, especially these young prodigies, were following. So it's something that they are fully aware of, that game. And also while preparing for this game, I'm sure Pragg checked this. Rook to e1, and now the big question is, how will Fabi respond in this position? There are lots of ways for black to do this, different approaches. As you're pointing out, you could continue with development with that knight to d7. You could also think about trading on f4. At some point, another plan that I've often seen in these positions for black, if your knight is on b8, Simon, is that you can also think about fixing the queen side with the move a5. And the whole point is that your knight from b8 doesn't necessarily have to go to d7. It has another path. It can go from a6 to b4 as well. And that flexibility is only there as long as you haven't developed your queenside knight. So that's another approach that black can think about having in this position. So it's really a rich one with different plans, different concepts for Fabi. And we will check in with what he goes through with. One thing is for sure, that this position will be a slow battle, but it will heat up. And that's because it's an asymmetrical pawn structure. White has already expanded on the queen side. Minor pieces haven't been traded yet. White is looking to expand in the center. So we can expect to have some fun in a couple of moves in this one. Let's bring up our bird's eye view and get an update. But before we do that, actually, we're pointing out a really interesting idea. There's a potential sacrifice on h6. Maybe we can deep dive into that one at some point. But Simon, should we first take a look at our FIDE Women World Cup?
Let's do it, yeah. You mentioned that sacrifice. We'll come back to that, because looking at the game Ding versus Aronian, Ding was actually able to sacrifice on h6 a little bit later, gaining a very promising position. But There's also a lot of action going on in the other in the women's section here. And first of all, should we go to the final and we can just have a little look at that? What do we think is happening there? It looks like a fairly standard position we're seeing between Salimova and Alexandra, right? This is a normal kind of structure there.
Yeah, it looks like a very normal position out of a queen's gambit decline, I would guess. This Carlsbad structure that the sides have, but white, instead of developing the knight f3, has developed it on e2. And usually the ideas in this position for white, the plan is to try to expand in the center, Simon. You really want to get that f3, e4 pawns rolling. The knight from e2 often finds itself either on g3, targeting the f5 square, or sometimes even on f4, where you can start hitting the d5 pawn once you get e4 in. Meanwhile, for black, the plan is simple. The moment white starts to push pawns in the center with a move like f3, you want to be the first one to strike in the center with a move like c5. It needs to be timed well.
Yeah, definitely c5. So you can try to get some counterplay, mainly against e3. I mean, I know if we just go back and have a quick look at maybe some of the moves that got to this position very briefly, we started off like with the Queen's Gambit, and this knight f6 move kind of allows this to occur. But actually, with colours reversed, they had the same thing yesterday, which is quite unusual. We had this position, the exchange Queen's Gambit, occur after Bishop e7, but in that game, it was Salimova with the black pieces and Alexandra with the white pieces. They obviously both know this position pretty well. They've got understanding of it with both colours. I don't know about you, Tanya, but whenever I'm playing an opening, I find it hard playing against my own openings for some reason, even though they're normally pretty bad, my own openings, but we won't go there. And yet we go on with this idea that you mentioned, Tanya, of white just developing, putting the knight there, so f3 is playable. And now a5 is the first move that's creating, making white think a little bit here, Tanya. And this move is aimed at, I guess, stopping the minority attack, right, with b4, b5, which, again, is a normal idea in this position. But maybe a bit risky because you're playing a move on the side of the board. That pawn is weakening b6, potentially. I could try to get there later on. It's an unusual move, but I think the trend at the moment is for black to play this move quite early in this opening. So, yeah, interesting stuff.
Not waiting for white to start threatening with the minority attack with rook b1, a3, but already some prophylactic chess there by Goryachkina. It's also a bit of clash of styles between these two players. Of course, Alexandra Goryachkina is a universal player, but I think her strengths are in outmaneuvering her opponent, playing positional strategic battles and long games, while Salimova is always looking at trying to make a position more chaotic, trying to look for that initiative, even if it comes at the cost of a couple of pawns. We've seen her do that enough number of times. So I think these kind of positions really do suit Goryachkina, perhaps, where as long as everything is under control, she's happy. But I think at some point we can expect a central break, and that's when it starts blowing up. You're absolutely right, Simon. I was focusing on the pawn break in the center with f3, e4, but of course, white also has the big plan of the minority attack on the queen side. You can still try and set that up with a3, with rook b1, followed by b4 and b5. And the whole concept is trying to create a weakness for black on the queen side when two pawns start marching forward and attacking black's four pawns on the queen side, just to get that weak hook on c6. That would be one of the plans. But I think first, white needs to complete development. Salimova needs to connect those rook. A natural move like queen c2 comes to mind. Get your rook centralized before you decide you want to have the approach of breaking in the center or the queen side.
Yeah, I like that idea a lot, Tanya. I mean, queen c2 is kind of the traditional way that white plays this position. I mean, I think in the 90s, this idea of knight e2 started to become quite popular. Players like Ivanchuk, Kasparov were even playing it at the end of the 80s. Maybe Kasparov started to put the knight here. And this idea of f3 and e4 was considered pretty good for white. But then it became found that black can play this great c5 idea that you mentioned. And also, black often plays this knight somewhere. So the knight jumps away. And that forces the exchange of dark square bishops. And generally, and when that occurs, the f3 pawn is a bit of a target. the e3 pawn, should I say, after white plays f3. So that's another idea black can do. Let's just say f3 is played in this position.
Ooh,
this
and
is
she
kind
goes
of
for it. It's on the board. So no queen
f3.
c2, nothing on the queen side. Salimova doing Salimova things, just trying to get that play going, the activity going in the center. I like it.
I like it as well, Tanya. This is what I like about Salimova's play. I mean, there's nothing like subtle, right? I mean, Queen C2, Rook D1, great idea. Get the rook lined up, prepare for C5. No messing about. She just wants to go E4 straight away. Who cares? We don't need to prepare it. Let's just go for it. Let's just go for E4. And I like this direct approach. I think the other idea, though, Tanya, of A5, it's not just C5, but I think another idea is that black can meet this concept with B5, B4. I think that is something which a lot of top players have been playing, and then C5. So it gets very, very sharp very quickly here. And black's got to think about what to do in this position, though, right? I mean, maybe B5, maybe C5. B5 straight away, Tanya. I think it was a game, maybe Kramnik-Fressinet, where this kind of idea occurred in a very similar structure. And black's getting this counterplay on the queen side now.
Yeah, Goryachkina going for it as well. As you said, nothing subtle about their approach. White making intentions clear. Salimova going for very in-your-face play. This is what I want. Try and stop it. You've only got so many moves to make that happen. And Goryachkina knows that she needs to create her own chances on the queen side. The one thing with black here that you always want to watch out for is not to rush with b4, because it kind of allows white's knight to jump on to a4, which looks like the edge for now, but also really gain control on that c5 square. So very often, black would first advance the a pawn to a4 and then think about pushing the b pawn as well. But of course, if white was to go e4, then you can get in b4, really weakening that e4 pawn, and there can be tactics that actually work out black's way. And maybe we can check that out, Simon, because the more I look at that, look at this position, the more I think that e4 right now could possibly not work for white because of some tactical reasons after b4.
Yeah, agreed, Tanya. And again, just checking the database here, this position had actually occurred a fair few times, and it occurred this year in the game Shak Mamedyarov with the white pieces against the very strong Ukrainian player Pavel Ilyanov. And indeed, no one has played e4 here. So e4 is a move that they have avoided playing. But let's just see why, as you say, because this is the move you want to play, right? You want to play e4, but there's a nasty little tactic here. And this is the tactic that black is relying on in this kind of position. And the tactic, I think, that stops is well, you can go b4 first. That's certainly a decent idea, moving that knight away. But at some point, I think there's a knight takes e4, Tanya, immediately is potentially a bit of a problem where this knight can aim to take on c3. For example, if you go bishop takes e7, we'll follow this line a little bit longer. You can't take the bishop back because you drop your knight, but black has time to play this move, attacking the queen. And if both sides keep chopping, then we get this kind of structure. And now if they both keep chopping, we see at the end of this, black is a pawn up. It's not maybe a clear pawn because this is a bit weak, but it is a pawn at the end of the day, Tanya. And I think this is worth avoiding from the white side here, this continuation. So we can, the game actually between these two players are over 2,700, Mamedyarov and Ilyanov, actually continued in a more subtle way with Mamedyarov playing king h1, rook c1, and playing bishop f2 and really preparing this e4 move. I can't see Salimova doing that. I think she's going to be more direct somehow because that's her style. I wonder what she'll do here.
But you said Shakra Mamedyarov. I feel like that's also a Salimova style, so I wouldn't be surprised if she's looked at those games, those ideas. King h1, a bit too subtle for me, but I really like the move bishop f2. Another very thematic retreat by the bishop in this position, just sidestepping all these tactics that you were mentioning, Simon, with that f6 knight, grabbing on e4 when you go e4, that bishop on e7, eyeing the h4 pawn. But not only do you sidestep tactics, you kind of just control your center better. After bishop f2, that pawn on d4 will be well guarded, well protected once you do go e4. This is a move that I generally like for white, and it is a very thematic move in these positions. And if after bishop f2, black does expand further with b4, you're super happy because you get that knight on that a4 square without really having created any weaknesses in the center.
Yeah, good point, Tanya. I mean, that knight is actually beautifully placed, as you said, because the c5 square is a beautiful outpost, and we have this half-open file, so we don't need to play the move e4, again, as you mentioned here, because e4 may create weaknesses. White has a target, has a file to attack on, and something like rook c1 here would be a very logical continuation, just pressurizing on the c file. So indeed, after bishop f2, I think black has to be a little bit careful about how to push these pawns, right? Maybe black should just do some normal developing move, maybe try to get this knight into c4. This is another way that black can play. I mean, imagine that knight could zoom its way over there. That would be quite nice, but you have to take a bit of time getting it there. So possibly some maneuver like that, Tanya, makes a lot of sense here.
Knight d7, knight b6, eyeing that c4 square. And the point is that if white tries to safeguard that square with a move like b3, the b3 pawn becomes a huge hook for black to create play on the queen side with a4 breaks. So that's definitely something that you want to provoke. Sasalimova, very rightly here, having a bit of a think, considering all these options. Does she continue with rook c1? I like rook c1 as well. Once again, a normal developing move. I like the move bishop f2, but it's all centered around getting this central play by white. And we see the players there on our screen. We see the beautiful playing hall of the Marriott Boulevard. It's filled with local fans. And we also see ABASOV there taking a bit of a walk. Talking about ABASOV, maybe a good time to bring up our bird's eye view and check in with all the action that's underway at the start of these openings that we have, and that board with Tanzongi with the white pieces against Anna Muzichuk. Tanzongi has to win on demand, a must-win situation to force a playoff. Anna Muzichuk needs just a draw to get that third spot, to finalize her spot into the candidates. Let's take a look at this action because it's already heating up in the center there with this last move that Anna played.
Yeah, it looks very exciting, this opening in this game so far. So let's go to that one, and that is Anna Muzichuk. So let me just refine the board there. And Tam, we can see it on the bird's eye view. After that little pawn push that Muzichuk has played, what is going on here? Okay, well, it's very exciting, and it's only 7 moves in. So we're not far into this game, and it started, as you mentioned, with white needing to win this game to take it to playoffs. And Anna Muzichuk brings her knight out. Knight to f3 played, g6. So this could be now a Grunfeld, a King's Indian defense kind of position that Anna's heading towards. And now bishop f4. So the London system against the King's Indian defense. Seeing a lot of London systems, Tanya. I mean, I think a lot of people probably at home, you know, lower rated players, when they see a London system, they groan a little bit. They're like, oh no, not a London system. And I have to admit, Tanya, when my opponents play a London system against me, I'm a little bit similar. I'm like, no, I hate playing against the London system sometimes because it's so solid and it's so hard to get something dynamic against this bishop move. Do you have the same feelings when your opponent plays the London system, or do you like facing the London system?
It's the kind of opening that you feel white can never really get anything. But then when you actually face it over the board, it's not that simple. It always starts slow, but then there are all these aggressive ideas that come into play. And I think traditionally, the reason why London system has the repetition that it does is because it was such a slow moving opening. You know, the ideas were simple. Bishop f4, put your knight to d2, put one pawn on e3, one pawn on c3. The bishop comes out to d3. You go short castle and play a slow strategic battle, which just felt harmless for black. But now with the way modern theory has evolved, the Jabava London is an option, which is absolutely insane. When you put your knight on c3, you start playing moves like h4 early on in the London, or even the position, the setup that we're seeing right now with white having advanced in the center. Tanzongi's pawn is on e5, already being challenged by black on f6. The London is no more the London of the past. It's kind of grown to be this opening which has so many options. Earlier, we would see it usually played in speed chess and rapid and blitz, and not very comfortable to face. But now we're seeing it at elite level chess, often played in classical over the board. We saw it at the World Championship match, Simon.
We did. I mean, and I think you very cleverly pointed out just how many different kind of types of London system there are. It has developed actually in the last 10 years a lot. You've got with the knight coming to c3, the Jabava London system, which I like playing a lot. You've also got in this position, well, actually with the knight on f3, the knight coming to c3 is actually called the Barry, I think it is, the Barry attack. So there's loads of little variations of this opening, and even though I hate facing the London system, I quite like playing it, Tanya, because it's so annoying. And I always play it quite aggressively here. But let's catch up with the game because it is quite interesting to see what's happened. Because after knight bd2, you would have thought here that black has quite a big decision to make because there's clearly this idea of white playing e4. And in the match situation, I'm a little bit surprised about the move played because it allows white to play e4 and the position becomes very dynamic. I mean, d5 would be a much more solid approach to the position, but Anna castles, and this allows white to get 2 pawns in the center, so the position already is becoming quite dynamic. And now after this move, you have to really fight in the center, so d5 seems a logical idea. This must be Anna's, the point to Anna's play. So now Tan continues forwards, again, very logical, attacking the knight. The knight gains a tempo against the bishop, very interesting stuff. The bishop slips back, has to move somewhere, and now black needs to fight against these pawns here. If these pawns remain here, I think white's going to be doing very well. So f6, and this is where we're currently at so far, and trying to open up the center of the board. And, well, this looks very interesting, this position, to me at the moment, Tanya, with white playing in a very direct style here. Let's just have a look, see if we have any games in this position. I'm assuming this position has been seen before, but I can't find at the moment really any games in this position. This might be
a new position.
It could be a relatively new position, which I find quite strange because they're quite logical moves from both sides here. But it's really risky for black to play like this, don't you think, Tanya? Because you only need a draw and you're playing very double-edged chess here.
You say it's risky for black, but I think it's equally risky for white as well, this position. My first feeling, and I see Arya Valbar says it's fine, maybe even white is doing good out of the opening here. But I kind of like what Anna Muzichuk has done. I like that she's the first one to strike in the center. I would be slightly worried as white, especially if I wasn't prepared in this opening. If I didn't have this position at home and it wasn't part of the plan, facing a move like f6 where you need to take this decision with that central e-pawn, your bishop on f1 isn't developed, you yet haven't castled, the e-file is sort of under fire, can be opened up at any moment. Imagine you take on e5, that bishop from c8 jumps over to g4. Things could start getting tricky for white really soon. I would be worried as white. And I think Tan Zhongyi needs to know what she's doing right now. And the fact that she's taking her time here makes me question whether this is part of the prep or not.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, they're both taking a bit of time, haven't they, Tanya, here, though? Because we look at Anna's time. Anna's already taken 15 minutes. It's only moved 7. This position, as far as I can see, is a pretty new position. I can't find any games in it myself. So it's a unique position, which I think also might favour the player who needs to win, just because they're out of theory. You've got an interesting dynamic position, and Tan does need to win this position. She needs to win this game, shall I say, to have a chance. And you've got, I mean, we could look at some moves here. I mean, f6. So what do you do? Well, you either allow black to take on e5, opening the position up, or you take on f6. I would assume, Tanya, that if you take on f6, black should be fine. I'm not sure the best way to recapture. I'd probably take with a knight here, so my knight can threaten to come here, and I can play quite energetically in the center with black in this position. It feels like black should be okay. Even here, I'm not sure, because there is this positional problem black has with the square on e5. If white can try to take control of that slowly, it could be a long-term problem. The other idea I'm just thinking, Tanya, is can you play bishop e2, develop a piece, and start to take aim at that strange knight over there? So if you now take on e5, I'm going to take with a knight, and I'm going to threaten to take that one. It's a really weird position, right? Really complex position already.
Lots of interesting ideas, and we're seeing these openings develop. We've got a Catalan on one board, we've got the Queen's Gambit decline, we've got the London system, very rich, complex middle games answering across all the boards. It's going to be a lot of fun following this action because the players have come out all guns blazing. Pragnanandha, Fabiano heating up, Magnus Carlsen there with head in hands facing the London system. And we will be deep diving into all this action after this break. Simon, I think we've got reasons to be happy with the way the openings have started, the games have started. It promises to be exciting. And as the middle game is about to begin, we will take a short break and be back with all the live moves from Baku in just a few.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tiebreaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
This August, engage in a battle of epic proportions against some of the most bodacious artists history hath ever seen. Behold, Raphael, the Prince of Painters, doth seek a fresh apprentice. Dost thou possess the prowess to impress him? Michelangelo, a true Renaissance man, painter, sculptor, architect, and poet, doth possess a myriad of artistic talents. Yet one wonders, can his creative genius translate to brilliance upon the board of chess? Prepare thyself for a game as dramatic as the Baroque paintings of Artemisia Gentileschi, one of the most expressive artists of the 1600s. Our renowned sculptor, Donatello, stands tall as one of the most important artists of the early Renaissance. His unique blend of creativity, aesthetics, adaptability, and patience maketh him a challenging foe. Lo, Leonardo da Vinci, known for his artistic talents, scientific curiosity, and innovative ideas, is the very embodiment of the Renaissance. He is not only among the greatest artists to ever live, but also one of the greatest thinkers. May fortune smile upon thee. Create thy masterpiece on chess.com. Cowabunga!
We're back live from Baku, and there we've got one player who's been the big star of the show, NIJAT ABASOV, and knocking out some of the greats in the FIDE World Cup, playing against the world #1. Only 2 out of the world top 20 remain in this stage right now, fighting it out in the semi-finals. And as we see, some of the big names who were knocked out along the way: Hikaru Nakamura, Nepomniachtchi, Anish Giri, eliminated by NIJAT ABASOV. Tamur Rajabov, Shakrar Mamadyarov, local heroes, best in the world. Probably wouldn't have been such a surprise to see them at this stage, Simon, but it's NIJAT ABASOV who stunned us all with his phenomenal play, taking down Anish, taking down Swidler, taking down Vidit Gujarati, and now fighting against the world #1.
Yeah, he's had a fantastic tournament. I mean, it really is kind of a dream come true. No matter how he does against Magnus, I mean, that would be the massive cherry on the cake if he's able to get a win against Magnus today. But he's pretty much qualified for the candidates, and I say pretty much. The only way he wouldn't qualify is if Magnus changes his mind and suddenly decides that he wants to play in the candidates. But otherwise, he's achieved that dream of having a chance to become world champion. You know, you win the candidates, you're facing Ding, you beat Ding, you're the world champion. I mean, it's easy, right? Not hard at all. I was trying to work out before, Tanya, how many games it could take someone to become world champion from 0, right? And I think if you have to qualify for the World Cup or something else, so you can do it in about 50 games, maybe. Is that right? I don't know. We'll leave that to people in the chat, but we have some more moves in the game this London system as well, Tanya. Things have developed.
Things have developed, and I think regardless of what happens in the match, this can be counted as the tournament of Abasov's life. What a performance he's had. It's not just been the amazing result itself, but the quality of play, and especially in those tie breaks. Most of the matches that he's won them on tie breaks. And to be able to outplay, to outsmart his higher rated opponents with little time on the clock has been just so impressive to watch. And yesterday, the storyline could have been completely different. There was this one big moment where Magnus, I think we can call Queen H2 a blunder, almost, because Queen F1 would have been big trouble for the world #1, which was missed. Magnus eventually went on to win the game, and now he needs just a draw. And as you're mentioning, the game has progressed. We've had moves from where we left it last, knight d2, and I see that the ideas that we were discussing actually happened, Simon.
They did, yeah. I mean, rather than bishop d6, Magnus had a bit of a think here, and he obviously did not like that way of playing. So he played the second most popular move, knight b d7. And in this position now, we see Abasov's idea, and that is to play c4. And that avoids these ideas of bishop takes b1 and bishop b4 check, which we discussed before. And white, I like this move because when you're playing any opening, it's a mistake to try and be too rigid. So when you play the London system, you might want to play the first, I don't know, like 10 moves without thinking. And I think most players might just put the pawn there, right? They create their pyramid because that's what you're supposed to do. But c4 is a much more challenging move because it hits the center. This bishop, the downside of black's play is it leaves some of the light squares weak. So white can attack that with the queen. And here, Magnus plays a move which kind of shocked me a little bit, Tanya. This position has been seen a fair few times before. And Magnus now, as far as I can tell, plays a new idea here. Previous to this, black has nearly always gone c6 or bishop e7. Magnus takes on c4. And the reason this surprised me, Tanya, is that you give away your center as black, and you are sort of unbalancing the position. We get to the current position. White simply takes back and develops the bishop. Magnus now plays bishop d6. The idea you pointed out, Tanya, rather than allowing exchanges, this very key move in the London system, the knight comes into that beautiful square. Without this move, the London system would not be as effective. And now Magnus aims for more exchanges with knight e4. And this is a unique position, again, as far as I can tell. It hasn't been seen before. And a position where black is just trying to swap off, I feel, a lot of pieces and get closer to the draw which will make him progress to the next round. But the time as well, Tanya, look, Magnus has taken a lot of time, right, to get to this position.
And my guess for that would be that Magnus wants to get ABASOV out of whatever prep he's done. And that would also explain the move D takes C4, something that hasn't been played before, something that Magnus didn't immediately blitzed out. So that rules out that being preparation, but instead took a lot of time. And he has this eternal belief that, and rightfully so, that any kind of position, Magnus can handle it. He not only has the amazing ability to convert almost every position that he gets an advantage in. I say almost, pretty much, I think every position that he gets an advantage in, but also where he's worse, he's able to turn things around. So I think he's happy to go into, even if it means slightly worse positions, but just get ABASOV out of familiar territory. One of the standout points of ABASOV throughout the World Cup has been his amazing opening preparation. He's sometimes chosen these offbeat lines, but has these unique ideas that really throw his opponents off. We saw that yesterday as well, that even though Magnus went for Rook G1, G4, ABASOV was able to counter that with energetic, precise play. So I think it's a really kind of a practical approach, pragmatic approach by Magnus here, not playing the most theoretical line, taking his time in the first 10 moves to just try and get a position that he feels might not be part of the big prep that ABASOV has for today.
Yeah, I agree, Tanya. And I think his last move was quite class, right? Because it just allows him to swap off some bits. I mean, if he can get rid of these two knights, he's also got now possibilities of taking the knight on e5, which he didn't have before. If we just go back one move, well, you'd like probably to go knight takes knight here. But of course, you can't do that because you just walk into a fork. But as soon as you play the move in the game, knight to e4, the idea of playing knight takes knight and bishop b4 becomes a real threat. So, you know, if white played a nothing move here, then knight takes knight is going to be very good for Magnus because now you're not in a fork, and a move like this would, well, probably just win Magnus the game because of pressure on d2. So he's, I think, initiating a lot of exchanges with this knight to e4 move. He's basically saying to ABASOV, look, I'm happy to exchange. You've got to prove an advantage in this type of position. And I think ABASOV with the pawn on d4 may have chances. He's got to rely on his pawn structure to do that. But what should he play here? Should he simply castle and ignore things that are going on? Should he make an exchange of one of the knights? There's quite a lot to think about here, Tanya, in this position for white. The right way to transform the position. I don't know, what would you play here? I mean, it's not convincing which move is right. I mean, maybe castles is the most sensible move to play.
I would agree. I think if you're not super familiar with these positions, like I am, I do not play the London. I'm not really sure how subtle white needs to be, how direct white needs to be. Castle just seems like a natural approach. But then again, for white, the aim is to try to keep as many pieces on the board, which looks like a bit of an impossible task right now. I think minor pieces are going to come off, but you need to decide which ones you want to keep and what you want to trade and how you can trade on your terms. For example, if you were to take on e4 right now, Simon, knight e4, bishop e4 feels like you're trading on black's terms. Black has the threat of bishop b4 check. Even if you were to go f3 and let's say black doesn't have that threat, even a move like bishop d5, and I think black can be happy with the outcome of these trades. You're gaining tempo. It just feels like the pressure from white has been neutralized because white has more space. White wants to try and keep as many pieces as possible. If in the initial position white was to trade on d7, I think that's another trade that black can be super happy with. Knight d7, queen d7, and again, a big question, do you keep the bishop on f4? How do you keep it? Bishop b4 is a threat. You'll just end up trading more pieces, which is good news for Magnus, who needs just a draw. So castle feels like the kind of move that could work, but I think we might have to do a little bit of a deep look into that because after knight takes d2, there is a potential of some pins along the d line. So you take queen d2 here, and you will end up with a doubled pawn on the e file. And how happy are you with that? Let's say you take with the knight, knight e5, d takes e5, I'm guessing is the move you want to make. And do you think white would have chances in this position?
Well, let's have a look. I mean, the bishop on d6 clearly has to move here. And it looks a little bit loose on c5. I don't see any positives of the bishop going there. So let's keep the bishop very safe. Put it on e7. Does, as you say, the big question, does white have any winning chances here? And I think I'm quite liking white's position here because I can see a rook very quickly coming to the d file, and the black queen doesn't have a good square to go to. So I'm definitely going to keep the queens on the board. I don't know, maybe I come to e2, threaten e4, trying to make that bishop bad, or I could also come to c3, one of these two squares. Let's say I go to e2, for example, because if I go e4, that bishop is going to have to be blocked in. For example, we'll put some normal moves on the board. Let's say you castle, I play here, this is pretty forcing, the bishop drops back, and now I gain a nice tempo against the queen, and the queen also has to go to a funny square. And it feels to me, Tanya, that black's pieces they're getting a little bit traffic jammed there, right? I mean, they're not as comfortable as they would like to be. I mean, if white even just plays the move f3, white could be, right, I've killed that bishop for the rest of the game. That bishop is not playing a part, but my bishops are free to roam the board. So even something very simple like this, I think would offer white a very small advantage. So so I think castles looks like a good option here. You're right, though. Magnus will be looking for ways to make exchanges in the best way in this position, and he's just got to work out. I think taking on d2 looks right, but I'm not sure how to continue after that. Maybe black should just simply castle as well, Tanya, there.
I completely agree with your evaluation of that final position that we had. Even though material is equal and a lot of minor pieces have been traded up, but it just feels that white has more harmony and more piece activity, while black's pieces are sort of getting in their own way. And hard to imagine black being able to create play, which is sort of, for white, like playing for two results. And that's an ideal scenario given the mat situation. So I'm not expecting trades to go this way. Short castle is, of course, one way to play it, but I think Magnus wants to try to get at least one set of minor pieces off the board, perhaps not give white the chance to go knight f3 and get out of the way of the knight trade. Also, black should not forget that white has the opportunity to advance in the center. Moves like f3 are always in the air. Kicking that knight and eyeing the move e4, further expansion in the center. You need to time it well. You need to make sure that the trades are working out. But this is an idea that ABASOV has on his radar at this moment as well. Let's bring up our bird's eye view. We have done a deep dive into this. We understand this position and all the intricacies that are there. And while the players take a think to decide their way forward, there's been a lot of progress in the Fabi Prague game as well. Two sets of minor pieces are off the board. We see the dark squared bishops have been traded off. Let's take a look at that game. We left it last when 8-6 was played. And perhaps before we get into our live position, we can do a bit of an action replay.
Yeah, definitely. And this, have we seen position, had been seen before after h6, rook e1. And actually, Ding had played this position against Aronian with the white pieces. And in that game, Aronian decided to play knight bd7. I'll just show a couple more moves of that game, Ding Aronian, because it's very interesting, because at some point, after some fairly natural moves, I'll put them on the board, knight e5. We had more exchanges in the style of Magnus Carlsen's game, actually. And we had this one be exchanged and this one being exchanged. But suddenly, this was a big hook and white took there. And he was able to bring his queen in and swing his rook around with a major attack. But I think it's Fabiano, if we go back, who's made the first new idea after rook e1. Let's just see if this has been played before, because it's quite a move I wouldn't think about playing, Tanya. Fabiano, and it is a new idea, has now given up his bishop by taking on f3. And you don't normally do something like that, because in the Catalan, white's light squared bishop is his king piece. It's really, really strong, this bishop, because it exerts pressure here. And normally black wants to exchange his light squared bishop for that bishop, but he's just taken on f3. What's the idea? Well, obviously Prague takes back with the bishop, keeping it open. And now Fabiano makes more exchanges. He takes on f4. Some pressure against the pawn, so the queen comes in and captures. And now knight c6 played. And this is clearly Fabiano's homework. that he's getting, or thinking he's getting enough counterplay against d4, maybe even Tanya with some e5 ideas. For example, if you go rook d1, which would be a logical way to defend, e5 seems like a very strong move because you can't capture that pawn because of the pin on the d file here. So this has made Pragg think in this position, and Pragg now plays a move which I don't know. It could be a mistake, Tanya, and the reason I say it's a mistake because it's Fabiano's clearly in his preparation, right? And he's clearly looked at this position after knight c6. And he suddenly started to think after this quite bizarre, it looks bizarre because you're gambiting the pawn on d4, knight to a3. And the fact that Fabiano's thinking is that he didn't prepare this move, so it's not one of the computer's top moves. And as you can see, chess.com has pointed out that it could be a mistake. So really intriguing because, Tanya, a very logical move here, I would have thought, would be, okay, just to take the knight, right? I mean, if you wanted to, you could just go bishop takes c6 and get a structure like this, where black might be okay, but they're very ugly pawns as well. And this is quite typical for the Catalan. And just play this position, just play very slowly. But this knight a3, Tanya, what do you think of that move? It's quite a surprising move. I mean, what's happening if black takes a pawn now?
I think that's a big question. By the way, I love how you said that in the Catalan, the light square bishop. The bishop is the king. And that is the key piece in all these openings that we see after g3, bishop g2. And very often, black wants to trade this bishop with his own light square bishop. So a very concrete approach. You don't just trade it off unless it's part of a big prep and you know exactly what you're doing for the next couple of moves. And I won't be surprised if Pragg was taken by a surprise with this decision as well, and that would explain the move knight to a3. But knight a3 also kind of invites those complications, those Mikhail Tal forest-like positions where, this path is only narrow enough for one of the players to get out. So knight d4, I think that's the key move that we really need to look at and check out. That is the big option here. You get this central pawn, you need to go for it. And after knight d4, for white, I think it's this bishop that does the talking. You want to take on b7. So should we just do a quick look into what actually happens? Because it just feels like a forced line. Bishop b7, I don't see a better square for black than rook to b8.
Yeah, this looks very logical, Tanya. I mean, we're just following very normal moves here. Black takes a pawn, white takes a pawn, black attacks the bishop. And I suppose the idea, well, I mean, it can get quite complicated because I don't think, for example, rook d1, I vaguely thought about, but I think this is a big mistake to play rook to d1 because suddenly there's a bit of a cheeky tactic here, Tanya. Knight takes e2 check, and this is a horrible idea because obviously you can't take the knight because you suddenly lose your rook, and well, white is simply losing. So maybe this is continuing in a forced manner. And
that's an awesome spot, by the way, Simon. Rook d1, because rook d1 would be the kind of move that solves all problems. If black takes the bishop, you take the knight and you're super happy. Black's pawn structure is destroyed and you just have a nice position for the rest of the game. But knight e2 is a nice little spot by you, which actually stops the entire plan of rook d1. So with that not available, are you going to get greedy with the a6 pawn? Will you be a pawn grabber like Yas and go bishop a6 here?
I think I'm going to have to be a pawn grabber. I've never been called a pawn grabber in my life. That is one accolade which I've always avoided. I'm much more of a pawn sacker than a pawn grabber, Tanya. Which camp are you in? Are you in the sacking or grabbing camp when it comes to pawns?
I think I'm pretty much, I would say I'm 50-50. I do like to grab pawns, but I also at times like to play for the initiative. Very often for me, it also depends on who I'm playing against. If I feel that I want to, it's a must-win situation or a must-win game, then I think I like to play for the initiative. But very often, I think you can take a pawn and kind of let your opponent decide how and show the way what's compensation, because it's very often not easy to prove compensation for a pawn. But in this case, it's not really a pawn sacrifice, right? Because black can also recapture on b2, kind of restoring material balance, and you still have piece activity. And I'm hoping that after rook d1, I might not have the same tactic of knight e2, because notice how the bishop from a6 actually defends the e2 pawn. But maybe I can just go
Well, maybe you do have the same tactic, Tanya. I mean, we mentioned it. It does look like the idea of knight e2 is not working, but unbelievably, even in this position, I think black can play knight takes e2, which let's just have a look at it. So, I mean, because again, rook d1, what can be a more natural move? Pinning the knight to the queen. I mean, you know, if I was playing white here, I could easily play this move without thinking too much. And now, knight e2, I think, works again. You can't take the rook because I go queen takes d1 check. So you have to take with a bishop. What on earth is black's idea? Well, black can now play rook takes e2. Wow. And the point being, if you take the queen, again, if you take the rook, I take this rook here with check. So I take the queen. And of course, black is going to end up, I think, in a very comfortable position with two rooks versus the queen, but a very nice knight coming into the center and attacking chances against the white king when the black rook enters into the bishop position on d1 as well. Let's have a look at that line again, Tanya. So this is a key position. I don't think we have any more moves.
This is the live position. So Fabi is really having a think. And that makes me wonder, Simon, because you give up your light squared bishop as black, right? Trying to get into the mind of Fabi, not going to be easy, but let's give this a go. You give up your light squared bishop. You obviously have a concrete plan in mind. You know what you want to play in the next few moves. You don't ever give up that light squared bishop in the Gatland. So bishop f3, you blitz out knight c6, which is the most obvious follow-up after trading the minor pieces. You're hitting d4, and now Pragg makes this move knight a3. We saw that it was kind of given the question mark by the Chesscom evaluation. It's perhaps something that makes Fabi feel that it is not the top engine move, because otherwise he would have blitzed out his move. Had Pragg played the right move in the position, which perhaps we can also see what it was. Maybe it was a trade on c6, just give that bishop back, destroy black's pawn structure, keep everything together. And that's something that Fabi would have been prepared for. But after knight a3, the fact that Fabi has taken 13 minutes in this position, that implies more that he feels that there could be something here, that there is a chance to perhaps get a little bit of an initiative, rather than Fabi feeling any kind of heat or trouble in this position. And I think he's looking at knight d4. It's the most direct approach, and there's a big chance we might have it on the board.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head, Tanya. I think it's kind of as simple as that. Fabi has prepared this position. Knight a3 was not part of his preparation. So his alarm bells are going to be ringing, and he's going to be, well, the computer doesn't like knight a3, so it must be a mistake. And the most logical move is obviously to go knight takes pawn. Now, maybe we can mention very quickly why queen takes pawn is not as effective. Well, in these positions, you get the same kind of thing, but you don't have these annoying tactics with knight e2 for a start. So I think the critical move, which is now calculating, and we should look at this a little bit more, because I really think this could occur on the board. And I think Fabiano will play the most critical move. He nearly always does. This is one of the things I love about Fabiano's play. You give him a challenge, he nearly always accepts the challenge. He's got no fear. He relies on his calculation. I think he'll play this. And let's have a look at this again, because it looks quite forcing. The bishop wins the pawn back. The rook activates. And now after bishop a6, we can actually even here have a look at other moves. Rook takes b2 is probably, again, the move that Pragg has prepared for. I'm cheating now a little bit. I've just put the computer on, Tanya. There is a really bizarre move here, which gives black a very nice advantage. It's a move, I'll be entirely honest, I would never find without putting the computer on. But there is a great move for black here. It's a really, really bizarre move. And I don't know if could a human find this move without a computer telling them? I don't know. I mean, it is Fabiano, but obviously it's easy to see with the computer on, as I've just flicked on. But do you want to know what the move is, Tanya? It's bizarre. It's really bizarre, but it is a tactical forcing idea. It is.
I'm really excited to know. While you were talking, I'm trying to think of what it could be, and I'm struggling to come up with an idea. For me, Rook B2 just feels like the natural move that I want to make. But I will give it a go, and I think I'm probably not going to hit the mark. But is it something like Rook B4 with ideas of taking on E2 and some threats like that?
Rook B4 is a really nice idea, Tanya. It lines up against the queen, and you do threaten knight takes E2. And this is
and it's not an absolute disaster, by the way.
No,
I saw the Evalbar creep up just a little bit.
Yeah, I actually think black is even better in this position, right? I mean, black has these threats and black has good control, but there's an even stronger move, Tanya, and I just don't know if you will find this. I'll show it because it is a move which maybe Fabiano could find after a lot of think. It's the move E5, and this is attacking the queen, obviously. But the question remains is, if he finds this, what's the idea if white takes the pawn? Well, the idea now is to gain another tempo, line the rook up. It's all to do with the strength of this knight here. You play the move rook to E8, and the queen suddenly is a little bit short of squares. And the line continues, Tanya. Let's say the queen comes back to F4, for example. Now, the next move is kind of key again. And black is winning here with G5. I mean, really bizarre, because look at this queen. It has to go to C1. There's nowhere else safe on the board. If you go queen D2, knight to F3 check, and I win the queen has nowhere else to go to, so it has to go here. And even here, it's not entirely clear to my eyes.
It's not knight B3 here?
It's not even knight B3. Knight B3 is equal. The knight B3, unbelievably,
unbelievable,
after queen C2, only leads to an equal position because white has enough pawns and black has weakened his king with this move. But the winning move here, and this is why I don't think a human could find this, is knight to G4. I mean, how can you find such a move as this? When queen F6, attacking the bishop, attacking F2 is a killer. I mean, if Fabiano finds this, Tanya, he's a genius.
This is insane.
Because
no, this is computer chess.
This computer chess, yeah, completely.
Unless Fabi has had this position in his preparation, it's just very hard to imagine him sort of playing the whole thing out. By the way, we don't even have knight d4 on the board. He's taken a completely different approach. But Simon, what a line that was. Kind of almost trapping the queen in the center of the board. The last move that you mentioned, g5, hitting the queen. Fabi chooses it as the first move on the board, g5. And it looks like white's queen has to fall back. Not so many squares. It does keep the balance on the board, but Fabi had that opportunity to seize the initiative by grabbing on d4. But Simon, you can't fault him for not finding that line. I mean, that was just unreal chess. That was chess from another planet.
Yeah, I mean, there's just computer line. It's quite
it didn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting sometimes to see how these engines think, but I don't see any human finding that line there with E5 and G5. It's kind of funny, though, because Fabi has played G5 now in this position, and this is a much more human approach. And I think his idea, Tanya, is to keep it quite simple and try to get the queens off, right? So let's say the queen moves to, I don't know, E3, maybe D2, one of these two squares. E3 could be a bit safer, because if you come to the square D2, there's problems with this. And I think his simple idea, and this is much more human, is just to go queen takes D4. And he's figuring that the move G5 has helped him out, because it's actually with the queens off the board, his king is going to be quite nice coming to G7. He's got a bit of space over there. And we might get this same line we kind of saw before, Tanya, with now I think white probably has to go for something like queen takes queen. And I think white has to grab on B7. Rook B8 is possible, but you've also got Rook A7 now. I don't know which one immediately black should prefer, because if you go Rook B8, you're going for activity, you're taking on B2, but you're losing the A6 pawn, and this A pawn that white has is very strong. If you go Rook A7 here, you're keeping that pawn and keeping it kind of risk-free. Maybe it's safer to play Rook A7, Tanya, and just gain a tempo on the bishop. The bishop has to move, and we get some middle game structure like this. Who is better here? This is something like this again could very likely occur.
I would have loved to see knight d4 on the board. And even if not e5, those lines that we were seeing with rook b8 and jumping in with the rook, snatching up the b2 pawn, it would have been a fun position. But it's going to be interesting to see if Fabi actually does follow it up with the queen trade, or perhaps take on d4 with the knight anyway. But I think if you had to take on d4 with the knight, then you want the queen on f4 for all those tactics on knight e2 to work out. Because similar ideas with the queen on e3, and let's say the rook lined up on, maybe we can just play it out, queen e3, knight d4, and now bishop b7, rook b8, and I think white does have the luxury to play rook d1, because suddenly knight e2 doesn't work, because your queen can grab on e2 and everything is fine for white in this position, and white's a happy camper. So after queen e3, it will be surprising if he decides to grab on d4 with the knight. We might get an endgame, but in that endgame, I don't see Pragg having any issue at all. There might be some positions where black might need to be slightly careful about a potential a passer. Let's say queen d4, knight d4, bishop b7, and you want to go rook to a7, you said. You need to keep that a6 pawn alive.
I think so. I mean, it looks to me too dangerous to put the rook on b8, because I'm just scared of this a pawn coming up the board. I don't want to give you a passed a pawn, so I'm just going to go rook a7. I'm hoping this rook can re-centralize after maybe c5 later on, and we could get some middle game position like this, which I think is very likely. I think this is what Fabiano is aiming for, and it maybe comes back to one of the points you mentioned, that the move a4 has actually kind of weakened white's position quite a lot, and black can still get maybe a little nibble here by putting the rook on b8. The b2 pawn is very weak. Is the bishop a really strong piece? I don't actually think this bishop is really strong, even though it looks great because it's on the open diagonal. It's not actually.
What happened to bishop as king in Catalan? What happened to that?
Well, it's done all its job. I mean, it's taken the pawn. It can't do anything else, right? I mean, it's literally.
It's true.
What else can it take? There's nothing else it can take, and the knight here is really annoying, right? With ideas of coming to b3, maybe potentially later on, but. Again, quite a hard position to assess, but I think after a simple move like rook b8, black is certainly not worse here, because I think the knight is as good as the bishop, and the pawn on b2 is target. Black's target is c7, but white can't easily attack the one. I think I'd rather be black slightly here, with this rook also being able to zoom in. Maybe a little bit preferable for black. This
and we
position.
might see this being played out, because g5, queen e3, queen d4 is on the board, so offering that queen trade. And I don't believe that Pragg will allow Fabi to trade on e3, because that would just mean a destruction of the pawn structure on the king side. So queen d4 is what we're expecting. Pragg reaches out. We are seeing this trade. It almost seems like a forced sequence of moves. Once the knight jumps in, you're hitting that bishop on f3. Bishop b7, I think, will be played. And it is without a blink. And now, because you don't want to give white the a passer, rook a7 by Fabi, I think, should be played pretty soon as well.
Yeah, I mean, these moves, Tanya, they all look very obvious. They're pretty forcing. This is the whole point behind g5, and I can totally understand why Fabiano is playing this, because I think he's kind of figured. Nice. I think he's figured that he's got a very safe position after rook a7. I mean, of course, he's got to consider going active here. Maybe this is an option. We can have a look at it very quickly. Let's say you go rook b8. Bishop takes here, rook takes b2. This may well be playable, because you've got your rook to the 7th rank. That is something tempting, but in the long term, this pawn, it's scary, isn't it, Tanya? I mean, if I move,
very scary.
Yeah, I don't really see what this rook is doing. You're not even attacking e2, because my bishop is defending it. I think the other line with rook a7 is just a lot safer to play, and I think Fabiano, after bishop takes b7, will just put the rook here. The bishop has to retreat, and he's figured out that this position has no danger for him at all. And for the reasons we said, maybe he can even claim a little advantage with c5 coming in, the rook being able to re-centralize, and then just at some point attacking b2 as well. Looks okay for Fabiano, but not too bad for Pragg as of yet either.
And the nice thing is that your other rook can jump onto b8, so it's not necessary to play the a rook on b8, but keep the a rook to defend your pawns and get the other rook in for activity. And I was thinking about it, that I said, it would be awesome to see Fabi go for knight d4, keep the queens on the board, But for the players, they're not playing for the galleries. They're not playing to make it exciting. They're playing objective chess, what they feel is the best move, and what we're seeing how this is being played out. That's some really good calculation by Fabi. He sees the line through to the end. Rook a7 on the board, by the way, evaluates this last position as one where he's got no danger. And I saw the feature chat earlier by Krishna saying that Pragg should be able to equalize this. Fabi in no trouble at all. And I think I completely agree. I think Fabi just feels very safe in this position with the black pieces, with the activity that he has on this B line. The A pawn guarded, the knight's jumping around. It offers enough compensation for that destroyed pawn structure on the queen side. So this looks like black has solved all problems, and a nice pragmatic approach against Pragnanandhaa by Fabi going for this G5 line. I did.
You did. Okay, I did spot that one. Pragmatic. I like that. Okay, very, very pragmatic approach. And Rook B8 played, by the way. And it's funny how in this game, the last one, you remember in the first game, Pragg put his Rook on A7, right, as black, and that was kind of the move we were quite surprised about. But he got the Rook to A7 and he went Queen A8. And in this game, black's got the Rook to A7 as well. So they're kind of following some Rook A7 theme tournament they're playing at the moment. And the game is basically going, it's going along the way we thought. Rook B8 played. But yeah, it's kind of fairly even, I'd say, at the moment, right?
The idea of Rook A7 by Pragg in the previous game, it was hard for us to understand, but his next few moves really, in retrospect and hindsight, made it clear. It allowed him to queen trade. It allowed him to go into this endgame where he solved all his problems with Queen E8, Queen 8. Nice play there. And it looks like Fabi also, with this move Rook A7, getting the other rook into activity, has everything under control. Huge chances of this one going into tiebreak. I would love for that to happen, Simon. If this was to go into the playoffs, it just means more chess, more exciting chess between the world's best players. Let's bring up our bird's eye view as this one, the dust has settled. The queens are off the board. And meanwhile, gloves are on in the other games. There's been a lot of progress in the FIDE Women's World Cup, both the boards that we're seeing. And I think we should jump into the Goryachkina-Salimova board. It is the final between these two. The World Cup on the line. The score so far is level. And all the ideas and the plans that we've been discussing in this Queen's Gambit decline are on the board. Black playing on the Queen side. White playing in the center. The bishop has come back to F2, and we should take it from this, do an action replay, and break it down till the point, till the live board.
Yeah, so as you say, most of these ideas played out. I mean, B5 played, and we're wondering how White was going to do this. The main moves that have been played in this position has been seen at quite high levels, is White playing very cautiously by either putting the king on H1, because you can see this king is a little bit exposed on this diagonal, especially when you push e4. You could be just tempted to a check. So I think both Aronian and Mamajar played king h1 here. The other idea, which you recommended, bishop f2, was played by Wesley So in this position, but queen c2 played by White also looks very sensible. Connect the rooks. And now bishop a6. So Black's idea is to exchange off the light square bishops with the move b4. And I think, Tanya, it's fair to say that in these exchange Queen's Gambit, removing these bishops from the board generally favours Black. It's supposed to give Black a bit more freedom to move, because that bishop on c8 is not a great piece. Where can it go to? It's generally blocked in by these pawns. So this seems like a decent idea. White now moves the rook to e1. I'm never sure where this rook should move, Tanya. Should it go to d1, where it lines up against the queen? Or should it go to e1, where it tries to get ready for the e4 break? Okay, well, let's continue. Knight bd7, Black just
on
developing.
that point, Simon, yeah. I play these positions from time to time with White. I do like the move rook e1 slightly more than the rook on d1. And the reason for that is that your bishop from h4 will land on f2, defending that d4 pawn. But you kind of just preempt the opening up of the central files. And then you see and you feel that the rook on e1 and f1 are ideally placed. You don't want to move that rook from f1 to e1 or d1 simply because when the f line opens up, then you need that rook there. And even if it doesn't open up, imagine white gets e4, white gets e5, and suddenly the f pawn starts. Freddy the f pawn will be calling the action, f4, f5 down the board. Then you really want your rook on the e and the f line. On the other hand, the other plan that you mentioned for white, with the minority attack, in those situations, you want that a1 rook on the b line. So I think these different plans kind of direct where you want to place your queenside rook.
Yeah, it's very interesting where you put this, and I mean, rook ae1, it does make a lot of sense. I wouldn't have been sure if I put it on d1 or e1, because I suppose d1 is a bit more prophylactic, as in you're waiting for black to try and open things up, and your rook could be very well placed here. But here's more aggressive for when you play e4. And okay, more sensible moves being played. Black just brings the knight to d7, and the bishop does drop back to f2. As you said, Tanya, great square for the bishop. And white now seems pretty ready to play e4. The only thing I think white has to be a little bit worried about is if there's an exchange on e4, then a knight g4 comes. So e4 still not quite there. So let's say a4 was on the board. And if I go e4 now, maybe it was time to play e4, but let's have a look. It wasn't played. I guess black's idea is to take here when you want to take with a pawn. So you've got these two pawns like this, but knight g4 looks a little bit annoying, right, for white here. You don't really want to lose your dark square bishop, lose your dark squares. Even here, the computer tends to like white, but we'll go back and just catch up the current position. King h1 first, and this makes a load of sense because the bishop has g1. If that same plan occurs with the knight coming to g4, it can just slip back. So queen a5, and the next move, I mean, black is doing, black is now getting ready, I think, to play b4, right? So black's got this counterplay going. And I really want to play e4 here. It's kind of a race between white playing e4 and black suddenly getting a lot of counterplay with b4. Black faces knight f4, though, and b4 occurs. But the idea of this move is knight ce2. And this is where we stand at the moment. I mean, the move c5 scares me a little bit as white here, because black's making a lot of progress on the queen side, Tanya, I think, in this position. All those pawns coming very quickly down the board, right?
Completely agree. I think c5 is screaming to be played right now. And one just gets the feeling that Goryachkina has made tremendous progress on the queen side, while Salimova has still not managed to get that central break in. It's often a race between these two things. Does black manage to get those open lines, expand on the queen side, gain that space, create activity, or will white be the first one to strike in the center? And I think from that perspective, it's been a success for Goryachkina so far, also up on the clock by quite a bit. And it's just move 17. And I think that will come into play in a couple of moves. Under the 50-minute mark for Nurgul Salimova. E4, hard to achieve. I will not be surprised at all if Goryachkina feels that this is the right moment to strike with c5. The one thing that you can consider is, do you want to trade on d3 first, bishop d3, queen d3, then go c5, or immediately go ahead with the pawn? And I believe we do have a move on the board, and boom, it's c5.
C5 straight away. Makes a lot of sense, Tanya. I think just playing as actively as possible and getting ready for the knight to come into that square. I think white is forced to take on c5 because otherwise c4 is coming, and that knight is getting very active. I'm starting to like black's position, Tanya, because of the activity of black's pieces here, and white just hasn't achieved the e4 break.
Absolutely, Simon. And I think it is a little scary for Salimova right now. And let's also just point out that if a player wins this game, they're the winner of the World Cup. This is the final game too. And so a lot on the line. Bishop a6 played. Do you trade right now? You pick up the bishop with the queen or the rook. And that's a decision that Goryachkina needs to make. But I think rook a6 definitely is the move that comes to mind, just keeping c5 defended as well. Simon, this game is heating up. I love what Goryachkina has done out of the opening. Things look really good, and we will deep dive into the action as even the Magnus Carlsen ABASOV game heats up. We will jump to that after the break. but a lot of chess excitement is on. And chat, you've got to mark your calendars for the chess clash, the greatest chess clash universe crossover you didn't know you needed. We're teaming up with Supercell to bring your favorite creators together for an epic series of chess and clash challenges. It's a star-studded lineup with Alexandra Botas, with Gotham Chess, Clash with Ash, Sapnap, and many more as they battle it out in the ultimate strategy game competition. Which clan will prevail? Tune in to Chess Clash on September 7th at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Use the command Clash in chat for all the details. And with that, we're going to go into a short break and we'll be right back with the 2023 FIDE World Cup.
Dude, it's impossible to not hear you just breathing super loudly.
Okay, fine. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
let's go
sure.
right now. Got the
Ready?
chess clock app right here. Almost there. And you did it.
What can you do for 3 minutes?
My wife says not a lot, but I can plank.
Keep that big butt down. Dude, nice.
2, 1, you did it. Wow. I feel better. Oh, yeah. You were timing me?
Yeah, you were in there for 30 minutes.
Oh, man.
Let's
Sorry.
play some chess and get some dinner.
Let's do it.
Time odds?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring your clock?
Oh, I left my clock at home.
Dude, you idiot. I told you to bring it.
Let's just go get something to eat.
Okay. Download the new chess.com clock app so you can time yourself playing chess or whatever other dumb stuff you and your friends do.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
309 players, 206 men and 103 women are here for the 2023 FIDE World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. The top remaining seeds in 2023 are Magnus Carlsen and Alexandra Goryachkina. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Caruana, PRAGGNANANDHAA, they're all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field also boasts some of the strongest players in the world. Who will take the throne this year? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 FIDE World Cup.
Tension is high in the Marriott Boulevard playing hall as the crowd is feeling it as well. And there we see it is a house full, a packed house. When we started the show, Simon, I was watching. It was empty seats at that time. And so all these kids just rushing in to take the front row seats to watch their heroes in action.
Yeah, it's great to see, Tanya, isn't it? And the thing I like about the video feed is that they're so young in the crowd, right? I mean, there's quite a wide range of ages, but generally you've got loads of people around the age of 10, it seems, and it shows you the interest that they have in chess in Azerbaijan, which is the way it should be, Tanya, right? It should be loved throughout the world, right? Chess. It's a great game, and it's getting the popularity now which it deserves, I feel.
It is loved throughout the world, and all these people in the playing hall, they're rooting for their local hero to make a comeback against world #1, and we see that position, the leftmost board there, and it's quite fiery, the action on this one, as we saw in our bird's eye view. A lot of moves have happened, a lot of development, Simon, and after this move 94, ABASOV showed us the way to keep the tension on.
Yeah, so it was a London system. I hear a lot of people saying boo, but the London system can be fun. First played in tournament in London in 1922. So over 100 years ago, 101 years ago is where the opening got its name from. And here White played f3, which is another quite sensible idea, because this does try to build up a centre eventually with the move e4. Magnus's idea is to make exchanges, and he does. He only needs a draw, so he exchanges off a piece on d2. And now he forces another set of exchanges by playing f6. And this is a kind of move I'd be a little bit scared to play, Tanya, because I do weaken e6, but it exchanges more pieces. And there we go. More wood gets chopped off the board. And White's idea, e4 in the position. The bishop drops back to g6, and now there's an idea that Black wants to take the bishop, take that pawn. So White over defends the center with rook d1. And yeah, I mean, does ABASOV have any winning chances here? I mean, I guess my first thoughts, Tanya, are he's got at least a bit of an unbalanced structure, but the danger is, and there's another piece getting exchanged. There's many exchanges here, right? But I don't know. I do feel he's got something here, Tanya. The e6 pawn is weak. He has this center, which could be quite flexible. At some point, you have these two breaks you can consider playing. But it's Magnus Carlsen, right? I'm always, when it's Magnus Carlsen, how do you beat Magnus Carlsen? It's not easy. And obviously, White will play bishop queen takes f4 here. I mean, what do you think about this position? Can White turn this into a tangible advantage somehow after queen takes f4.
And we have a move by Magnus already. He retreats with that bishop to f7. So over defending, not only over defending the e6 pawn, but also fighting against any potential d5 ideas that white might have by taking control of the diagonal. Magnus in a bit of a woodcutter mode right now, trying to chop off as many pieces as possible, trying to trade off as many pieces as possible. And that last move also lines up for a potential trick at some point that white needs to watch out for. A move like e5, tactical tricks. It's not working right now, but it's in the air as the bishop is lining up against white's bishop, and the pawn would hit the queen. But I think it's just a move that consolidates the position. As Peter Lecco says, it's a cemento move, bishop f7.
Mr. Cemento. Yeah, it is a nice cemento mood there, just defending the center of the board. I do think white's got a more pleasant position though, Tanya. I mean, you've got the center, you've got more space. It's easier to play with more space. And there's two ideas that spring out in the current position. One idea is to keep the tension. Maybe just move the queen out the way. Maybe just simply castle and then just try to double rooks on the d file. So I get all my pieces ready to break. And the other idea is to try and cement that pawn on e6. So I could I play e5 here? Just trying to go for some positions later on where black's bishop is very passive, because you can now no longer break out. So I've made that piece passive. And in the endings, you know, I put my pawns on the opposite colored square to my bishop, which is good. So this is also an idea, I think, Tanya. I mean, what would happen here? Would Magnus now play f5? Is that? I mean, f5 looks a little bit strange. Put another pawn on the light square. But maybe it's solid enough for black here. I mean, I really want to break with d5 in this kind of position, but maybe it's just not working here. Saying all that, though, 2 pawns in the center, more space, it must surely be a small advantage for white. So it's not match over yet.
I agree with you, Simon, that even though it's little material on the board, a lot has been traded off, but white does hold a lot of trumps in the position. Better piece activity, a better center, more space, more opportunities for pawn breaks at the right time. And that does put the pressure on Magnus. I really like your move e5. And I noticed that after you played f5, the eval bar stayed exactly where it is, implying that it could be the best move in the position. But it's such a difficult move to make. When you've got a light squared bishop, putting and blocking your own pawns on light squares and kind of making your bishop a prison in your own position is something that you kind of never want to do. In this position, you're like, bishop? What bishop? That f7 piece looks like it needs a lot of help, and it might come along with rerouting it from e8 to c6 at some point, far away future. But I think f5 would be a difficult move for black to play in this position, which makes e5 a really tempting option. Because if not f5, how are you solving the problems of the tension on the f6 pawn?
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue. You have to stop white's idea of simply taking on f6 twice, you know, winning a pawn. And that means...
Or maybe queen e7 is a move here.
Yeah, maybe queen e7, over defending that one. And I expect white should castle at some point. Because of this.
I've got a question. Yeah. Oh, you pointed it out. I was going to ask chat about this. What happens if white takes on f6? But as you're pointing out, that it not only defends the f6 pawn, but it's got a nasty little threat of a check.
Yeah, that check on b4 is something you've got to keep your eyes open for. So I assume white would castle in a position like this, keeping some pressure. And it's just the kind of thing where you could line up another rook and then try to break with d5. I mean, I feel black is solid enough here. But this d5 at the right moment could come as a bit of a shock. And I'm wondering, you know, if Magnus needed to not draw this game, I'm wondering if castle's queenside is an option, but I'm sure castling queenside is a move that Magnus doesn't want to play, just because it goes really to an intense fight then, opposite side castling, any result possible. I'm sure he'd rather castle kingside. So we could get something along this line. Yeah.
Am I seeing things correctly? Have you seen the last move on the board?
I haven't. Let's go there. What's he done? Has he castle queenside? Please tell me he's castle queenside.
It's white's move after bishop to f7, and ABASOV plays king to f2.
Wow, king to f2. Why put the king on f2? I mean, like, oh my words. I mean, did he? Is a mouse slipper? Why not just castle? Right? Very strange. I mean, what is the benefit of putting the king on f2 rather than castling. I mean, very strange move. Maybe it's genius-like, but
Whoa, king f2 would not be on my radar. If you ask me to guess
No,
5 moves in
no.
this position, Simon,
No
e5
chance.
will come to mind, shah castle would come to mind,
Yeah.
maybe the queen retreat would come to mind. But king to f2, just simply because you have the option to go short castle. You have the option to actually develop your rook at the same time. The only universe in which king f2 kind of makes sense is if you're preempting a trade of queens, where you want your king closer to the center with this move king f2. But that's kind of far way off. And I also see our bar seems to approve of this move. It feels like it's a bit of a genius move right now, some super GM level stuff.
I mean, it's bizarre, but I think,
It's
like
bizarre.
you say, most people castle, right? Because your king is really safe on h1. The queens are still on the board, so why keep your king in the center more? I mean, castling also gets your rook. It seems to my eyes in a more central position, but no, king f2. What is the advantage of going king f2 over castling? And as you say, Tanya, the only thing I can think of is if the queens come off the board. I have no idea how that can happen here. But if they do suddenly get teleported off the board, your king is better for the ending. But I can't see really any other advantage of it. Maybe it doesn't matter, because maybe white's rook wants this e1 square. Because when you have the center, when you have pawns in the center, you want to put your rooks behind your central pawns to help those breaks that you get later on, as we described, maybe e5 and then d5. I mean, let's just show that potentially if black starts playing some very passive and bad moves. Well, castling probably can't be a bad move. I'm thinking rook e1 with e5. I mean, is the other idea to play h4? Could this be another idea, Tanya? So that the rook is ready behind the h pawn.
Ooh.
Is this like genius level idea? Because obviously the rook is on f1, h4 is maybe not as strong, but here you could try to bring the rook to g3. You could have the rook supporting the pawn. Maybe this is it, Tanya. Maybe this is the intensely deep level that ABASOV is thinking of. King f2. What a move. Love it. I love king f2. Brilliant stuff.
Give Simon Harry the H pawn, and he loves anything. Now
Exactly.
you're team king f2 because you see the
Oh, yeah.
possibility of Harry
H4.
advancing forward. But I think you've just hit the nail on the head there, Simon. That we've been talking about developing this rook, and ABASOV just finds a very creative way of doing that, keeping it really flexible. You don't want to put your king on the long side with the C line open. Shoshat Castle would seem like the natural approach. Magnus has first attacked white's bishop, but I think it could be it, that if Magnus does go shot castle, it gives ABASOV the chance, which is exactly what he needs, to create something in the position along with the H-pawn marching down. And he needs to create complications in this one. He is in a must-win game. The last move by Magnus, queen to c6, targets that bishop on c4. You have to fall back, kind of choose your diagonal. I would be very tempted to just put that bishop on b3, but and then also start threatening rook c1. Your c7 pawn is under fire. And I'm just wondering, what does Magnus have in mind after the simple retreat of the bishop? And I see that ABASOV has chosen the square b3. Makes a lot of sense. Rook c1 in the air.
Yeah, I like it. I think as white, you want to keep your bishop on this diagonal. So b3 is the right square. E6 is slightly weak. And you just want to keep that pressure along the diagonal. And as you mentioned, the idea of rook c1 and suddenly c7 is on pre, is in the air. I'm assuming that Magnus is trying to take advantage of the fact that white's king is a little bit exposed and he wants to play queen b6 at the right stage, maybe now, with ideas of e5 in the air, using the pin on the d-pawn and the attack on the queen. So queen b6 would seem to me like the logical continuation of Magnus's play. And the thing with this center, you get the center in many openings. It can be a positive thing because it has a lot of dynamism behind it. You can move it. But in some cases, the pawn on d4 can also be a target. And maybe this is another thing that Magnus is trying to do with black. He's trying to target that pawn, put a rook on d8, just aim to hit that pawn. Is the idea now king e3? Is this what he's going for? King e3, and then
get checkmated after e5 in some alternate reality, and then you're just regretting every life decision.
Yeah, but he is getting ready for the ending. The king is nearly there. It's nearly in the ending. But yeah, I don't put the king there. No. Please don't do that. That would be crazy. But I think Queen B6 feels a very
Yeah,
normal move
I
here
like it.
at some point. Just do that.
Yeah, it just makes a lot of sense of the last few moves that Magnus has played to put the queen on this diagonal. And then maybe White is thinking of falling back with his own queen to e3 to just intercept that. By the way, the move is on the board. Magnus does go for queen b6. And ABASOV, queen e3 looks like an option. And maybe White needs to also start thinking about how you want to counter ideas of a5, I was going to say. But yeah, maybe a5 is an option here because bishop a4 can be met by c6.
I like it, yeah. I mean, a5 does seem like a very good way for black to continue because you are hitting b2 now with check as well. So if you can ever get the queen there, you gain that tempo. I can't seem to draw a horizontal line at the moment. There we go. It was always going a bit wonky. Sunday
You need your
wonkiness coming into play
mushroom
there.
coffee. Where's your mushroom coffee today, Sai?
I've already had my mushroom coffee. Thank you very much. I added a bit of coffee to the mushroom coffee this time, but it's kicking in now, Tanya. The mushroom coffee is kicking in.
I can tell with the arrows all over.
Yeah, exactly. The wonky arrows. There you go. And yeah, no, let me see. There you go. I can draw a straight line. Great stuff.
But Sammy, can we just take a moment to really admire this move by ABASOV, king to f2, because it's really the kind of chess that's required to throw your opponents off, especially when you're playing against the very best in the world. These are the kind of moves that create that imbalance, that psychologically play on your opponent. It's just so difficult and kind of nasty to deal with this because in your head, you're already looking at shot castle. You're looking at these standard moves. And then your opponent just keeps the position really flexible, plays something that you absolutely do not expect. And the problems are still there to be solved. The space advantage is still there. White's activity is still there. And I think it's a very uncomfortable kind of move to face.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it just like, again, you have to do something different against Magnus as well, don't you? Because Magnus is prepared for nearly every eventuality. He's seen every type of position. The thing that amazes me with Magnus is, I mean, obviously you know him quite well, Tanya, is his memory, right? His recollection of chess games is phenomenal. He's got, like Bobby Fischer, I think, a photographic memory. There were stories of Bobby Fischer being able to read a chess book and basically memorize a chess book in like a day. You know, he'd just read the book, he'd memorize the positions, bang, he's done that in like a day or two. And Magnus has that recollection. I remember he did this very hard chess quiz in Reykjavik, which you may have done as well. Have you done it, Tanya? The Reykjavik chess quiz? It's really tough. The pub quiz, yeah, the best place for a quiz. And it's 20 of the hardest questions to do with chess history and chess positions. And Magnus was doing it with his friend John Ludwig Hammer. And normally out of 20 people, if they get 15, it's a winning score because they're incredibly hard. I think he got something like 19 out of 20 with chess history. But what was amazing was they would show random positions from 100 years ago in a random game, and he'd know exactly who was playing, what year it was, and everything about the game. And that recollection and that wealth of knowledge is so valuable for him, meaning he can play so many different types of positions. So mixing up with something like King F2, I think plays at least to try and confuse that recollection of positions, you know. How did you get on in the pub quiz? Did you do well?
I think I was focusing on the pub part and not as much on the quiz part.
Well, funnily enough, I've been there, Tanya. You're not the only one who's made that. I'm not even going to say mistake. I think it's a very, very positive move, that one, because the chess questions are so hard, right? They are so tricky. But it's great. Reykjavik Open.
I think the only other quiz that tops the Reykjavik quiz in terms of how difficult the questions are is in Norway, in Oslo, the Good Night Club. If you go for one of their quiz nights, I mean, you're expecting to have a lot of fun, but that just feels like you're back in college studying for the hardest exam of your life. And I just don't understand how they do it. The Norwegians take their quiz very seriously.
Wow. I mean, the thing that is in Norwegian, I would definitely struggle if it's in Norwegian language.
They do translate. But that doesn't really help because the questions are just... Right now, Magnus with his last move is asking some questions on the board as well. Pinning that d4 pawn. And we've been talking about King F2, but I also want to just highlight these last two moves that Magnus has played. Again, finding this amazing spot for the queen. It was on D7. He not only sidesteps from that D line, but puts it on the most ideal square, where one, it can't be attacked. Second, it's putting pressure on White's center and targeting that last move by ABASOV, putting that king on F2. It also shows amazing full board awareness, because just before that, Magnus made a move on the king side, bishop to F7, retreating the bishop, over defending that E6 pawn. And now he starts playing a little bit on the queen side, eyeing these ideas of A5, trying to target that central D4 pawn, but also the B2 pawn if black is able to get A5, A4 in. So both players keeping their kings in the center, keeping the tension on. I'm really liking the complications that are there on the board. A very rich position.
Yeah, agree. Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of position I think White would like before the game, right? You have chances with the white pieces here. You've got a centre, you've got a bit of an unbalance. The queens are on the board, and one of your opponent's pieces is very bad. The bishop on F7, it's a bad piece. I mean, that's why I keep getting drawn to the E5 move, because I want to make that bishop really bad forever. This is why this move is kind of quite attractive, to always stop black from breaking out. But I can see also why ABASOV might try to avoid this move, because it locks things down, and obviously the more locked a position becomes, a bit like Lego, you lock it down, it's cemented, as you said before. It's harder to create that activity that you need to win the game. But we'll see. Will he play E5, or will he play a move like Queen E3 here? We'll come back to this one, I think, Tanya. I mean, should we take a look at the bird's eye and see the action in the other games?
Let's do it, because we've got moves all around and a lot of developments on the other board as well. There we see in the Fabi PRAGGNANANDHAA matchup, the rooks have come into play for black. Rook on B8, targeting that B2 pawn. The knight is jumped in. Right now, Prag is on a think tank whether to move the rook to B1 or to A2. He's taking his time. Meanwhile, a lot of moves also in the Salimova-Goryachkina board. The pawns in the center have been traded off, and I still feel that Salimova has to be feeling the pressure a little bit. She hasn't managed to break in the center. The rook on E1, suddenly, Simon, you want it on D1. The square that you were pointing out. You want that rook on D1, targeting that D5 pawn. So it looks like Goryachkina might just have a slight edge pull there. Tanzongi versus Anna Muzichuk. Also a very complicated fight with kings castled on opposite sides, which means it's a race who gets to the king first.
Yeah, really good games going on there. I mean, I suggest we quickly catch up with Salimova, and then we go to that very exciting opposite side castling game, because we were on this position between Salimova with the white pieces, the outsider against Alexandra, and it did look the last time we poked at this position that after C5, black's progress had been a lot swifter on the queen side, with all these pawns just steamrolling their way through than white's progress. This is the position where white really would love and need maybe to have a pawn already coming through. How did it continue? Well, C4 is a threat, so white took that one off, and black decided to take with the queen. Also quite logical. It's an active file for the queen. And I assumed that a move like pawn takes pawn had to be played here, but white instead moved the queen to F5. And this is a more active square I expect for the queen, and there is a threat, knight takes D5. So black now rerouted the knight to F8, a standard move in this position. If knight takes D5, then black is going to get some chances here, I guess, just by taking this knight off and maybe just playing C4 here. This is a bit of a wild position. Let's keep with the game, though, because this didn't happen. Instead, D takes C5 was played, bishop takes C5, and knight G3 is on the board. The current situation, I think what Salimova's trying here, all the bits, as usual, are coming towards black's king. This is typical play from Salimova, right? She just wants to go direct to the opponent's king. This is why I really like her style of play. On the other hand, black has now pressure against E3 and more space in the position, more space on the queen side. So it's still very balanced, I think, this position here, with black to move at the moment.
Very double-edged, but right now you're pointing out a potential attack on the king side with the two knights jumping in. And I'm also wondering if white has a very simple threat of grabbing the d5 pawn next. It might not be so black and white because after knight d5, queen d5, you could open up the position further for black's rook to gain tempos along the d line and enter. And just to kind of show what I'm trying to say here, Simon, let's say there's a move like knight e6 that's played. Now, you could trade the knight, you could jump onto h5, but I think you have to be really careful about taking d5. I think that could land you in big trouble. Knight d5, queen d5, and why I wanted to play knight e6 was to defend my c5 bishop, and now I can use this tempo to bring my rook into the attack. Let's say I make a move like rook a d8, and then I jump in with, regardless of where you move your queen f5, a very natural square. Rook d2 comes to mind, although I don't know if I'm walking into knight e4 in this particular position. Maybe I need to be slightly careful. But the point I'm trying to make is that black has so much play here. You could also start with a move like a3, trying to fix that pawn on the queen side. Bishop e3 tactics you're pointing out as well. So there are all these ideas, and that's what makes me question how much of a threat is knight d5. Goretchkina goes for a very direct approach. She does decide to not sacrifice any pawn. No need to get into all of that. She first hits the white queen on f5, also taking away some key squares from these knights, h5 and f5. So now when the queen falls back, at least you know that the white knights are not jumping around, and knight e6 is always a move that you have in hand. If white was to fall back with the queen to c2, you invite black's rook to c8, not only defending that bishop, but also creating threats along the c line.
Yeah, well explained. It makes a lot of sense, g6. I mean, you're just trying to limit your opponent's knights, right? And this is a good strategy when your opponent has knights near your position. Use your pawns to take away squares for where they can move into. I mean, if I was white here, I'd be most tempted just to move my queen all the way back. I mean, I was also thinking about this ending, Tanya. I don't think this is in Salimova's kind of style to go for the ending, even though she's a great endgame player. She's ground out some endings in good style in this tournament. But you know, the pawn on d5 could also be a weakness if the queens come off. So it's kind of like decision time, right? Do you keep the queens on and try to generate an attack against black's kingside, or do you go for the exchange of queens? I think my choice would be queen b1, but this comes back to probably personal preference more than anything. I like keeping the queens on the board. I like attacking. I'm not sure how I'm going to increase the pressure here, though. G6 is well defended, so I can't sacrifice there. Your knight on f8 is that little saying, knight on f8, it can't be mate. And what do I do here? I mean, how do I bring any more bits in? I mean, this knight bishop is really crap.
On f8, it can't be mate. Then what is its fate? Is the big question, mate.
Ah, I like it. I like it. Knight on f8, it can't be mate. What is the fate and of its mate? Is that right? Something like that.
Something like that.
Something like that. Yeah, nice rhyming chess slang.
It's rhyme time, but in the position, you're pointing out queen b1. I think this decision is pretty critical for Salimova, and it's going to show us how she's evaluating the current position. If she goes queen d3, it means that she senses a lot of danger in her position with black's advance and expansion on the queen side and wants to neutralize, go into an endgame. Because, and I do see that queen d3 is on the board, Simon. I think queen b1 is a difficult move to make. You love the middle game. You want to keep your chances alive in the middle game, trying to always go for the attack. But there's also pressure that black has with moves like a3 in the air, really clamping down on the queen side, creating this long-term a2 point that you can start attacking. After queen d3, if black was to trade, you take back with the knight, you're hitting that bishop, and it just feels like white can start controlling the c line. White can reroute that knight from g3 now that it doesn't have squares on f5, h5 from e2 to d4, and things just seem more in control with these central knights for white. So I kind of like queen d3, and I feel that would have been my move of choice as well.
Yes, yeah, queen d3, I have to say, it does look like a very sensible and safer choice. And because of the match situation, I mean, let's just remind, if either player loses this match, they lose. Simple as that. If you win this game, you win. You're the World Cup champion. So it's a massive one-game encounter. And keeping the queens on with something like queen b1, it is a very risky approach. Queen d3, much safer. And I mean, you know, I would expect black to exchange queens. There is an argument that black could also just sidestep, keep some pressure on the weakness in white's position e3. This doesn't look like a stupid move, because you mentioned this knight coming to e2, coming around here. This may stop that maneuver because of the pressure you have on e3. Now, bishop takes e3 is something that white would really have to think deeply about. So I might even keep the queens on here and play queen b6. And another reason for queen b6 is black has more space. White's pieces are all quite cramped here. And when you have more space, it makes sense to keep pieces on the board, because your opponent has less squares to move their pieces to. So something like queen b6, applying pressure to e3. And black has normal moves here. Like you say, I love the move a3. Maybe put a rook in the center. You could even double up against the weakness. And I would prefer to be, I think I'd prefer to be black here. The only thing you've got to ask yourself is knight takes d5 a move that can be played. And now we come back to what you mentioned with a rook coming to d8. And I assume we move this rook to d8. And is there enough play here with... Well, again, maybe knight is a move. I keep forgetting about knight e4. Knight e4 is a killer, right? Otherwise, this would be very strong. And knight e4 would be a very strong move. So maybe it's just not working, this pawn sacrifice. It looks like black has a lot of play here, but there's nothing obvious to increase the pressure in this position. We'll wait and see. Queens off or queens on? What would you do? Would you like to keep the queens on or get the queens off as black here?
I think white would be more relieved if the queens are off the board. I think Salimova is hoping for a queen trade in this position. Goryachkina needs to make this decision. After, I really like to move queen b6, but then you need to be sure about your compensation. One feels like it should be enough based on the piece activity, but that's kind of easier to say sitting here, having the eval bar as a commentator who's not playing it out. But when you're on the board, you kind of still need to make the moves. And if you see rook d8, rook d2 is not immediately working, despite opening up the D line, you might be tempted to kind of not give the pawn and keep the material balance. Queen d3, knight d3, bringing that knight to d4. I think that's an endgame that I would be happy to get as white. Looking at the position, it would be more worrisome if black decides to keep the queen trade, keep the queens on the board. We'll see the path that Goryachkina takes in this position. A critical moment here. We will keep an eye on this one. Let's bring up our bird's eye view. I've been keeping my eye on some of the other boards, and I'm starting to get a little worried about that second board from the left for Pragnanandhaa. We've been talking about this opening in the Catalan. A really interesting approach by Fabi to give up the light squared bishop. And look at the activity that he set up on the queen side. That move a4 that we've been discussing. Suddenly, the a pawn and the b pawn look like they're a bit vulnerable. That a rook from b8 can jump onto b4, start targeting the a4 pawn. The rook, which was on a7, which felt like it was a little dead, can come into the game with rook d7 or rook c7 at the right time to defend the c5 pawn. I feel like Fabi has made progress here. Simon, what's your take on this one?
Yeah, everything you said, basically. I mean, it does look like only one side is pushing for the win here, and that's black in the position. And we saw bishop g2. We talked quite a lot about this position, and I think we agreed that if anyone's better, it is black, because after rook b8, this issue on the b file and having the pawn on a4 is a real problem for white. I mean, you want this pawn back on a2, because then white would probably be better, actually, because you could play b3. But losing control of these squares, all of these squares, because your pawn has gone too far. Pawns can't move backwards, obviously. You have to be very careful moving your pawns because they create weaknesses. And having this pawn here is a major issue. We're going to see it become more of an issue. Let's have a look. After the rook attacks the knight, and now black plays this natural move, c5, allowing the other rook to enter in the game. e3 played. What a square, though, for the knight. Knight b3. This knight, gorgeous square. And again, this is because there's a white pawn on a4. Rook b1. And black's play is very simple. He goes rook b4. He attacks the pawn. He's got another outpost again because this pawn has gone to a4. And black's control of these squares on the queen side is giving him a very nice game at the moment. And Pragg is under some pressure here with the white pieces. The simple threat is just to take the pawn. You know, you go a pawn down, you're going to defend forever. But there's other problems. I mean, white doesn't have any counterplay here, Tanya. There's no real weaknesses that black has. Even the c5 pawn, very nicely defended. The black knight might better come in. If black can ever get the rook in, it's really bad news. So I'm if I was Pragg or a Pragg fan, I'd be very concerned at this moment in time.
And a weakness is only as much of a weakness as much as it can be attacked. And we see the C pawn that you're pointing out. That knight on b3 is not only an aggressive piece that plays the role of controlling the c1 square for any rook to actually target that pawn, but it's also a great defender of the c5 pawn. Meanwhile, for white, that a4 pawn is a glaring weakness right now. And it all comes back to that moment, Simon. I don't know if we can just have it up for just a bit, where Pragg had to take that decision to give back that light squared bishop. Bishop takes c6 out of the opening right after Fabi gave up his own light squared bishop would have solved all these problems. And that would have been the correct approach. But it's easy to say in hindsight, in retrospect, seeing the way the game has progressed and where this knight has landed in the position. It's landed all the way on b3, really dominating squares in white's camp.
Yeah, well spotted again. I mean, this was the moment, wasn't it, Tanya, where white had the opportunity after Fabiano played this new idea of giving up his bishop, putting the knight on c6. White could have just taken that piece off and destroyed black's pawn structure here with some chance of an advantage. But instead, the decision was made by Pragg, and it's understandable that he really liked this piece and he didn't want to give it up. And this knight a3, it leads into where we are at the moment after rook b4. But look at that knight now and look at that bishop. He's going to have nightmares about not taking that knight, isn't he? I mean, he could have got rid of that knight and really destroyed the pawns. But now this knight is the strongest piece on the board. It stops white's rooks coming to any of these squares. As you mentioned, it defends. It's a real octopus. You know, its tentacles are just controlling too many squares at the moment. And this is, the more I look at this, Tanya, the more I'm like, oh, it's a horrible defensive position for white because you can't get active either. I mean, he defended in the last game, Pragg, but this one looks even harder to me to hold this position. So great chances for Fabiano here. I mean, how do you even defend that pawn? I can't see a simple way to defend it.
And that's the most concrete, most direct question that needs to be answered, right? Because the first feeling was that maybe white can go bishop c6. That bishop that doesn't have any target, maybe can play the role of a defender. But that bishop on c6 is so vulnerable. It has no good square really to keep itself stable. Black's other rook comes into attack, rook c7. You simply hit the bishop. You can't go to e8. There's a knight on f6. And you end up losing the pawn. The more I look at this position, the more I feel that Fabi, with his fabulous play, will at least end up with an extra pawn right now, Simon. I don't really see a way to fight rook takes a4. So Pragg has to look for counterplay, has to look for ways to activate his pieces. That rook on b1, that knight on a3, that knight on a3, which was the move which might turn out to be the decisive mistake of the game, played way back in the opening. And then ever since then, despite what the eval bar says that the position might be even, the pressure has been on and incrementally increasing. And very often in chess, especially at this level, players don't make blunders. They don't lose in one move. It's this incremental pressure that keeps going and then eventually one cracks. And it just feels that ever since Pragg has played knight a3, every move has been slightly difficult to make for white.
Yeah, I mean, white would love to play knight c3 now, right? I mean, you know, if you could go knight c3, you'd be like, yeah, I'm okay. My knight is defending, my knight is nice, but that knight is terrible. You're asking the question, what should white play? And the reason that Pragg is also getting a bit short of time, he's got 18 moves to make in under half an hour, is he's trying to find a way to bring his pieces together or hold that pawn. The only way I can see to defend that pawn is a really clumsy move. And it's a move like rook b3 to attack the knight. And I'm going to try and maybe put the rook at least on c3. So the point of this move is you can't go rook takes a4 now because I take your knight. But it looks weird to me, this move. There's maybe ideas of the black knight coming around, or maybe I just get rid of my bad rook. You know, it's still very uncomfortable. This move would make a lot of sense. The rook on a7 is a bad piece. Let's get rid of the defender of the rook there, bring it into play. So rook d3 is a very passive way to defend.
But it's on the board, and I like
on the
it.
board.
I think it's
Okay.
a really nice point, Simon, that you make, because rook d3 hits the knight, like you said, kind of indirectly defends the a4 pawn. The move rook d7 can at least be met by the other rook coming to d1. And you've also sort of solved the problem of this rook on b1 being a slightly ugly rook by trading off, getting it on the open file. So I think rook d3 is a very clever way to still keep everything in balance.
Yeah, great move. I mean, Pragg is a brilliant defender, and he's going to have to be in this game. And you're right. At least this way is making use of those white rooks. So you pointed out rook d7, a potential idea to try and get rid of this rook, so you can win the pawn. And now rook d1, white's pieces coming together. And let's just have a look at what could occur if the rooks are exchanged here. It's black to move, and I can't see anything obvious. I'm trying to make the move c4 work. But we see another tactic here of c4 is ever played. You've got knight c4. And knight c4 is a very nice tactic again, where you're hitting the knight on b3. So if you can't play c4, nice move. It's not easy to find another response. I mean, I'm now looking at knight c1, but it looks very odd, that move. Knight d5 maybe, but that's just going to be taken as well. So Pragg, I think, maybe finding the only way to sort of hold in on this game, rook d3. And Fabiano's got to have a good think about how to improve the position here.
I really like it. I mean, it's a difficult position, but that's what makes these players just so strong. It's not only their ability to find ways to complicate their calculation, but their resourcefulness. In modern chess, resourcefulness and resilience is such a big strength to have. And to play a move like rook d3 in this position, to find these very critical moments, to keep the balance is super important, especially when you're playing against a player like Fabiano Caruana, who's clearly creating his chances right now. He's once again the player in driver's seat in this endgame, just the way he was in his game one against Pragnanandhaa. This one's going to be a bit of a grind. Pragnanandhaa will again have to show some amazing endgame resourcefulness, defensive skills. The other games are also heating up, and this endgame, though queens are off the board, the gloves are still on between these two players, and we will be taking a short break. Get your refill of the caffeine, get your popcorn. It's going to be a big day of chess as action continues in the FIDE World Cup.
This right here is how I use Chessable and why. I've been using it for a long time. I mean, if you look up here, I actually have my streak. It says 1,231 days, right? You're going to forget a lot of the things that are in the book. Chessable came around. When I got on Chessable, it's literally, I was already doing that. So this is now a game changer because I can do it faster. It's online. It's in front of me. All of my books are here. But there's going to be folders now so I can categorize by white, black, and tactics in game. But I literally have everything in one area. As you see, I'm scrolling here. This is why I like this. So they're like, how many Chessable books you got? I'm like, all of them. How I use Chessable is actually, I do a lot for the opening training. I do tactics on here. I do calculation. I do in-game. I do everything but the database. All my training on here all the time. Chessable is the wave. This is why I like to use Chessable. It's actually helped me. I remember even online, I was only like capping out at 2350, almost 2400 in Blitz and Bullet. My chess com is 26 with a high of 2774 in Bullet. And I blame all of this, like success, really is just working on Chessable. Just being honest with you.
back as the semi-finals of the FIDE World Cup. This is game 2, and we also have action in the FIDE Women World Cup. Not only the final, but also the fight for third place between Ana Muzichuk and Tan Zongi. A very important third spot, which will confirm a place for the player in the 2024 candidates to fight to become world champion. Ana Muzichuk leads the match with her win from round 1. Playing with white, Tan Zongi in a must-win situation with all the action on. Simon, we haven't had the time to jump in or take a closer look at this position, but what I see in front of me right now, you compare the bishops, you compare the rooks, you compare the pawn structure, it feels like Ana is in driving seat.
Yeah, agreed. You have opposite side castling, so it's going to be a sharper game here. And I know Tan, well, she must win this game, so going for a sharper position is understandable. But you often have to take a lot of risks when you're doing that. And again, I think it just comes to king safety as well, Tanya. I mean, you know, the black king, pretty safe, right? You've got 2 pawns protecting it. You've got a lot of pieces around the king. White doesn't have any open lines towards that king, but the white king has this glaring open diagonal. Where it's kind of trapped. It's kind of trapped on C1. If you can put it on A1, fantastic. Your king is safe, but you're more centralized there. And at some point, you can just feel that king could get under a big attack. You know, if the queen, the black queen's ever able to join in by, let's say, potentially swinging over to A4. If that bishop moves, things will heat up here. Now, you mentioned we haven't had a chance to look at this game very deeply, Tanya. So far, and it's maybe the most important game out of the whole competition because everyone else has a place in the candidates, but only one of these 2 players, the one who wins this match, will get a place in the candidates, right? So they're playing for a lot, aren't they, Tanya?
It is a dream to get to the candidates because it's the only way you can fight for the World Championship. And this match is also a bit of a grudge match. We spoke about this yesterday. Let's remind everyone, there is a lot of history between these 2 players. They've played for a fight for the third place in the 2021 FIDE World Cup as well, and also the World Championship match in 2017 between Tan Zongi and Ana Muzichuk. Tan Zongi has got the better of Ana Muzichuk in both those matches, but right now Ana is on the lead. So many tempting options as well for Ana in this position. You pointed out ideas of getting the rook into play. Rook b8 comes into mind. Rook e4, hitting that bishop on f4, trying to target that f2 pawn. Just a lot of pleasant choices. Meanwhile, Tan Zongi feeling a lot of pressure. And Simon, Tan, a former women world champion, she's such a strong player. But I feel ever since her match with Goryachkina, it feels like she's a bit off form. In that first game, she lost without much of a fight, and Goryachkina just advanced to the finals, made it look easy. And I feel like Tan Zongi has been struggling the last couple of days.
Yeah, it's going to hit you back. It's going to be a massive strike, isn't it, when you lose a match like that? And you've got to bounce back somehow. And obviously, I think losing yesterday would have been pretty big thing to get over because she had great chances to hold that position against Maria, where she was only slightly worse. This is the big question in chess. Magnus is like the king at doing this. When Magnus loses a game, generally he plays much better the next game. He bounces back immediately. That bounce back ability is key in a long tournament. It's something I didn't really have very well, Tanya. I wasn't able to bounce back that much. I don't know about yourself. I mean, I think it's a lot to do with your resilience, and sometimes I would, you know, get a bit annoyed with myself after I lost a bad game, and the next day I'd still be suffering from that. Are you, Tanya? When you lost a bad game, were you good at recovering, or did it affect you the next day? It certainly affected me.
I think it always motivates me to kind of get back and play. I feel like the only way for me to get over a bad game is to play more chess and to win. So I think in online chess, that's a really bad idea often because you can end up going into a spiral and a tilt. But over the board, if I'm at a tournament and I've had a bad day, I've had a bad game, I kind of want to analyze, finish that off, go for my walk, have a nice dinner, but I'm really waiting to play my next game. Nothing spoils my mood or my mindset more than sort of ending a tournament with a bad game. Even if the result overall has been great, Like, for example, in Reykjavik, when I made my second Grandmaster nom, I had, was it? It was Reykjavik one of the years where I had a really good run, and then I lost the last game. Despite a really good finish, it was just so bad because I didn't have another game to go to. So for me, it's a huge motivation, and I think it's player to player. In a match situation, it's quite different. I think from a Swiss situation, from a random opponent that you're meeting. So it kind of depends, but for me, it's a bit of a motivator.
Yeah,
I'm
it should
a-
be. It
I'm
should be a
fighter
motivator.
like that.
I can tell you're a little bit of a fighter.
Doesn't
Tanya.
always work though. I
Right.
mean, it's not like it always works, but I think in general, I want to get back to the board.
Yeah, I mean, it is a mental game, chess, after all, and you've got to be strong if you're going to be a top chess player. And that's what both players need to be here. I mean, looking at the position, you've mentioned a couple of moves there, Tanya. You've mentioned bringing the rook to b8, potentially trying to get some threats started along this file. You've mentioned also bringing the rook to e4. There's nothing immediate I can see that black can do to start generating some kind of attack here. Black's pieces are better placed, but I can't see anything that is going to force the issue here. I would love to get rid of this bishop because it feels like the black queen's on the wrong side of the board, right? I want to get my queen over there. So I logically then think, well, if I move my bishop, I can do that. So another idea could be a move such as bishop to e4. Just try to get that bishop out of the way. But the problem then is, of course, my bishop is in the way of the queen. So even though I feel black's better here, it's not clear what the next move is. I mean, let's try one of them. So let's try your rook b8. I mean, this move is lining up down there, but I don't think there's even a threat here. But sometimes in these positions, I find, Tanya, it's actually even more uncomfortable for the opponent to play a move like king h8. Yeah.
Simon, I think you're underestimating the idea behind rook b8 because I do have a sneaky threat.
Oh, okay.
I have a very sneaky threat.
Okay, let's see it. I want to see it now. Am I walking into something? Okay, so rook b8. I'm going to play like...
make like a non-move.
I'm going to play h3. Let's see it. Oh, hello. Hello. I see it. Yeah, I see it. Oh, hook, line, and sinker. Oh.
Let's see if chat sees it here. So
Okay.
rook b8, it looks harmless, but there is an idea. You are setting up a tactical trick here, and it might have something to do with an overloaded piece for white.
Yeah, it is actually quite a logical move here, and we do have it in the chat now. Well done if you spotted it. And the move is bishop takes c3.
Boom.
Of course, that is the first boom of the day. It's a mini boom, and it just overloads white pieces. Well spotted, Tanya, because obviously if the queen takes, the bishop is overloaded. So we can show that. I can take there with check, and white's position just simply crumbles here because you can't even play queen d2 because I'm going to take there and the rook will come in. So that's an easy win. And if you take with a pawn on c3, well, that's even worse because that is checkmate. So nasty. So I like rook b8. It's always good to try and create threats. And rook b8 creates a threat. White has to deal with the threat of bishop takes c3. So how would white do that now? Rook b8, nice move.
I mean, I'm just wondering if you can get greedy with bishop c7.
Ooh.
It feels a bit scary to go down that path because you
Ooh.
open up the queen, but let's just check it out if white can actually grab that pawn.
You know what? As soon as that bishop moves, I mentioned this before. I don't care about my rook. You can have my rook. It is actually that favorite day of yours as well, Tanya. Today we'll come back to that later. I'm gonna go queen a4, and I'm just gonna try to checkmate you in the most brutalist of fashions. And you know what other move I might have? I might even have a little bishop h6 at the right time. This is I don't know. Let's say you take the rook. We'll just look at it a little bit more. And my first thought is I take here and I threaten checkmate. But all right.
Just a quick update.
Yeah.
Simon, rook b8 had all these tactical ideas, looked really interesting,
Sure.
but Anna has gone for the other move that we were thinking about. I think it's a very natural approach in this position. Also with a direct threat, she jumps in with the rook to the center, rook e4, hitting that bishop. If white was to trade on e4, black recaptures with the bishop, opening up that f8 rook, eyeing that f2 pawn, x-raying it down the board, and that bishop on e4 is a nice looking bishop.
It is. That is a nice bishop. And it's got its hair cut well. And Yeah, I mean, it looks like you have to take this rook. Let's just show it. It's a rook e4, and white would probably take this one, and the bishop slips in, and this rook still has the potential on the f-file, and even coming over to b8 if it wants to, with the same ideas. And it's certainly black is pushing in all these positions, and I think, Tanya. I mean, another thing I'd like to do, let's say this bishop drops back here, I would like to start getting the queen around to a better side of the board. So something like queen e7, targeting that pawn could be difficult. So, yeah, it's looking good for Anna. If she can keep her cool, she will get that candidate's place, I think. She's just got to play in the way she's playing at the moment. Shall we bring up the bird's eye view and have a quick check at the other boards now? Anna well in charge in that game, but still chances for Tan.
Let's do it, because look at the Carlsen ABASOV board. Wow, a lot has happened on that one, and I think without any delay, we need to just deep dive into the position. It looks absolutely wild. C5, I think there's been a capture on C5. The queen under attack. Meanwhile, Magnus has managed to advance the h-pawn down the board, creating his own play against white's king. Queen C5 is coming in with a check. We will get to the live position, but let's do an action replay and see how we actually got there.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Loads of stuff has happened. So we're going to go through it quite quickly. Now, e5 was one idea, but queen e3 keeping the tension was the other idea. And this next move is really brave, I think. Magnus Castle queenside. I think it's a move you might want to avoid just because of the match scenario. A draw is good enough, but Magnus shows little fear. And now rook d2, just trying to use the other rook getting in. Magnus does the same. They both put their rooks into the center of the board. They've got to think of a plan now. The bishop gets out of the way, maybe to get ready for the pawns to fly forwards. And c5. What a move, Tanya.
Nice.
I mean, opening up the king, though, yeah, it's really, really a brave move, c5. White continues by pushing in the center, and we have an exchange there. The king finds a safer square. a3, maybe hinting at b4. Blockading that pawn in the middle. Also, white probably wishes his king was on g1 there because he has to waste time to defend that one. And rook e7, it seems like Magnus's pieces are finding some good squares. Always a good move, pushing the h-pawn. And look at this, h4. Here it comes. Trying to get in on this h-file. And now Magnus takes on c5 check. White has to go for the ending. Do we get an ending? We do. We get an exchange on d4. Rook c7 on the board. Tanya, does white have any chances to equal the match here? He's got to win. He has the d-pawn. He's got to try to make that a queen, but it's a long way from queening. A long, long way from queening here.
I would say it's been a fantastic game by ABASOV, playing this really fascinating opening, keeping the king in the center, then he goes for king f2, early f3 ideas, creating mess, and really quite an interesting fight and a battle, keeping everything under control. But there's just one caveat, there's just one problem, that ABASOV needs to win this game. If not for that, it would almost be perfect play by him, and it perhaps is, but it just doesn't feel like it's going to be enough to get your chances here. With the queens off the board, the d5 pawn weak, and I think it comes down to that really critical move c5, which was played by Magnus. And it was timed extremely well, where white couldn't have grabbed that c5 pawn, which looked like it was hanging. And let's just show that really quickly. D takes c5, runs into all the trades on the d line, and then you end up picking up the c5 pawn with a check. And not only do you end up picking up the c5 pawn with a check, white ends up losing the bishop as well. So c5, when it was timed, it forced white to take the decision to push the d5 pawn. And now with this push, you get more trades into the position. Black's king gets into safety, and this pawn is a bit of a weakness for the rest of the game. And with the black king so close to the d line, all the pieces lined up on the d file, the bishop already targeting it, I don't really see a way for white to create this weakness into a strength by being able to push it. As we saw later on, Simon, the queens get traded off as well. And Magnus's last move takes control of the c line. There are ideas like rook c5, b5 in the air. I don't think I'll be overestimating or exaggerating if I say that a win with white here is impossible.
Wow, That's a big word. That's a big word.
It's true, actually. Impossible might be a big one.
It's a big word, but I know where you're coming from. I totally understand where you're coming from. That, you know, it is Magnus Carlsen with black. If I was playing black here, very possible, really possible. But when Magnus Carlsen is playing,
I agree. That
cheers.
could have something to do with my me using the word impossible. The fact that Magnus is holding this with black. It's also the pawn structure. Black just feels like you've got no weakness right now. D6 is impossible. How do you get D6 in? How do you push this pawn further? Without being able to do that, it's more of a weakness than a strength.
Yeah, I mean, I am with you. I mean, I think impossible is possible, but only if Magnus does something stupid, right? Because I think the key word you said there's no weaknesses. Black doesn't have a single weakness. His pawns, they're nicely defended. This bishop is actually looking okay now because it always has this sort of nagging attack on the d5 pawn. Maybe White's only chance is to queen the d pawn, but how on earth is he ever going to do that? Okay, he gains some space on the king side, g4, maybe quite a logical move. You might as well gain as much space as you can. And now Magnus goes your plan. Great minds think alike. You and Magnus, you seem to be tuned in there, Tanya.
Much.
Yeah, yeah. Telepathic minds.
For me, it would be a huge compliment. I'm not sure if for Magnus it's such a great idea to play the moves that I'm suggesting. But rook c5 just makes so much sense because you're hitting the d5 pawn. You're also at some point looking at a b pawn advancing to b5, creating your own play with b5, a5, taking control of the c line. I see that ABASOV has played a move. He goes a4, so no more b5, at least for the time being.
The other thing I think, Tanya, here, let's imagine the black king gets the d6, right? If the black king gets the d6, black is, I would say, a lot better. Because there's no chance. You've got a blockade on this pawn. There's no chance that pawn will move at all. Now, you can't go king c7 to try and achieve that because you're allowed d6 check and you lose your bishop. So be careful. So that would make it very possible. I'm trying to find ways that Magnus can lose. And I'm doing a very good job. But let's say he goes king c8. Maybe he could do it the slow way. Maybe he can just come around this way. And, you know, you have a normal plan. I can put my pawn on b6. I'm not worried. Everything's defended. And I'm just going to try and get my king to d6. And that would be an idyllic position for black because your pawn on d5 is then a real target. It's blockaded. It can't move. And my rooks would also, this rook particularly, would be free to get into the game. So some plan like that, looks quite tempting. Just get your pieces to the better squares. So king c8, move around. I mean, there's other options here as well, Tanya. So Magnus went in charge. You could be right. Impossible. So, I mean...
I would love to eat my words here and to see ABASOV actually create something and to try and get an advantage here. But I'm struggling to find it. With this d pawn not being able to move forward, the plan that you suggested with the king coming to the center, it just feels like black has everything in control. If the b pawn for black gets targeted with rook b1 at any point, you always have a move like b6 keeping everything intact. White's pieces are tied down too much to defend the d5 pawn. We will keep an eye on this one and see if ABASOV manages to make the impossible possible. But for now, let's pull up our bird's eye view because the PRAGGNANANDHAA game, as we were talking about it, some similar paths there after rook d3. Fabi doesn't offer a rook trade, but puts that rook behind the pawn, and Pragg has managed to activate the second rook. So far, he's kept the a4 pawn defended by going the offensive route, by attacking Fabi's knight on b3. And just a few moves were played here. Rook d3, rook c7, and rook d1 on the board. It still feels as if black has a little bit of a pull, but I think at some point, the knight on the king side, that f6 knight needs to start participating in the game. Very sneakily, Pragg has sort of set up play against black's a6 pawn. This bishop f1 move can start targeting that a6 weakness with the rook jumping onto d6 at some point. So watch out for that.
Yeah, very, very good defensive play from Pragg. I mean, he always impressed me like he did yesterday, Tanya. I mean, he had a tricky position against Fabiano and he defended quite brilliantly, even in the ending. He knew exactly what to do. And again, he is in a tricky situation because this knight's dominating the weakness of these two pawns, but he's finding good resources, rerouting the bishop, trying to get the rooks to better squares. It's still certainly worse for white here. This King G7 move is a nice move to play. I had a friend of mine, Grandmaster Keith Arco, and he actually made a good point that when you're black, if you ever are able to play the move G5, whether it's in the opening, middle game, or ending, and it's an okay move, it generally means you're better because it's such a luxury to get your pawn to G5. You're never really able to play that move, and if you're ever able to get that in, you're generally going to be better as black. That's his big generalization, and you can kind of see that here that pawn does help. But what about we do try to move that knight, Tanya? I mean, let's say now the downside of the bishop moving away from G2 is, well, I'm going to try to get this knight around. Maybe I can put it on B6 and
It's on the board, Simon.
It's on the board. Okay, so let's put that there, and it makes a lot of sense. The main idea, I think, is to go knight B6 here and go for this A pawn with my knight, something like that. So knight B6, yeah, looks tempting here, well, as a next move.
And perhaps what white is counting on is to get the rook into activity with a move like rook d6. But let's not forget that once black's knight jumps to a4, you can lose the a6 pawn because you're also targeting the b2 pawn. So knight b6, knight a4, knight b2 is definitely a plan and an idea that Pragg needs to start thinking about. And I'm just wondering, how do you counter that? How do you actually create your play? You kind of have just one move before knight b6 is on the board. I do see a resource like knight c2. For example, if black was going to play knight b6, knight c2 is something that you have to keep in mind because the rook needs to stay connected to black's knight on b3.
That's a nice idea. So let's just show that. Let's say I go king g2 just to waste a move, and knight b6 is a move I want to play, but maybe it doesn't work because all of a sudden, oof, yeah, I'm one move away from winning. Yeah, look at the bar. Knight c2. That's knight c2 is a killer, isn't it? And you need to be able to move the rook back to one of these free squares. So actually, knight b6 not a threat at the moment, but the knight's still in quite a commanding square there. Yeah. I mean, I suppose you could go knight c2 straight away as well in this position if you just want to keep it very simple. Could you then go e4? Should we have a look at that?
I was just thinking of that. It was just on my mind. Because e4, you can't take it with the rook. You can't go knight b6. So you kind of have to fall back with your knight right now. Do you just say, I've provoked e4, it's a weakness, and now I'm going to get it with knight f6?
Yeah, maybe that's the very clever idea of blacks, because e4, a very interesting idea. You can't go rook takes, as Tanya points out, because you drop your knight. We've shown that knight b6 discombobulates the rook there. So knight c2 actually wins completely everything for white, because that rook, again, has to stay within the knight. So the only idea I can see is the knight to come back to f6. And you then ask, what has black achieved by wasting 2 tempo? And he's achieved, I think, a couple of things. Number one, that pawn is a target. But number two, it must be the d4 square. The d4 square is now under black's control. And knight d4 is a possibility that he didn't have before, because that square was very nicely protected. So this could be the high, I say high level, you don't normally lose a couple of tempos like that in chess unless there's a good reason, but I think that's the reason, right? These two squares more weakened. So I don't know. I mean, e4 might still be playable, though, because I can now go knight c2, for example, and I'm getting control of d4. Your rook is attacked, and it has to go back to one of these free squares. So let's say it goes all the way back to b8. And can I now even go e5? Quite tactical, isn't it, this position?
Wow, and it's being played out, by the way. e4 was Pragg's move of choice, and Fabi got back to the board and immediately played knight f6. So clearly the provocation of weakness was his idea. He comes back to the square that the knight started its journey on, but a lot has changed. Pawns are the only pieces that can't move backwards. Every pawn move has its own set of consequences, and you're pointing it out. The d4 square is now weak. The e4 pawn is now hanging, and I think knight c2 is on the board as well. Once the rook falls back, I don't think white wants to continue pushing this pawn to e5. You don't want to give a full lethal control of the d5 square to the knight where it can't be challenged. So after e5, knight d5 would be something that I would be worried about. And I'm just wondering if it's time for white now perhaps to actually come back with the bishop once your rook steps back. I don't know what's the right square for the rook. Rook b8 looks like the most natural move here. bishop g2, and now I want to go e5 next. Once I've controlled the d5 square, e5 is in the air, rook d6 is in the air, and maybe it's time for Pragg to get his bishop back from where it started.
Yeah. There's a lot of subtle maneuvering going on, isn't there? I mean, it's still white who's worse because of this knight being so active, because of the weak pawn here that's targeted. But at the moment, Pragg's up for the challenge. He's holding the position together. And I like your bishop g2 as well, just trying to prepare e5 at the right moment. I mean, mate, again, like you said, I don't know if rook b8 is correct. Does a trade of rooks work? The other option is you got rook d6 as well. You know, white does have the open file. This is a really useful file for Pragg, where he can create counterplay with the rook having two ideas, coming into d8 or coming into d6. So I think it's in the balance, and we'll come back to this one a little bit later. Maybe we can bring up the bird's eye view. We had a look at Magnus Carlsen's game. Not much has changed there by looks of it. Magnus went for a different idea, but in no danger whatsoever. And what about the final of the women's game? Maybe we could just see if there's developments there as well. And Salimova with the white pieces against Gorozchenko. The queens have come off there, Tanya.
But as you mentioned, that perhaps today the most important match is the Anna Muzychuk versus Tan Zhongyi, because it's really a place to fight for, a place in the candidates, and only one player will get it, the one who wins this match. And visually, it also looks like the most exciting position that we have on the board right now. Simon, do you want to take a quick look at that? Because last we left it, rook e4 was played, and we see a couple of moves have happened. The rooks haven't been traded off. The bishop was attacked. The bishop fell back, attacking the queen. Queen to e7, controlling that e line. And we see the players continue to let's at their moves. So a lot is going on, and a pair of rooks is off the board.
Bishop d3, and now black, as you say, does take on e1. And rook takes e1's played. And what they're moving very quickly in a very tough position now. And the big question is, and black has taken the pawn on c5. This looked like a good idea with d4, bishop takes c3 ideas. But is white now able to get some initiative? White does take on f5. Cool, they're playing so quick, Tanya.
Yeah.
They're banging the moves out. But I'm thinking, is white getting a bit of initiative with the rook maybe coming in? Or
but you've got rook f8. You just simply defend and guard everything with your rook. And let's not forget that Tan Zhongyi has to win this game.
Yeah, and okay, so the king's gone to b1, and black's a pawn up, right? Black is a pawn up at this moment in time. Instead, Tan Zhongyi is just getting the king safe. It does look like king a1 is a safer square, but it's a pawn, right? It's a pawn down for white at the moment. The evaluation bar not as much in black's favour as I might have thought, though, here. Black to move. What does black do next? I think it would be sensible to take the sting out of this rook e8 move. Rook e8 does seem a little bit scary. How can we take the sting out of that, Tanya? I don't know about king here. King f7 might be a big error, because suddenly the queen can threaten to come in. We've seen the king move enough, right, today, I think, in Magnus's game. So maybe just rook f8. Maybe I just cover that square.
Yeah, you don't play king f7 with a spot in the candidates on the line.
No, you have to be crazy. Yeah, so let's do that. Let's go rook f8 and just cover white's idea. And maybe next move I can even try to go d4 and open things up.
I like rook f8, Simon, but actually the move that you just suggested, d4 to be played afterwards, that was the move that's on my mind. Because I feel that when you go in with a check to e8, I do have rook f8. And it feels like a safe option, and Anna very well might choose it, but d4 is I think the super fun one. And I see the eval bar didn't exactly approve of it, but I would love to see that on the board. We do see a pawn move. It's not d4 opening up the bishop, breaking into that pawn chain, but Anna with another plan, a4. She wants to go a3 next. And that's also a very critical idea. Very nicely, she places a pawn on the light square. If white stops that threat with a3, that is progress for black. Just putting all of white's pawns on dark squares where they can become targets, and d4 is always in the air. I think we're going to see d4 at some point.
Yeah, I really like a4, actually. It's a nice move, because you can use this as a little, like, I I think they call it a bayonet attack. You know, the pawn is just to jab into White's position and try to force some weaknesses. Because, you know, let's say White does a nothing move like h4. Okay, it has gone a3, but these two moves, as you mentioned, really help just Black. Because all the endings now, the pawns are on dart squares. There's dart square bishop there. Also, your pawn on b2 can't really ever move because it's going to be on pass on. This little guy doing a great job. d4. I love d4 though, Tanya. Can we put it on the board? Let's do it. You know,
Let's do it.
Let's go for checkmate. Let's put it on the board. d4 with the idea of making the bishop have more range here after exchange on d4. And what does White do? Well, I mean, you have to get rid of this pawn at some point.
I think you have to take it. You
take
can't
it.
just leave it hanging. There's too much tension on c3.
Yeah. And now we've got to take with the bishop, haven't we? I mean, queen takes is okay. It's probably a good move, but it's a bit boring. You know, they're not our pieces. It's not our spot in the candidates. So let's take with the bishop.
Let's do
Let's
it,
do
but
it.
bishop d4 and rook e8 coming in. I don't know who's checkmating who.
Okay, rook e8. And I'm going to play king f7 because I don't want to exchange pieces. I don't actually know what I'm doing next as Black here.
Can I go queen e2 and I want to threaten a mate somewhere, someday?
Yeah, and it is White who's landing first here, isn't it? With queen e6. I've gone a little bit over the top.
It's insane. The eval bar just doesn't move. It
Really?
seems to say that Black is still fine right now
Wow.
and everything's okay. But from a human approach, this looks like Black's king has got to be the one in trouble.
Yeah, Black only needs a draw, right? Yeah?
That's correct.
Okay, now, what about bishop takes b2, going for a perpetual? Because you can't take with the queen. Okay, I'm going to try...
Bishop takes b2 is never going to happen in this game.
No, okay, all right. Okay, yeah, okay. That is just a simple and good answer to me going a bit crazy. Because bishop takes b2, queen takes, we take the rook. And if you go king takes b2, I'm going to have a draw here, aren't I, somehow? I mean, maybe even queen b5 check. Oh, God, no, maybe not. I wanted to do that. I don't know. It's never going to happen. Let's go back to reality, get myself down off the ceiling. And
d4 might. D4 might happen.
Are you thinking Black's going to take the queen here? Is that what a sane human being would do in the position? Just get the queens off. In the match situation, it's probably a good decision, isn't it, Tanya? Black only needs to draw. So why not just get the queens off? I wanted to keep it interesting. I wanted to keep the attack going with the queens, but this move might be the sane option, right? Just get the queens off. You've still got pressure against b2. You've got pawns on light squares.
I agree. And you calculate that after rook to e8 check, everything's fine. You still got everything under control. I think you can go king f7, but there's also the option to go rook f8. And you're still doing fine in both these positions. Queen d4 would be the sort of the sane approach because now if you go queen e2, I think now Black has the tactic of actually taking on b2, which isn't as insane as bishop b2.
Yeah, this could happen. This could happen.
This could happen.
This could happen more.
This is not impossible.
This is not impossible. Overloading the queen, as after this, of course, the rook is on pre, and Black is probably close to winning here. So yeah, actually, queen takes e5 just makes queen takes d4 makes so much more sense. I'd be amazed if Black doesn't play d4. It's such a human move to play. You want to open the range of the bishop, and you want to keep the initiative going. d4, very tempting move.
I think it's between d4 and rook f8 that Anna is trying to think of these two options and which one she likes more. I'm expecting to see d4 on the board, but she goes for rook f8. Just as I was saying it, decision has been made. She chooses the more safe approach. d4 is still in the air. She chooses the move rook to f8, keeps the 8th rank under control. That rook from f8 can go all the way to b8 and start creating a threat on White's king as well.
Also makes a lot of sense. Just rule out any possibility that White has of creating some counterplay with this move of rook e8. And you still got d4, right? And they say the threat apparently is stronger than the execution. Nimzovich, wasn't it? Was that Nimzo doing that? I read my system. I have to say that book is
I did too.
It's a mind bender. I wasn't sure if I liked it or not. Am I allowed to say that? Because it's a classic. It's a classic book, but I don't know. It has some very weird ideas in there. So Yeah.
I'm team my system. I
Your team.
always recommend it to anyone who does ask for a book recommendation. I think it's definitely a read that you should have in your chess knowledge. It has some great ideas, and great ideas is what Tan Zongi needs to find right now against Anna Muzichuk, who needs only a draw to confirm his spot in the candidates as action heats up in this one. And all the other games in their endgames. Can local hero ABASOV make a comeback against Magnus Carlsen? It does look like a big ask right now, but he is in the thing. And behind him, we also see a huge crowd rooting for ABASOV. Magnus needs only a draw. We will be back with all the World Cup action in just a few minutes.
Looking for a new way to learn chess? Meet Dr. Wolf, the ideal chess coach and companion. Play against Dr. Wolf as he explains everything step by step, points out strategic ideas, and alerts you to your mistakes. Train with him and go over your past mistakes until you master them. Choose from over 35 lessons created for all skill levels. No matter your level, everyone could use a coach. Download Learn Chess with Dr. Wolf for Android or iOS devices today.
Yeah, there are a few. I mean, one for sure is interviewing the Holocaust survivor in 1956, French women's chess champion Isabelle Schauffele. Started out as a podcast for Ladies' Night in the Grid, and it turned out that I got a chance to travel to Paris and actually meet Isabelle herself. That's a little piece that's going to be coming out on chess.com soon. That was just magical. I mean, I'm Jewish, and seeing the rise of anti-Semitism is really disturbing. And to be able to talk to somebody who was almost slaughtered in one of the worst atrocities of all time, but is still living 80 years later, and really not just living but thriving, like providing so much inspiration to everyone around the world. I mean, it's a magical moment. Like, this is like one of the reasons why we play chess and why we create art, for moments like that. So I feel really lucky to have met Isabelle and thankful for that. Also, another moment that really stands out for me was when Judith Polgar visited my US Chess Girls Club. We had hundreds of girls there from all over the world. In fact, we had girls from Kenya. We had girls from, obviously the United States, from Colombia. And we also had adult women there as well. So it was a huge turnout, and Judith was just so charming and brilliant in her answers. In particular, I noticed that a lot of girls asked her similar questions on a variation of like, what do you do if your confidence is shattered? What do you do if you lose a few games in a row? If you're scared, you don't know what to do. And it's funny because Judith's reply was so striking to me, because she was just like, oh man, these questions are tough for me because I've always been so confident. And she did manage to reply, but it was interesting to me to see that was a bit of a struggle for her, because she has always had that confidence that she was great. She hasn't suffered from imposter syndrome. And I think that's a big secret to her success, and just a reminder of how important confidence is to becoming the best chess player that you can be.
Chess grandmasters can lose 10 pounds and burn 6,000 calories just by sitting.
Yeah, so I've actually been spending a lot of time getting in shape.
Wow, that's great. What are you doing?
Mostly rook lifts. Oh, I've never heard of that. It's a thing, don't look it up.
Welcome back, everyone, to the FIDE World Cup semi-finals and the finals in the FIDE Women's World Cup as the local crowd waits for all the action and the results on the board between world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and ABASOV. Magnus needs only a draw. A lot of trades have happened. A lot of pressure on ABASOV. What a tournament he's had. That this might be the end of the road for him. Let's bring up our bird's eye view, because I think, Simon, we're looking at the last few moments for ABASOV in this World Cup.
Yeah, I agree as well. I mean, it looked like, as you said, an impossible task, pretty much, for White to win this game against, one of the best players in this type of positions, an endgame position where there's no weakness for Magnus. And, what's happened here? Well, a lot's happened. Pieces have been exchanged, and the Black King is finding that perfect blockading square, right, Tanya? We could even have a look just how we get there briefly, but I'm with you, Tanya. I think now it is definitely impossible for White to win. So after A4, what did Magnus play? Well, he played actually Bishop E8. He finds the target, he attacks the target. And now Bishop B3, one of the only ways to defend that one. And this allows Black's rook to come in. And the more exchanges that are made, the easier the position comes. And this was really clever, Tanya, because without the bishop being on F7, you don't have to worry about the D6 tactic, so you can play King C7. And when the king gets there, only Black will be better. So Rook E3 played, Bishop G6, and now G5, White trying to find a way in. But Magnus's idea, exchange more pieces off. And he does that very shortly with an exchange of rooks, King E3, A5, clamping down, another star move there, Tanya, making sure that that pawn remains on the light square where it has to be defended by a piece, and also giving ideas of B5, bishop takes B5 and A4, and now King D4, King D6, F4, and there's no way Magnus will lose this position. Do you think he will even try to win this position with Black? Because he did this the other day, Tanya. I think he did it against Ivanchuk, right? He only needed a draw with Ivanchuk in the second game. Ivanchuk offered him a draw. Magnus turned down the draw and went on to win the ending because he was so confident. And there's no way in a million years Black could ever lose this position now. I mean, you've always got B5, swapping things off. Maybe he can't win it either. I don't know. But he could try. He's gone Bishop H5 here.
Would you now say, Simon, that it's impossible for Black to lose?
It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. I totally agree with you.
It would need a miracle of miracles, a miracle of all times for Magnus to lose this position. And I agree with you. If anyone can actually push here, it's Black. And the reason for that is, look at White's pawns. The one on D5 and the one on A4, which have been blocked by the king and the A5 pawn, are on light squares, which make it an easy target for Magnus's bishop. Meanwhile, none of Black's pawns can be made into a target or a weakness. It's impossible to imagine White being able to come in with the king. Let's say an idea like King E4, it always runs into a check from G6. You take away the F5 square. You can also go Bishop G4 or Bishop G6, but you basically don't allow White's king in to attack the F6 pawn. If White tries from the other way, goes King C4, that would run into a check from E2, Bishop E2. So taking away the B5 square as well. I think Bishop H5, of course, there are a lot of moves. Black doesn't have a reason. There's no precision required here as Black. But again, I think there could be a little bit of precision here required for White to hold this position. But I say good news, but the thing for ABASOV is that Magnus only needs a draw, so he perhaps might not end up pushing too hard.
Yeah. I mean, maybe if White does nothing here, he's just got to avoid falling into something like Bishop D1. If White does nothing, I don't know if Magnus can really progress this position too much. The thing I thought he could try to play is B5, then A4, but that might not be enough. So as long as I keep my bishop controlling D1, it's not easy though, because I could get in a zugzwang position. Let's say you go bishop, okay, it's King E4.
We've got moves, King E4, so he wants to come in with King to F5. And you can give a check from G6. You could go Bishop G4. Basically, all you need to do is control that F5 square and not allow Black this activity. I won't be surprised if we see Bishop G6 king d4, bishop h5.
Yeah. I think if Magnus wants to draw, he can go check now. F5 will put another pawn on a light square, so white should avoid that. So king d4. And now, if he wants to draw bishop h5, I just don't see anything that white can do. If you've pointed out that what happens if the king moves, it will go backwards and forwards. This bishop doesn't actually have anywhere it can go. White's running out of moves. If it goes bishop c4, you can go bishop d1. You attack that pawn. The only way to defend it is bishop b5. And now you come this way around, and white's defense is too stretched. He's just going to lose a pawn, probably lose the ending. And a similar thing can be said if the bishop goes another way after this check. Let's say we repeat. Let's say it goes to e2 to c2. Well, in some position, if white tries to hold, you could get zugzwang, couldn't you, with bishop f3, where white is kind of running out of moves here. Because again, we saw bishop c4, that was bishop d1. If you go bishop c2 now, I take on d5, and you can't move the king to c4. I take there, and I think white has now run out of moves. This is what we call zugzwang, where every move white plays makes his position worse. And this is also probably just winning for black, this kind of position. So it's I think a draw could just be agreed very shortly. You're not going to win this position against Magnus, as you say, impossible. Will Magnus try to win though? I mean, if he doesn't go bishop g6, if he goes bishop,
And he hasn't.
He hasn't.
He hasn't.
Oh, he's
gone for the other one, bishop g4.
Wow.
And these concepts of zugzwangs are so prevalent in these bishops of same color complex positions, especially when you've got weaknesses that are fixed on the square of your own bishop. In this case, the d5 and the a4 weakness. What black wants to somehow do is combine threats with his own bishop on d5 and a4. As you pointed out, a square for black would be b3 to be able to do that, for example. And if you can do that, for white to keep both these pawns defended is impossible. So Magnus with bishop g4 kind of hinting at ambition here of perhaps wanting more than a draw. He might be going for the win.
Yeah, and I think the evaluation bar does. I'm amazed it's 0.00. I guess the computer just sees that white can defend, but there's many ways white can go wrong. You've pointed it out, Tanya. Let's say the white king goes back. Yeah, that seems like a normal move. Well, again, we've worked out that bishop f3 is actually zugzwang, and all of a sudden, white runs out of moves. We've gone through this position already. And it's not easy to play. And has he? Yeah, so this would be bad. And maybe another plan is to put the bishop on g2 in some squares. You know, just move it around this way. So it's a really hard position to hold. And the evaluation bar not really appreciating the difficulty that white is facing in this ending. Maybe even king c5. You know, that's another move white has to watch out for. The black king trying to come in and play on the queen side as well. So the only way Magnus could lose this if he overextends, and that's just not going to happen, is it?
I don't even see a way for black to overextend. You can play this another 100 moves and you'll be the one who's pushing. The one thing that is in ABASOV's favor, and I know this is far off, but it needs to be pointed out in all these positions, is that notice how the A pawn is of the wrong color than the bishop that Magnus has. So any position where the b7 pawn and the f6 pawns are off the board, let's say white manages to trade one of the pawns, the a pawn for the b pawn, and sacrifice his own bishop for the f6 pawn. Those positions are theoretically drawn. White's king just needs to come back to the a1 square, and that will be a draw. And I understand right now it's hard to imagine, but this is a defensive resource that, Simon, you know, I know, and probably all of chat knows, that this is something that's always on our minds. The color complex of that last queening square with the bishop.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, we could try to just make some exchanges to show it, because this is the kind of thing you have in the back of your mind when you're playing this kind of ending. And, you know, I'm going to play some rather artificial moves now, not the best moves. We know king d4 probably loses to this, but let's say you ever did get, first of all, this break. If Magnus runs out of ideas, he might want to play this break, for example. And let's now say that in some position, again, I'm playing some artificial moves, but white is able to play this one. Well, all of a sudden, all that white needs to do is put the king on a1, and it's actually a draw here. So this ending, for example, there's no way you can make progress. Even though you're 4 points up, when your king gets to one of these two squares, it's all stalemate. That's the issue you get. So it's kind of looks a little bit hypothetical here, but it's something that could arise. Now, we have one more move. Abasov playing bishop c2. He's got to keep his king here. He's got to stop Magnus's bishop creeping into the position. But now the king does come out to c5. And
Abasov goes back with the bishop to b3. So king d6 would be a repetition.
Yeah.
And what Abasov wants is, if Magnus does come forward with the king to b4, trying to get ambitious, then suddenly he might get chances with the d pawn at the right moment. And I'm looking at some crazy lines like king b4, d6, king b3, and does f5 win for white there?
Oh, okay, let's have a quick look. Then I think we've got to go over to the ladies section. It looks like Magnus very comfortable here, but let's just show that one very quickly. So actually, it's quite hard to find a move for white here where I can get that in. But let's just say you get the same.
No, he's played bishop to b3, so it's black's move. So let's say you go king b4.
Okay, so this is now d6. And if you did take this one, going, oh yeah, I'm going to win, we found a way that Magnus can lose. And this is one of the only ways where f5 is a really nasty move. That pawn is ready to come through to d6. But shall we go over to the ladies section? This Magnus in no danger. He's now deciding whether he's going to take the draw or if he's going to win. If he does take the draw, we'll come racing back there, I think, because it'd be nice to see that handshake. But we have this big game going on in the final of the women's competition. And in the final of the women's competition, it is, a lot of action is happening. A lot of action. And I'm going to blast through the moves. Actually, maybe we'll just go to current position. Let's just go there, because it seems we have this on the board. What has happened? There's a pawn. Black has lost a pawn somehow. How did Black lose that pawn? Well, let's have a look.
Simon, I think you just have to have a look at how we got here.
Yeah, okay, let's do it. We've done that for the rest of the lines. So we had this exchange of queens occur, and now it looked like white is doing quite nicely because of the isolated pawn and that white knight. So now black trying to take over the file. Both sides fighting for that file. The white knights maneuvering to good squares. Great maneuvering both sides, it seems. The white knight attacking the rook. The rook has to come back. And now using some tactics. Look at that. That's a horrible tactic. There's a check there, taking that pawn. There's a check there. The d5 pawn, the isolated pawn in trouble. And white just continues with this activity. Rook c6, grabbing a pawn with check. The knight has done its little ninja mission into the position. Out it comes again. Black playing bishop a7, bishop e1. Another target is alive. And we find ourselves in the current position where black is now a pawn down.
Oh my God.
12 minutes left on the clock to make 6 moves each. But white has that extra pawn. And also, this pawn is looking quite weak. The B pawn
and also
could
the
be quite...
B3 pawn.
Yeah, definitely. Could this be the game? If either side wins this, they are the winner of the World Cup. What a story this would be if Salimova manages... I mean, no one predicted that she would go all the way in this competition. No one could predict that from the start. But she's playing great chess. What does she play here, though?
Just amazing stuff. Salimova with a very healthy extra pawn gives the check on b4, forcing black's king to g8 perhaps, and then you can always come back. You want to block black from playing rook to c2. I feel like that's an activity that you don't want to allow. It still might not get black anything, but I would want to fight against rook to c2. And the one place where I want my bishop is on this long diagonal a1 to h8. I would want to put that bishop on c3 and just control everything, then get my rook to a1, start attacking the a7 pawn, and slowly but surely the h pawn will start advancing down the board. This is a real chance for Salimova to make history here.
That's right, yeah. I think you said it was an a7 pawn, Tanya, and I can see why you might think that, because,
did I say
yeah, because it looks kind of like a pawn, right? When you come over and attack it, okay, it doesn't really have many squares to go to, and it could just be a pawn. So it's like, I can see that. But I love your idea. Bishop b4 check. I think king g8 has to be played. Just put the bishop on c3. What a great square for the bishop. Controlling that pawn. Move the rook out of the way, and you might win a second pawn there. You might take the pawn on d5 there. And as you said, a great chance for Salimova to win the World Cup. Let's just get confirmation. If she wins the World Cup, there might be a chance she gets the Grandmaster title. I was thinking this yesterday. I don't know if that's true, but she certainly, in my eyes, deserves the Grandmaster title if she wins this. But more importantly, she gets a lot of money, a load of money. And what's the world ranking? Do we know of these players? I mean, she will get the Grandmaster title. I'm now hearing if she wins it. That's so impressive. I want to see some good celebrations if she does. You've got to be so happy if you win this amazing title. So, yeah.
And just such confident play. And we saw their head-to-head stat earlier on. Goryachkina with a world ranking of 347. And this is not the women ranking. This is the world ranking. And for Salimova, it is 1801. She is an international master, around 2400. If she wins this, she's the winner of the World Cup. Potentially the youngest ever player. And we're going to get a confirmation on that as well. The youngest player to win the World Cup. And Goryachkina, she's a grandmaster, one of the best women players in the world, has won the national championship in her country multiple times, represented her country in the Olympiad multiple times, winner of Olympic medals. And this would be not only a huge upset, but also a massive milestone in Salimova's career. Right now, she's up a pawn. It's not completely winning, but she has a huge advantage. It will be about technique. Goryachkina is going to fight this out, but this is a big, big moment.
Massive moment. You don't get better chances than this to win such a prestigious tournament. I mean, you're a pawn up, but it's not just being the pawn up. You have potentially another pawn that is going to drop. The Black King also has some weaknesses. For example, Knight F6 is something which is just hanging around the king. And I think, as you pointed out, Tanya, as well, the White Rook can start harassing on the queen side as well. So it's looking...
We've got the players on our screen. What do you think is going on in Salimova's mind right now?
Oh, you know what, Tanya? I think we've all been in this position where we're about to maybe win a really important game. And I think the only thing you can do, Tanya, is try to get those thoughts out of your head. You know, don't let them overtake. You're thinking about, how am I going to celebrate? What am I going to drink tonight? Maybe I can even get a glass of champagne. You know, maybe a bit of steak. Who knows? And you've got to stop thinking like that. You've got to not let those thoughts creep into your play. I don't know. I mean, what would you be thinking in this situation? It's really exciting, right? You could be World Cup champion. What a and how much money is it? I mean, it's a lot of money as well.
$50,000. That's a big paycheck. But more than that, it's the glory that comes with it. Being the World Cup winner, you've already booked your spot into the candidates. You're already going to be fighting for the World Championship. You confirm your Grandmaster title with this win. And look at the players that Salimova has taken down on her journey. If she manages to win this one, but she's already defeated Polina Shavalova. She's already taken down Anna Muzichuk. It's already been the tournament of her life so far. And this would just be that chef's kiss if she's able to convert this position. And Simon, it's a dream position that she's managed to get. She's looking confident on the screen, but she's got to be feeling those nerves right now. She knows that she's close.
Yeah, she knows that she's close. She's just got to keep her cool. She has 12 minutes to make 4 moves, plenty of time. And I mean, what do we think Goryachkina is thinking here as well? I mean, she must be thinking, I mean, I'm on the edge of defeat here. I mean, even though both these players have their place in the candidates, that's the main thing. It's still the prestige of winning this World Cup event, and it is a major event. So we have a move played on the board, and I understand this. Alexandra has played F5, lashing out, trying to create some counter chances in a position which looked very dangerous. I didn't think this was possible because the White Knight could simply come in, attack the Rook, and get ready to take some of these pawns. But Black's idea is to create, I guess, counter chances on the pawn and E3. So let's analyze this a little bit more. After F5, I'm going to continue with Knight E5. Why not? Let's get that Knight in there. With a fork against the Rook and the pawn. And if you can't go bishop takes e3 now, because I'm going to take one rook and then I'm going to come and take the other rook with a check and taking on c8. So you have to move the rook, as she has played it. So we're going to see this happen. Where do you move the rook now? Where does that rook go? I'm guessing just move it back to c7. And you just got to play very accurately here. Do you know?
On the board.
Rook c7 on the board. So we have this, yeah.
White can start getting greedy with the d5 pawn. Rook d5, sure you win the e3 pawn, and let's just get our live board up. Rook d5, bishop e3, but that doesn't really help black's cause. You simply move, sidestep with your rook to d1. And next, I'm going to target your b3 pawn. Rook b5 ideas, g6 is already hanging. Rook is coming on to d7. The bishop on c3, we pointed this out, is an absolute monster. This is getting desperate for black now. And for Goryachkina, this is nightmares from the 2021 FIDE World Cup, where she made it to the finals and lost to Alexandra Kostyuk.
Yeah, this is a nightmare for black. All of black's position is just crumbling here. The king side is crumbling, the queen side is crumbling, and white's piece is dominating the center of the board, the most important part of the board. The funny thing is, Tanya, I'd never heard of Salimova before this tournament. I certainly won't forget her anymore. But are you aware of her play? A lot. You must be a lot more. And also, Tanya, why are you not playing? Is it because you prefer commentating? But surely you could have a chance of going for the big bucks in this tournament, right?
I played one World Cup in my life, and I'm so happy that I'm commentating and not playing. The nerves and tension are beyond me, but I didn't qualify for this one. That's why I'm not there, Simon. But it's truly, of course, prestigious to be here and to play in this event. You were talking about Salimova. The first time I heard about her was when I read that she actually played in her National Open Championship and not the Women Championship. And she actually finished second there, ahead of several strong grandmasters. And I think it was Grandmaster Kirill Georgiev who won that national championship, and Salimova finished second, ahead of many, many GMs. And that's when I first heard and read about her. And then this tournament, I don't think anyone's forgetting her after this, regardless of what happens today. But it looks like this one is also going her way. But just the kind of chess that she's shown, her aggressive style of play, her ability to keep her nerves and take these gutsy, brave decisions in time scrambles. We saw her do that against Anna Muzychuk in the tie breaks. Some amazing play there, tactics everywhere. It's been a privilege, and it's been a lot of fun watching her in this World Cup.
She's so underrated. I mean, 2403 as a rating is crazy. Her chess has been great, and also just her confidence, right, Tanya? She's played so confidently. She's been attacking all the time, taking her chances when she gets them, and I think I'm in this position. She's just going to win this one. I mean, I don't think she's going to let it slip now. She's looking around on the camera. She's looking pretty confident. She's got to keep her calm now. The nerves, just get them out of your mind, But she's showing great ability to do that so far. So all good with her.
This is such a big moment for a player.
It's a big moment.
You're sitting there. You're kind of. I don't think even Salimova could have ever imagined having the kind of run that she has. She's a very confident player, and I'm sure she had big ambitions from this World Cup. But just the level of chess and the quality of play has been incredible to watch, and I can just imagine what it must be like to play this kind of chess. And now playing against one of the best female players in the world, where at least on paper you're an underdog, and to get this position with the white pieces, you feel the nerves, but it's a huge moment for Salimova right now. G5 on the board, she's completely in control. She can start targeting the B3 pawn, and it just feels like this last move has created further targets for white. The F5 pawn can also be weak at certain moments. The only thing that white needs to watch out for is a potential sacrifice on C3, where the B2 pawn might start getting dangerous. So a move like knight G3, you might be tempted to attack the F5 pawn, but I think that knight on E2 does a fabulous job of keeping everything defended on C3. So there's no need to get tempted with getting it to the king side.
Yeah, nice point there. I mean, keep your knight defending the bishop, because if you go knight G3, as you mentioned, this is one of the only ways you might allow black some counterplay. We say might, it might not work, but you just want to avoid tactics like this, which could potentially give black some chances. I mean, okay, the evaluation bar's not agreeing, but I'm with you, Tanya. don't allow that opportunity. Keep your knight defending the bishop. I really like your rook b5. What is the only danger in the position? The only danger is maybe the b pawn. Let's get rid of the only danger. I go rook b5. I don't think you're defending that one easily. Even if you are defending it, I've got my rook behind it for tactics from forevermore. And I can now maybe start moving my knight into this key square. So rook b5 is a nice, simple approach, but maybe there's something stronger here. The black king is also quite weak. And you could even think about moving your knight to try and get the rook the other way if you want to really go forwards. But everything is in white's control here. I feel we should bring up the bird's eye view because this game might not be a lot longer, but the other game in the women's section is key as well, because that's going to decide the third and fourth battle, who gets the spot in the candidates. And if we can see on the bird eye view, hopefully it looked like Anna Muzychuk was doing pretty well there. Is that still the case? Magnus is still playing. Magnus didn't take the draw. Magnus is trying to win his game. And in the Anna Muzychuk game, well, it seems pretty safe for Anna there, I think, Tanya.
Yeah, I don't think we need to go to the Anna board
No.
because we can see
Sure.
the position and it feels like black has everything under control. It's equal pawns. Black's the one who's putting pressure on that f2 pawn right now. So for Tan Zongi in a must-win situation, I don't see that happening in the position. I wouldn't call this an impossible, but it for now feels as if everything is in control. Meanwhile, Salimova in driver's seat. We look at that Prague Fabi board as well. The queen side pawns under fire right now. That last move hits the knight, hits the pawn, but it also looks like Prague has managed to keep things under control. And look at that defensive move that he just played, a knight retreating move. And I think that could have potentially been the only way to defend that a4 pawn. You offer a trade. The knight on b3 is guarding that a1 square. You need your rook there. After knight a1, rook a1, black can pick up rook c2, rook b2, the pawn on b2, but white will have enough counterplay with that a pawn marching down the board and the rook behind the pawn. So Fabi says he's not having any of that, no knight trades. He keeps his chances alive with the knight jumping onto c5. But now white can safeguard all the pawns with a move like b3.
Yeah, b3, good move. Do you want to see how we got here, or should we just stick with the position at the moment? I mean, they're both reasonably short time because it looked like Fabi was pushing, but again, I mean, I just want to show this knight a1 move though. Yeah? I mean, what a ridiculously amazing move that is. It's so rare in chess that moving your knight into the corner is a good move, because where's it trying to go? It's trying to jump off the board, right? It can't go any further off the board. It's like, you know, it kind of ridiculous. But this knight a1, a brilliant defensive move, and as you say, the only defense. Knight c5, b3 played, rook b4, some pressure against b3, but I think it remains that even if white takes on b3, let's just put king g2 on the board, for example. If you take on b3, I'm going to get my rook behind my passed pawn, and in general, this is actually a little bit dangerous for black, because the rook behind the passed pawn, I can just push that pawn and maybe bring my king over. This should be okay for white, this kind of ending. So in the current position, I'm not sure if Fabiano is even threatening to take this pawn here at the moment. Maybe there's a better move as well. Maybe you can try to bring your king towards the pawn. I mean, if I could get my king to c3 here, Tanya, I'd be trying to win this position as white, because I've got the outside passed pawns, but
Fabi's never going to allow that. You need a lot of moves to get with your king to the queen side, but completely agree with the point that you're making, that if white is able to mobilize these pawns, the b3, a4 pawns, then white's the one who might have the chances. Fabi knows taking on b3 means he's up an extra pawn, but what works for white is that white's rook can actually get behind the a pawn and just start pushing combined with the king, and that gives white just enough counterplay. In rook pawn endings, you always want your rook behind your pawn to assist in promoting. This match has been really close. On paper, Fabi a favorite, but Prague, of course, you can't underestimate him. He's shown amazing chess. He's knocked out Hikaru Nakamura. He's knocked out other grandmasters, including Arjun Aragasi. But Fabi has been on top form in this World Cup himself, taking down Jan Krzysztof Duda, taking down Lenia Dominguez. He's the only player who's undefeated at the FIDE World Cup. And we can see the close battle in round one as well. Fabi with that slight push, trying to grind it out, but wasn't successful. And I think it might be the same storyline in this one.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think Fabi has done many things correct here. He got a slight advantage, but like yesterday, Prag's defense has been what's impressed me maybe most out of out of anything to do with his play. He gets his tough positions. He's a young guy still, right? I mean, King E3 was played, by the way, and being able to defend against such experienced players like Fabiano when you're worse, that is a skill in its own. That's a skill I was never good at, Tanya. I mean, I was okay at attacking. I was okay, positional play endings. But when I had to defend, I just crumbled. I hated defending because you just got to sit there for hours on end in a worse position. Now, if we go back to the game, let's just point out why knight takes b3 wasn't possible. Yeah, and I think the point is the king's gone to a square. It can't be checked. So you can just go rook b1. Oh, knight takes a1. Ooh,
but you take rook a1, and that's the point. It's the tactics continue. So I mean, I was also thinking the same thing. I got stuck in that same track, and we've got to show it that if you take rook b4, at first it looked like white is winning here, but rook b4 runs into a fork with knight c2. Black picks up the rook, and black's the one who's winning the position. But Prog's definitely seen this, and the idea is to get that rook behind the pawn so you don't get greedy with the rook on b4. You simply capture the knight on a1, and you're happy that you've advanced with your king closer to the queen side pawn, and the a pawn will start marching down the board. And this is our key defensive idea for white.
Yeah, and white could actually win this position, funnily enough, because it's just a race. You're going to push the pawn, your king's going to come over, and it's the kind of position that actually Fabiano should avoid at all costs, because he could lose, right? I mean, he has to put his rook passively in front of the pawn, and he has to at some point give his rook up for the pawn. So do not go for this ending. Even if it's okay, you don't risk it. So that's why Fabi is starting to activate his kingside pawns. He's got to create a pass pawn of himself, and he's done that by playing f5. I would love to get my king to c3, as I've said, Tanya. Can I do that now? I mean, can I go kick? I think I mentioned with the king there, I can try to play for a win. Let's go king d2. Let's see if I can get my king to c3 and try to break your blockade of my pawns by doing this.
Now knight b3 definitely runs into king c3. So I think that's a really terrible idea. Knight b3, king c3 might just be lost. Whoa. What's happening, Simon? What am I missing?
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know. It looks let's just leave it. It looks good for white because white's going to win a piece. It might be.
I mean, rook a4 you might hold, but this is going to be a struggle.
Yeah, white's clearly better here. White's got the extra piece, right? Of course, the computer doesn't think that's the case, but I want to have the knight in this position. Thank you very much. Give me the knight. I will take it. And again, this is something that you don't want to do. As Fabi. So kind of king d2 looks kind of tempting to me because I want to push that rook away and queen a pawn. I see a queen, I try to get a queen. Just play very blunt chess here. What would black do? I'm not sure. King d2, one option. Coming around here. Let's say you go knight e4 to try and stop my king getting there. And I go king c2. I'm trying to bring my king nearer. And I want to go king b2 and knight c2. I mean, this is a very complex position. Whose pawns are going to advance? Black's pieces are better placed. But if I can get a couple more moves in, I'm going to break the blockade. And then I'm going to start pushing my pawns. So even though, again, the evaluation bar says this position is kind of even, did he go? He went king d2.
He did.
Well, okay. Even though the evaluation bar says this is even, Tanya, this could be a win for either side, right? Because they both got pawns. They're both pushing. It's not a dull ending by any means. And Fabiano's just trying to get a queen himself here, pushing that pawn to f4. Sensible chess as well.
And you mentioned this idea of getting the king to the queen side, and at that point I thought that's never going to happen. It's not even a possibility that white will manage to do that without Fabi picking up the pawn. But we see that it's actually ended up being a race on either side. King has arrived on c3, and I fully agree. This is the kind of position you take that eval bar, you take our silicon friend and throw it, chuck it out of the window, and just understand that this is a game, an end game for 3 results. Because black has got the passes rolling down the board on the king side. White will start pushing down his own pawns on the queen side, and it's anyone's game. And very often, draw is the least likely outcome in these kind of positions.
Yeah, this is the kind of position which could go either way, right? I mean, whose pawns are going to be quickest? I mean, as you say, these pawns are coming, but let's say I just go a5. I mean, I'd love to go b4, but I don't want to lose my a pawn. So let's get it one space nearer queening. They say past pawns must be pushed.
Let's go f3.
F3. Oh, okay. And now I'm going to go. Well, can I go b4? No, the valuation bar says no.
No idea why though. Maybe it's because I can give a check on e4. Knight e4 is tempting, and because your king can't stay connected to that b4 pawn. For example, king b3, and I'm already going f2, knight d2.
Oh, knight d2. See, this is the kind of thing you could easily fall into, right? That's dirty. That's a dirty tactic. Knight d2, or if you want to, you could get a knight there first.
Oof.
Actually, maybe get a queen, right?
Maybe a queen. This is the World Cup, Simon.
Okay, all right. It's not a bit of chess on chess.com 1 minute bullet section. Yeah, so there's danger here. So you have to be very careful. I mean, whenever there's knights on the board, right, there's always tricks. And black's knight is more active than white's knight. So Pragg just has to be careful how he pushes the pawns.
But that's
really complex.
Simon, if he can't make hand moves like the ones that we were making, right? A5, it feels like could end up in a bit of trouble after f3. You need to be precise here. Okay, a5, f3, I see that there's still balance in the position. But what is the move? You can't move your knight from a1 anywhere because the b3 pawn hangs. Do you want to make your rook passive right now? Rook f1, I was thinking I can just go g4.
Yeah. I love g4 or f2 even, relying on some... I love these little tricks, you know. So rook f1, trying to keep control of that pawn. Well, g4 I think is the sensible move. But if you want to be really flash, you could try a little tactic like this again. Maybe your pawn's a little bit too weak there. So yeah, just go g4. And then we're getting ready to move
and I think
the e-pawn there.
That's why he's decided to trade. He doesn't want to allow this kind of a fix, which gives black these passes. So Pragg starts with trading on f4, and I think that's a good idea. You don't want to give black f3 and g4.
No, yeah. Why allow that possibility? Let's get rid of the g-pawn, as you say. And now maybe we can do the same thing. So let's say we do go a5. And if you go f3 now, maybe this is where... I mean, I could even throw a check in first to try to put your king on the f-file, so I can go for that pawn with check. So let's just try this. I go check. It looks a bit strange because I allow your king to come nearer the center. But my point is, you can't go f2 now, which was the tactic before because of knight e4.
Nice.
Because I take it with check. I've put your king, and now Pragg is actually winning. So
he's about 45 seconds on the clock. He still is in move 39, so he's got one more move to make after this. And I think there is a little bit of precision required by white here.
Yeah, also by black. I think both sides have to be a bit careful because we just saw in that last line, black would be losing. I mean, it seems so natural. If you can push your pawn, push them. You know, just get them going. So
I agree with Suresh. Did you see that feature chat that I would lose with both colors here? I feel you in this position.
Yeah, I would.
Totally possible. But the good news for Fabi is he's got about 4.5 minutes to navigate these complications. Pragg down to less than 10 seconds. Wow. He goes for the move a5.
He's gone for the move a5. Good choice. Push the pawn. Why not? You know, try to get a queen. That's what you got to do in the ending. And he did it. How much time did he have? Okay, he had 2 seconds, did he, when he made that move? That's a little bit close to comfort. He's a cool customer, old Pragg. They all the Indian juniors seem so cool. Tanya, are they as cool as they seem? Like really chill, relaxed?
They're super cool, super chill on the board and off the board.
Yeah, are you super chilled as well? Are you like just relaxed, easy? Take it as it comes. This is
going to turn into a therapy session. Before we go into that, Simon, I think we should go to the chess and stick with it.
No therapy today for Tanya. Okay. Okay. Well, this one is going on. They've made Pragg has made the time control, and it's a really interesting ending. If you forget about the evaluation bar, it'd be incredibly tough to work out who's better. I think we should just have a glance back at Magnus's game. Magnus turned down a potential draw in order to try and win the ending. Can we maybe jump back to that one? I think just to see if he's maybe even going to regret that idea. Because why not take the draw? Why not save some energy? And we had an ending like this where he's moved his king in. has he made any progress? So he's now trying to get his bishop to attack the light squared pawn, and they dance around a little bit here. There's really no way Magnus should lose, and he's taking a little bit of risks, allowing that d pawn to move at some stage. Okay,
That's
changes
the thing.
his mind.
Anytime you go forward with d6, black's king just comes back and the d6 pawn would fall. So white needs to time that push really well as at the same time.
Yeah, and I suppose the bishop is always covering that pawn from coming too far, so it is quite safe. b6 played. Again, Magnus could have gone for a draw with king c4 there, but he loves fighting. Bishop c2, comes back here, bishop d3, king b4, and his king is marching all the way down, Tanya, but now it's changing its mind again. And he's coming back. And here, white plays d6. I mean, this is the kind of move. If I was Magnus, I would have taken the draw by now because I wouldn't have enough confidence to allow that pawn to get to d6. I would have the draw. I would go for my beer. I'd have one beer just to, calm down a little bit, get ready for the playoffs. And I wouldn't be sitting here playing this one on because, that's still a pawn, right? If I get my bishop, to example, to b5, it's not going to happen. But if I do, I can win this position as white.
Yeah, I think it's time for Magnus's king to continue with the dance and actually step back. King c4, king c5. You want to get to that pawn as quickly as possible. I'm just wondering why he's paused here. What do you spot?
There's an amazing. It's your idea. Okay, let's see if anyone can get this. Now, I think maybe an idea Magnus was thinking was king b4, right? You go this way. But after king b4, white is winning here with your tactic, Tanya. This is a really horrible trick. Can anyone see the move here? This move kind of seems natural because you want to come to c5. At the same time, you maybe want to get push this. This doesn't look like a stupid move, but white is now winning incredibly with bishop g4.
Oh my god.
What a move.
Stunning.
That is quite sick. Because, okay, if you take on a4, well, I mean, maybe
D7?
you have some chances, but d7 is going to be a piece up for white and great chances to win. But the big trick is if you go bishop takes g4, now the move you point out, Tanya, f5, and you can't stop that pawn from queening. Is Magnus? He's not going to fall for this, is he?
But if you go king c4, I think it has the same problem. King c4 also should run into bishop g4, right?
Wow. So king c4, bishop g4 again.
But why is the eval bar saying that this is fine for black? What on earth is going on?
Oh, what a tactic, though. You can't take this one, can you? Because f5 and black cannot stop this pawn. Magnus is, I think he should have taken that draw. He's really, he's pushing the boundaries a little bit here.
Oh, God, and you can see it on him. He's feeling it. He's feeling a little uncomfortable. He's, of course, spotted king b4, bishop g4. But intuitively, I felt like king c4 should be the way. And I'm not really sure why, because I was thinking king d5 gets stopped. You want to get in with your king to c5. But for me, it's really interesting that bishop g4 doesn't work here, but works if you go king to b4. And what's the big difference, Sai?
Well, I mean, the difference is that you have this check and the white king has to go to a passive square. So in the previous example, so if we go back to the position here where the king goes to b4, the king is not controlling these three squares, so which it is on c4. So if we now go bishop g4, for example, you go, I think this is the reason, you go check. I'm assuming I can go king d4, and my king is just a little bit better placed here for the ending. And again, this is one of those ones which, without the evaluation bar, I wouldn't. I'd have to calculate very deeply because I'm kind of guessing. But in the other line with king c4, let's say we do the same thing and we go check here. My king cannot come towards the center, so I can go to f5, but then I get in the way of the bishop. And if I go to e3, then the king is a lot less active. So there might be some draw here where these pawns are coming through. Even this is really complex, Tanya.
Super
and I bet
complex.
Magnus is has spotted this, and I bet he's like thinking, hang on a minute, why didn't I take the draw? Because even in this position, you know, you're going to have to give your bishop up. Is Magnus going to lose his bishop? He might have the draw, but
Is it safe to say that it's not impossible anymore?
yeah, it is safe to say. Well, look, you go king b4, you lose. You actually lose.
Oh my gosh.
We said that it was impossible for Magnus to lose, but he's doing a good job of making the impossible possible. This is actually losing because of this amazing bishop g4 move. I think he's realized this, Tanya.
He has. He's taken about 5 minutes already at this point. He's down to under 6.5 minutes right now. He's definitely spotted king b4, bishop g4, and this tactic of f5, which actually we had brought up in a different position with the same concept. We have a move. He has gone for the right square. He's gone for king c4.
This was okay. So one move was losing, king b4, and it is a tempting move, but he found the only move, king c4. Now, if he can get his king to c5, he's safe. But bishop g4, it's still very hard to work this position out for black. I mean, Magnus
and ABASOV plays it instantly. ABASOV plays it instantly and gets awarded with a double exclamation. That's a brilliancy on the board. You have to admire his play. He's created his chances. He's managed to ask questions, made Magnus go into a position where Magnus needs to be precise in a position that it felt impossible to do that. And Magnus getting a bit shifty now.
I would be getting a bit shifty here. He's turned down a draw on a couple of occasions, and now he's only got one move that saves a draw. Every move, except for, and we'll come to that move in a second, will lose for Magnus, because we've got to show this tactic again. This is a brilliant move. If you take the bishop, f5, discombobulating, a blocker. There's no way you can stop Derek the d-pawn queening. Derek will become a queen on d8 there.
He's reaching out. He's not going. Is he going for the bishop? Because bishop c6 is the only move. It is on the board. Magnus Carlsen finds it.
Wow, he is the best player in the world for a reason, Tanya. And he has found the only possibility. And this check, I mean, again, finding this move's quite hard, Tanya, because another tempting move, I say, is to take on a4, right? This would be quite tempting. And do you know why this move loses, Tanya? And again, I'm using the computer here to help me because I can't work this out quick enough. Bishop e6 check first, forcing the king to a bad square, and then I queen. So Magnus has found it. Bishop c6 check, forcing the white king to a bad square. And then he can take on a4 and apparently give his bishop up for the pawn. But even this, Tanya, without incredible calculation, it's very hard to work out. Let's just show some variations, Tanya, right? So let's say the king goes to e3. Let's have a look at this first. You have to get rid of this pawn because you're going to have to give your bishop up. White is now going to try pushing this pawn at some point. I don't know if you give a check first, but let's just say he does push the pawn. Magnus has to take it, and you get this ending where a human, to work this out, I don't think any human would be able to snap and say this is a draw. It's not possible. Because White's idea is maybe to take this pawn and try and cover the other pawns of the bishop. I mean, could you do a snap call here, Tanya? I certainly couldn't. I wouldn't have no idea who's winning this position at all.
And we have the luxury of the eval bar telling us that everything is in balance. King c4, king b4. We can work it out because we see when things go wrong with the eval bar guiding us. For Magnus right now, he doesn't know what the objective evaluation is. He doesn't know if he's played all the accurate moves. He's playing on calculation and his feeling right now. And his body language, it does show, Simon. I think it's echoing what you said, that maybe I should have just taken the draw. I should have just repeated when I had the opportunity. Now, White is the one who's pushing. He's got the extra piece. Magnus needs to be precise with calculation. The balance is still there, but one wrong move, and it's into playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I expect he may have worked it out, Tanya. He may, because it's Magnus. I mean, not many people could, but it is Magnus. And it is kind of a number crunching thing. You kind of think B5, okay, these pawns are going to come from...
Simon,
let's have a look.
Let's have a look at the lines. So these are the concrete forcing lines. How does it go? After B5, I want to get in with my king. And the first line I want to look at is king E4.
So let's try this. And all of a sudden now, Black is winning because at a4, this is the lines both sides will be thinking. I think black's winning. King f5, a3. I can take here still because I got this check. So black pushes with b4.
I give a check. And you go
We give the check.
C3.
And I'm ready for b3 and
we have
a3.
the live board. Let's just point out, let's just tell everyone that
Yes.
we have the live board on that bottom right of the screen. So this position is on the board.
Actually, this is looking like a draw as well, Tanya, because at some point you get this technical draw, and I want to show this with one tempo to spare, and it is an incredible draw, but you get this ending, and this is a technical draw. And the reason this is a technical draw, just to show you why, you get this kind of position where here white can go king h8, and with the pawn having the bishop's pawn, it's a draw because black can never take that pawn because it's stalemate. So that is like an incredible line. But even that is a draw. So okay, let's keep looking. So this has occurred. Bishop takes e4, bishop d7, bishop takes b5 on the board. Magnus has kind of worked this out, hasn't he? Only Magnus would have worked this out. Not many other players in the world. And what have they done? Did they agree to result?
They haven't done anything. They've just get new score sheets. Everything's fine. The game continues. Simon b5 on the board. So Magnus still playing precisely. But it's crazy. We were talking about how black's a pawn at some point was the wrong color with his bishop, but it might be white's f pawn that actually saves it for ABASOV, but in certain positions. But for ABASOV, saving is not enough. He needs to find a way to trick Magnus here. So if king e4 is not the way, and somehow black is the one who manages to queen, we saw the a pawn and the b pawn together are super fast in advancing. I don't really believe that ABASOV can afford to get his king to the queen side, because then the black king starts targeting the f pawn.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if your king starts to go passive to stop those pawns, you've only got this one pawn here, and it kind of feels like the black king should just be able to target that. There is some potential line where you can put the pawn on f5, maybe get black in a blockade position where he'll lose the pawn. So, for example, let's say you go f5. I don't think this is going to work, but we'll show it. a4. And now I try to bring my king around. So let's say I go king here. Now, you can't really go b4, I don't think, so I take on a4. So you do the same thing we looked at. I now get my king here. You go b4, and I've blockaded the pawns with king here. And this is probably still a draw, Tanya, even here, because I can never take on b4 after the king just glues itself to the f pawn. Because as soon as I take on b4, you play a2. And the bishop has to take this one. And because the black king has glued itself there, you eliminate the last pawn, and the game is a draw in that position. So even here, white doesn't have a winning plan. The bishop can't do anything. It's got to remain defended here, and the black king just keeps itself glued to the f pawn, and it waits for the chance to play a2. So it does, now we're looking at this a bit more, seem that Magnus is kind of safe here. I say kind of safe, but I can't see any winning tries for white here. The funny thing is, Tat, you mentioned the f-pawns. If you move the pawns to the e-file, it might be winning for white, because, or to the g-file, because that pawn in that final position, it might be winning for black. It's so confusing, because that last line we looked at, the pawn being the bishop's pawn, technical draw when it gets to f7.
But you might have a point, because if black's pawn was on g6 instead of f6, the bishop, the bishop can actually start targeting it sooner and then sacrifice itself for those queenside pawns, and that would give white the chances. But because that f pawn, only the king can attack it, it's far away, it gives black a lot of tempos. And Simon, it comes back to that decision between king b4, king c4. And now all of it is so much easier to understand. If black's king was on b4 in the same position, white's king would have been a lot more active, and black's king would have come in the way of his own pawns from advancing, losing some very critical tempos. So king c4 was really the only move to keep things under control. Let's show it one more time.
Yeah, so this was the key position where it was quite easy for Magnus to go wrong. White had just played the brilliant d6 move, and Magnus now had a choice between two quite natural-looking moves. He found, of course, the right move, king c4, But if he'd have gone king b4, we'd get the same sort of line that we had in the game. And let's just go to our current position. But as Tanya points out, you'd have the king in the way of the pawns. And that one tempo could certainly give white very good and probably winning chances. But in this case, black's pawns are going to be too strong. And black has a very simple plan. And it looks like Magnus has got that draw in this position. So very exciting ending though, Tanya. I didn't think this would be exciting as this, you know, and it's like, I think Magnus may have had a little heart attack there when d6 was played. Or do we think he had it all covered? We'll have to ask him if we get a chance afterwards, right?
100%, because I think he felt it at that moment that something's gone wrong. He went into a really long thing. He calculated his way through, but you could sense from that body language and from him shifting around that it was a tense moment for him as well. And king c4 still kept it under control, but literally hanging by a thread in that position. Now it looks like Magnus has found a way. Should we use this opportunity to just bring up our bird's eye view and check in with all the boards?
Let's do it. Let's have a look at how all the other games are getting on. I think Magnus will get to that draw now. He will get through to the final. And Prag's game was really exciting there. Not too many moves in Prag's game, not too much of a change there. Either side could win that one. They're pushing their past pawns. And in the women's section, well, I mean, we can look at the game Tan versus Muzichuk, because that is maybe, as we mentioned, one of the most important games, because the winner of that game gets a place in the candidates, the way to become world champion. And obviously, there's action everywhere. Where do you want to go, Tanya? Do you want to pick a game that we can have a bit more of a dive into?
We can do a quick look at the Anna Muzichuk Tanzangi because there's a nice little trick on the board with Anna's last move, c5. So let's just show that before we jump into the other boards. Anna needs only a draw to go through into the candidates. She's up a pawn currently, and that last move pushing that c-pawn, seemingly blocking her bishop from defending that a7 square. But unfortunately for white, a7 doesn't seal the deal, even though black's king can't get to the pawn. But black has this check with c4, giving up the c-pawn, winning the a7 pawn, and with pawns on the same side left, this would be a draw, or black would be the only one to push this position. So first, Tanzangi does stop any ideas. King c4 played, which gives black the time to step in with her own king towards the a6 pawn. And the square chosen is king to c6, I think, by Anna. Now, if you advance the a pawn, black's king comes to the rescue.
And it looks like Anna should be pretty safe here, because the only real danger in this position is the a-pawn. And black's king has got there just in time. You can't really cause too much damage with your bishop, because it's the light squares that black always has control of. The king, as soon as that pawn comes forwards, has the light squares, which white can't control with the dark square bishop. So it looks pretty safe. There is maybe some tricks here that you have to be a little bit wary of, but they're only enough to draw anyway. I was thinking,
like the one on the board, bishop d6. You were going to point it out. Has been played. Come take the bishop, but Anna's never going to do it. Trying to deflect the king from defending that a pawn from queening. It's not going to happen. As Chad is saying that it looks like Anna's got this. I think she does. She can simply march with her king to b6. I don't believe bishop c5 would be good enough in that position. Black's king will be in time. Simon, this one should end in a draw.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Prague game, I really want to rush to that one because we were talking about a race, and the race is on.
Let's go there. So all the games getting very, very tense now. And this Prague game with Fabiano and Prague, I mean, again, the evaluation bar is saying that it's dead equal. But without that evaluation bar, that is not an easy thing to see. The last position we had was with Prague pushing one of his connected passed pawns. And it is a race with white just getting those pawns going, and Fabiano getting his pawns running down the board. First of all, Fabiano starts with a check. He puts his knight into a central square. The white king tries to go into the safest place it can, where it can't be checked anymore. Here comes Freddy, the f-pawn, and now Prague at last gets his knight to a better square. The f-pawn keeps marching down the board, and the idea, the threat is now something like knight to d2. So let's say it was black's move. knight d2 here would be the winning combination. You're trying to queen your pawn, and if rook takes knight, you distract the rook away from f1 so you can queen it. So this is the big threat at the moment, and Pragg has to find a way just to deal with that threat. My first thought, Tanya, would be get the knight to the central square, get the knight defending that pawn from going any further forward, and I'd probably play knight e3 like a shot here, just centralizing that bad piece of mine. But still, the play goes on here.
It's a very complicated position already, because Black's got that pawn to f2, and Black also has a very strong knight defending that pawn, which gives Black's king the option to actually think about starting to march down the board. Once the king joins the party, and if White isn't able to do much until then, it could really go in Fabi's favor. Also, let's not forget that the rook and the knight, Black's rook and knight, can start targeting the queenside pawns. For example, a move like a6, just trying to create play for White. I like your move knight e3 a lot more. I think a6 could be trouble, because Black can now start hitting that a6 pawn. Simply go rook to a8. I don't really see a good way to defend this, because now knight b4 is met by your idea of knight jumping onto d2, I would think is the move here. And then f1 is unstoppable. No more knight e3 in the air. So White would end up losing that a pawn. So you need to really hold on to it, not rush with it. Knight e3 feels like the natural move, and I'm just wondering if after knight e3, can Black start thinking about getting king to the party? Is it time to play king on the hill?
Yeah, why not play king on the hill? And I love your idea. The king is, as we know, one of the most important pieces in the ending. And if you can, for example, just turbocharge the king all the way down there, you're going to win the game. So king f6, I like that move. There are other options of, again, I targeting these guys, but king to f6 asks the question to White. You have a simple plan. Your king, your knight, and your pawn are all connected. They're all defending each other. They're all working very closely together. The evaluation bar is always hovering around even here, but I just want to just keep saying this. It's so hard to play this as a human, right? To defend this, and it is White who's got the harder moves, Tanya, isn't it? We're finding that now.
Agree.
White's got to be much more accurate with this pawn one square away. So Pragg's got to keep up his great defensive play in order to take this to playoffs tomorrow.
Things are definitely heating up in Baku, Azerbaijan. Will we see a playoff, a tiebreak between Pragg and Fabi? Can Pragg hold this one? Will Magnus make it to his first final by holding on his game after a bit of a scare in that one? And will Salimova make history by winning the World Cup? She does have a winning position against Goryachkina. We will be back with all the answers to all these questions in just a few moments as things are heating up. We will go into a short break and be right back. Don't go anywhere.
We are live in Oslo, Norway. It's a beautiful day, a beautiful summer. You know the drill. We've done this before. Ma'am, do you mind if I ask you some questions real quick? When I say chess, what's the first word that comes to your mind?
Game, puzzle.
Puzzle. That's brilliant.
Chess, horse.
Smart.
Black and white.
Black and white. That's 2 words, but I'm going to let it pass. If I say chess, what's the first word that comes to your mind? I don't know if I have any other questions for you. Okay, when I say strategy, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Puzzle.
Puzzle. Oh my God. Magnus Carlsen.
Chess.
The answer was puzzle, actually. That was the correct answer. That's okay, though. Okay.
Yeah, I love chess.
You do love chess.
Yeah.
Do you play chess?
Yeah, sometimes.
You play chess online?
Yeah.
Where do you play?
Chess.com.
You play on chess.com,
yeah.
of course. Do you know who Magnus Carlsen is?
No.
Okay. Could you name any world chess champion?
Vishwanath.
I knew you were going to say that. Obviously, you know who Magnus Carlsen is.
Sure.
Right?
He's a hero.
You know how good he is?
The best?
Yeah, he's the best, right?
Yeah.
Has Norway changed now that Magnus isn't the world champion?
Yeah, it's kind of a bit more sad vibe.
Yeah. Do you know that he's no longer the world chess champion?
I did not know that.
Yeah. So you didn't know why you felt sad, and now you know why.
Yeah, I guess he'll get back up
He'll
there.
get back. Do you know why?
No.
He left chess to become a footballer.
Actually.
Yeah, actually.
I think it's very different, chess and football.
Yeah. But he's an athlete, so he can pull it off.
It makes sense.
It makes sense, right?
I don't know who he is.
You don't know who Magnus Carlsen
No.
is? Okay. He's a professional footballer, one of the most well-known in Norway.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so...
Sorry, I'm not from here.
Okay.
I heard there was a huge chess tournament thing where he accused another player of cheating.
That's true. Do you know anything about that scandal? Have we done our job, Oslo? Oslo, they are an educated chess city, a city of deep-thinking people, a city of beautiful people, a city where chess comes to life.
And Magnus Carlsen seals the deal with a draw. He makes it to the finals of the FIDE World Cup for the first time ever. And what a game this has been with ABASOV, finding his chances, but in the end, with precision, it ended in a draw despite losing the match. What a tournament this has been for NIJAT ABASOV. It is the end of the road, but definitely a milestone and a lot to be proud of.
Yeah, he's had a great competition. He showed some great resourcefulness in that last game as well. He never really had enough from the position to really be pushing for a win. But he found this amazing idea with Derek the D pawn later on that at least made Magnus, I think, a little bit concerned for a moment or two. I'm sure we'll try to get him on an interview a bit later on, but we can just maybe show how the game ended. It went really along the ways we thought it would, or very similar, with Magnus using his pawns to distract the bishop away, and the white king ended up coming backwards, the check, but now the black king just goes towards the pawn, as we said before, gluing itself to the pawn, and there it is, glued to the pawn, and it keeps on the pawn. We had this position on the analysis board pretty much, with b3 being played. I think we had this exact position, and the problem here is the bishop has to remain on that pawn with any winning chances, but then the king remains on that pawn. As soon as the bishop moves away, well, of course, there's many ways to draw here. King takes pawn is enough, but they get a draw in, well, they play on a little bit here, but they get a draw, king versus king at the end there. So it was a tough fight, but I think both players have got quite a lot to be proud of there, Tanya. I mean, Magnus is in the final and ABASOV is in the candidates, right?
Just incredible stuff. And we saw when ABASOV was walking off, he kept looking back, I think just realizing and taking it in that this has been his last game, his last moment in the World Cup, and sort of just soaking everything that he's achieved along the way. And we also saw as the players left, the crowd did as well. They were there supporting their local heroes, supporting ABASOV. and seeing them walk away. We saw a bunch of the spectators also leave alongside them, but there is also big action on the Pragnanandhaa Fabi board. Magnus is into the finals. Who will he face? It will be one of these two players.
Yes, and I wonder if there's a player he'd rather face out of these two. I mean, he's played obviously both of them a lot of times before, and you know, he's played Fabiano for the World Championships. That's a pretty big match. And Magnus has also played Pragg a lot of times in the Champions Tour. And actually in the Champions Tour, Pragg has beaten Magnus on, I think, at least 3 different occasions. So it's kind of a tough one. By the way, we have another result there, Tanya.
We do.
And let's just bring up the bird's eye view so we can see that result. And this is also great news for one of the players.
Yeah, and that is Anna Muzichuk, who seals her spot into the Candidates 2024, winning the 3rd place match. And I also stand corrected. It might be the end for ABASOV to make it to the finals, but it's not the end of the World Cup for him, because he will be playing in the fight for 3rd place against the loser of the match between Pragnanandhaa and Fabiano Caruana. So he will be back for that. But once again, it comes down to whether... For him, I think he's already sealed his spot into the candidates. But of course, winning that 3rd place match would guarantee it, regardless of Magnus's decision to play or not.
Yeah, just to make it sure there. And yeah, we can see the results there. And Anna Muzichuk, really important match there. And Tan still, I guess, has to qualify for the candidates now, which is the way to try and become world champion again. And having a look at the other games, well, I think we will go to Pragg's game against Caruana, because this is going to decide who plays Magnus for the final and who plays for the 3rd place position. But anything changed here? Well, we looked at it last time after the move F2 had been played, and Black's idea here was this very crafty knight to D2 move. We were looking at many options, but in the end, Pragg decides just to blockade that pawn with the rook. Now, my first thought here, Tanya, when I saw it was, isn't there a rook takes b3? I love cheapos. I used to be called Mr. Cheapo. That was my nickname, because I was always trying to find these little one-move ideas. But let's just check that variation out. The point is I want to come down and take your rook, Mr. Cheapo. So we'll put this on the board. I don't think it does work, because we've got to remember white also has a pawn, but this is the line you have to first calculate, the most forcing line. And if king takes, we'd have knight d2 check. I don't know where the king goes. Let's put it somewhere where it can't be checked easily. And now knight takes f1. And, well, this what a6, the only move, I think. You can't get your knight, well, you could get it to e3, but a6, and you're going to go knight e3, wherever this black knight moves, right?
I'm still thinking, how is Black even holding this position? Because I can stop your f pawn, but how is your knight getting to that a pawn?
I don't think it is. Well, again, it's a ridiculous move. Just turning on the computer, like a move like knight takes h2 would lose for Black, because now you go knight to e3, and as Tanya said, this will become a queen. There's no stopping that one. The knight very firmly controls this queening square. So the computer indicates that in this position, the only drawing move, and this is clever because you need to have an answer to knight e3, is knight to g3.
Yeah.
And the answer,
nice.
It is very nice. And the difference here is after knight e3, again, you can't queen, because if you do queen, let's very quickly show that the a pawn is just too strong. You're not going to stop that one. But the idea here is that after knight e3, you can go knight to f5. And again, this is an amazing variation, Tanya, because even here, I wouldn't be convinced how I'm going to save this one, how I'm going to stop the a pawn after knight to f1. But the knight can just get back in time, and it can stop that pawn either with a check here or by coming to this square. Really, you know, that's not going to happen on the board, but another crazy line that the players have to consider.
And I'm sure they did, calculated it out, but all the risks that exist for black after taking on b3, because it turns out that the a pawn, even though it's 3 steps away from queening, is more dangerous than the f pawn. You don't want to go down that path. So instead, we saw another approach by black. He wants the e pawn to join the party, to join his friend on f2 and try to assist it in queening e5. And again, just a reminder, take that eval bar, chuck it out of the window. It is an extremely difficult position for both these players. Anything can happen. Any result is possible. a6 on the board. It might be time for black to start targeting that a pawn with his rook. Rook a8 would be the move that I would be considering here.
Yeah, the pawn is getting very close, right? It's getting very, very close. And if white can get supporting that one at some point, then it's going to be winning for white. Your other idea of bringing the king in is maybe worth a thought as well, but that's going to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 moves to get that king in. It seems very slow, but it's still an idea which the players will be thinking about here, because as soon as a7's played, you just go rook a8 and the pawn is a goner. And it actually does take white quite a while, because you have to go b4, you probably have to move the king, and then you have to move the king. You know, it takes you a long time to get those ones rolling. So these options of either moving the king in or going rook a8 seem critical to black's defense here. And we can look at both of them. First of all, let's have a look at Tanya's idea, and I think the most tempting idea of just get rid of that dangerous pawn. Let's go rook a8. If I can take that pawn, I'm really happy, because that's the only thing that will scare me for the rest of the game. So what about knight b4, just hanging on to that pawn? And the problem with this position is that the knight is in the way of the b pawn now. So this
is when I want to start putting my king forward, right? Your
yes.
idea. So now that you don't have b4, I want to come up with my king now, king f6.
Yes, let's do it. So we go king f6, and we're trying to get the king to e2. This is our winning idea. Just using our king. The king is an active piece in the ending. We want to move it all the way down. It's like a touchdown. Boom! How does white defend? Well, I think now white must use his king. And it's kind of like, it kind of seems like this will be a draw, Tanya, because if we think about it logically, both rooks are tied down to the opposing pawns. Both knights are defending their own pawns. So the only pieces that can move are the kings, and both kings are going to come to meet in the middle and not make any progress, right? So it does seem like this will probably be a draw. I mean, it's not clear though still. It's still a complete mess. But, you know, very complex position, Tanya.
Very complex position, but I agree with you. I think at some point, if black moves that knight to c5, picking up that a6 pawn, the pawns can get traded. Otherwise, white's king also comes closer to that f2 pawn, making sure that black's king doesn't go in. But one does get the feeling that for the most part of this game, once again, Fabi was the one who was pushing that edge, trying to create more, trying to get more. But just some incredible defense by Prague sees him holding on. a6 on the board. Fabi's having a think of how to continue keeping his chances alive in this one. Let's take this opportunity and go to our remaining board in the FIDE Women World Cup. And it's the fight for championship between Salimova and Goryachkina. This is our bird's eye view. We see there have been 2 draws. Magnus Carlsen has advanced to the finals. ABASOV will fight for 3rd place against the loser of the match between Fabiano Caruana and PRAGGNANANDHAA. Meanwhile, Anna Muzichuk draws, wins the match against Stan Zongi, confirms her candidate spot. Salimova still in action, still in driver's seat. If she wins, she makes history.
Yeah, this would be amazing. And we're just going to catch up from the last moment we were at in what could be a very historical match. And now white played very safely. Salimova just giving her king a square to come to. Black trying to connect her pieces a bit better. The move that Tanya pointed out, the rook becomes behind the pawn. Black needs to defend that pawn and does. Knight c4 played, attacking the bishop. f4, defending the bishop. Pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. And white now just trying to simplify things, Tanya. Get rid of some pieces. And this knight could be a real target. This bishop is so nice, isn't it? It attacks, it defends, it does everything. The knight comes into e6, rook e5. Get rid of that one, why not? And white does get rid of that one. 2 pawns up here, rook b4. and they've made the time control, and Salimova has 2 extra pawns, but she is a bit short of time here, Tanya. You know, you're going to be nervous. If you win this game, you are the champion. You are the champion. Still looking good, though, isn't it, for White? Those 2 extra pawns seem quite safe.
You've got to be feeling the nerves at this point. So much on the line for these 2 players. And yes, Salimova's got these 2 pawns, but there's still a lot of pieces on the board. And with those 2 rooks and the 2 knights, things could get tricky. Black's got a couple of checks. You can give rook d1. You can first go rook g8. The knight can jump to d3. White's king needs to be a little careful because all of White's pieces, notice how they're on the queen side. They're targeting the bishop on c3, the rook on b4. The rook on e3 is far away from defending the first rank right now. White needs to just watch out for some threats on the king. And I think that's on Goryachkina's radar. How can she create play against White's king? And that's her only hope right now. Otherwise, just 2 very healthy pawns in the position.
Yes, yeah, you've got to try and go for the king, which is boxed into the corner. This is, as you say, Black's only chance here. And I liked your idea of rook g8, actually, because, you know, you might as well try and set up a threat, right? Let's do it. You know, I am Captain Cheapo, Tanya, so let's do it. How would you defend against this one? Rook d1 is going to be winning if it's able to be played.
That's a checkmate into that you're threatening with rook d1. So I might have to block the file with rook g4 just to feel a little safe so that I can kind of just get my king out to g2. And I see that it's not the most accurate response, but to me, this just feels like the first move that would come to my mind.
I really like that move. I mean, even if it's not the most accurate move, you keep your advantage, you keep things safe, and you just give your king a nice square to go to. So, yeah, okay, so that doesn't work. Rook g8, I think rook g4.
And Simon, I wanna just show one line which shows the kind of dangers that could exist for White here.
Yep.
For example, if you start with rook d1 check, and after king g2, you give a check on g8. And let's say instead of blocking it with the rook, you blocked it with a knight to g3.
Ooh, okay, yeah.
And maybe it's still fine, and I see that it's still fine, but imagine if the black knight jumps to d3, and you're already kind of threatening knight f4 ideas, but now I see that White's the one who gets to the black king first with perhaps rook b7, and everything is under control.
It's very close though, Tanya, isn't it? I mean, for example, if you took on b3 now, knight f4 is checkmate. You know, that's how close.
That's the dream.
Yeah, that is. Every black piece suddenly connecting to checkmate the white king. And this is the kind of thing when you're 2 pawns up, Tanya, and you're under 5 minutes, and you know you're nearly the World Cup champion, that you kind of want to avoid, right? You don't really want to go into this. It's like, no, I don't like this. It's a bit risky. So I think if rook d1 is played, let's just have a look at that again. Rook g8 is played. I really like your rook g4. You know,
I like it too.
You know, swap the pieces off. You've still got fantastic and should be winning with you know, just covering the checks. Don't allow your king to go into a position where it could get trapped. Yeah. It seems a bit risky. But as you're right, I mean, let's say I go king f2. This is another move you could maybe consider.
Oof,
well,
you're allowing knight d3.
Knight d3, and you have to give up the exchange here. So again, there's danger in this position because otherwise it's checkmate. You know, and yeah.
It's traditional chess wisdom, right? You're up these pawns. You want to try and swap off, trade off as many pieces as possible. Now, for Salimova, she's under 5 minutes on the clock. And there's only the 30-second increment. And look at that. Goryachkina doesn't get tempted with checks, but first decides to get her knights into the game as well. And this is creating tricks on the board. She's willing to lose a third pawn. She's giving up the b3 pawn just simply to target White's king.
Well, Tanya, 1 pawn, 2 pawns, 3 pawns. At some point, it doesn't matter anymore, right? You just lose count, right? It's just like, have them all, you know? And that's why she's doing it, right? Give up all the pawns.
So what's happening? I think we have to take a look that after rook b3, is there a direct repetition, or can White be brave and actually capture it? Has there been a move? Not yet. Knight d3. Salimova touching the 4-minute mark. Rook into b3. It's not played. She goes for defense instead, and I think that's the right approach. Taking that b3 pawn just felt extremely risky.
Oh, yep. We'll just go back there very quickly. So instead of that move, White has moved the rook to h4 because White is just saying, okay, look, I've got 2 pawns. I don't need to get the 3rd pawn. 2 pawns is enough to win. Instead, I want to keep my pieces active and I want to make exchanges. Let's exchange off those dangerous pieces. Now, talking about that, there is a bit of a trick here I could try. I want to try rook g8, and oh, hang on a minute, you might take my rook. Are you going to take my rook, Tanya? Just for me, please? Take my rook?
I'll do it.
Okay. And
I'll do it.
It might...
I want to swap off pieces.
Exactly. So white might be, okay, great. I can take that one, and I can take the knight. But after check, king here, you take this one, and oh, hello, checkmate. So, you know...
Very nice, Simon.
Cheapo. I'm the cheapo master. And
I don't even think that's a cheapo. I think that's a great mating combination and a mating idea that black can set up that white definitely needs to watch out for. Rook g8, you need to block that g line, and I'm always tempted to do that with the rook. Rook g4 just feels like a move that I want to make. By the way, rook g8 on the board, so...
Wow, cheapo.
But we got Stina trying to set that up as well. Well, when you're down by 2 pawns, you need to look for these tricks in the positions. And very often, they work out.
Well, especially with the time scenario. And this is one thing that would make me a little bit nervous for Salimova fans. I mean, she's playing great chess. We have a result, I think. Pragg versus Fabiano. It looks like they have had a result. I think I saw a handshake there. And
you're right.
What result do we have? It must be a draw, right?
It's a draw because the A pawn was traded for the F2 pawn. White went and decided... Sorry, Fabiano went and decided to capture Pragnanandha's A6 pawn, give up his F2 pawn, and it was neutralized. With that defense, it means we will have playoffs in this match. We will have tie breaks. We will have speed chess between these two players. So the chess action continues in this matchup between Fabiano Caruana and Pragnanandhaa to decide who faces Magnus Carlsen in the finals and who will fight for third place.
They both played so fantastic, didn't they, Tanya? I mean, like, Fabiano in both of the games was pushing Pragg a little bit, but Pragg, his defensive ability was fantastic. I can't believe how well he kept his cool and defended, under pressure. A lot of people would have folded, and yeah, as you say, that means there will be tie breaks tomorrow between Fabiano and Pragg there. Now we have a move on the board. Rook g8 was played, and this is the only remaining game now. And now knight g3. Now the computer says this is not the best move, but I have to say I don't think it's a terrible move by any means because it simply blocks that rook. You give your king a couple of squares it can move to, so it can't be that bad, this move, can it? There is actually now... Oh, I think I've seen Black's idea. Black has an idea here that could complicate things, but maybe we'll come back to that a little bit later.
White has a clear threat. You want to go rook h7 and you want to try and trade off as many pieces as you can. I would have loved to see rook g4 on the board to block the g line and just try and trade off the rooks. Just looks very dangerous to allow the rooks to remain. Knight g3 played right now. And yes, getting that knight to f4. I think that makes a lot of sense for black. And there's another big threat on the board. Rook d1, watch out. Luckily for white, you still have a piece that can block on e1.
Yes. And the other idea, I think, was to try and put the knight on d1 there, Tanya. There was a weird idea of knight f2 check and knight d1. But we'll come back to this a little bit later.
Yes.
It's really exciting there.
We will come back to this position, but for now we are being joined by Grandmaster Anna Musicek after her win against Stan Zhongi. Anna, firstly, congratulations. You booked your spot into the candidates.
Hello everyone. Yes, great to win this match and to be able to qualify to the candidates, which is the most important.
Yeah, it looked like quite a tense game today, Anna. But before we come on to that, what was your feelings? Was it feelings of relief after you got to the end of the game, or you must be really happy just to have got that place in the candidates?
Yeah, I am really glad that this tournament is finally over and that it has ended on the positive note. Because it's super long and super tiring. So with this knockout format and so many days, so many matches. So I am happy it's over, and I'm happy that it ended this way.
Anna, we can only imagine the tension and the pressure at this stage. But how would you sum up your entire journey? You're relieved right now, but how was the experience of playing in this World Cup in Baku?
The organization of the tournament was really nice. We stayed in a good hotel. We played in the same place, so it was pretty comfortable here. But as I have said, so many matches and so many difficult matches, like the match with my sister, with Elizabeth, also the match with Oshania, where I could lose, where I was lost when the game I played with Black Pieces, and then this painful loss against Salimova, and then the last one. So yeah, really tough.
It must just be a roller coaster of emotions, and I guess you just can't relax until today. So well done on being able to relax now. That must be great. And it was quite an interesting matchup that you had, because you had this last year as well, the same match for third and fourth place against the same opponent, and you got revenge this time. And what was going through your mind playing the same opponent this time as you did last year?
We have known each other for really many years, because I am just 1 year older than Tanjun is, so we started competing when we were kids. So like all these World Youth Championships, starting from like under 10 and then under 12, under 14. And yes, I lost the match to her last time at the World Cup, also for the third place, but I lost even a more painful match to her in 2017. It was the final of the World Championship. So this one was even more heartbreaking. And this time I won, so it's a good feeling.
Must be a relief as well.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we can imagine, Anna, it's been such a long journey in Baku for all the players. And we've got some feature chat questions for you, and we just want to bring them up. And the first question is from Jay Schlack, and I'm sorry if I'm butchering that name, but he's got a really interesting question. And he's asking that what makes this tournament different from other tournaments that you've fared well in?
Well, the biggest difference is the format, because we don't play so many tournaments in knockout with a knockout format. Usually it's a round robin or a Swiss system, yeah. And in knockout, it's like a different story, because every game may be the last game in the tournament, so it's super tense all the time, and you're all the time very stressful. And yeah, when there are so many games, then it makes a huge difference. It's like when you play a knockout tournament, for example, like this one, and when it's so long, you feel like you didn't play one tournament, but you have played 3 or 4 in a row. So I would say it's the most difficult tournament for me. I can't say about all the chess players, but for me, and I have made it quite many times until the very end, until the very last stage. So yeah, I really feel quite quite exhausted.
And probably to add to the stress of the tournament, you had to play your sister. And I know you've played many times before, but in a knockout competition, there's that extra stress. And what is it like playing your sister in such a important competition?
Yes, we were both not not so happy about it, because it means that one of us will have to continue the tournament and the other one would have lost. And this time I won the match. And this is the first time we met in the knockout system. We have played many games, but in different tournaments where it was not the situation that one is eliminated. Yeah. So it was psychologically not pleasant to play against her, but well, it's the parents, and these parents were made by like the net was made by the ratings, so we couldn't do anything. It was like it was.
Anna, after that game, you did go the distance. Eventually, the third place match, perhaps not the one you wanted to fight for, but a fantastic win against Tan Zhongyi, confirming your spot in the candidates. Congratulations on that one. Before we let you go, we want to get your thoughts in the position, the game that is currently on. Salimova has been so impressive in this tournament, all of 20 years old. She's playing against Goryachkina. And I know you had a tough match against Salimova. I want to ask you not just your evaluation of the current position, but also your thoughts on her and just the kind of performance that she's had. She's all of 20. What did you make of her play so far in this tournament?
Yeah, she had a great tournament and amazing result. And she's young, so I mean, it doesn't matter how this match will end. It's still a great tournament for her. And to be honest, I don't have that many thoughts on her because before this event, I played only one game with her, and I mean, I don't have so much experience playing against her, but I have known her for a couple of years. She's quite a good player, but in this tournament, she's doing something amazing.
Big words of praise there by Anna Muzichuk. Thank you so much for joining us, Anna. And once again, congratulations, not only on your win today in the match, but for qualifying for the candidates to fight for the World Championship spot. Super play by you throughout. And you have a lot of reason to be proud of. And we wish you all the best for everything that's coming up.
Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Simon. And thanks to all the viewers who are supporting and who are rooting for me. So see you at the next events.
Yeah, you have a lot of people in chat who are rooting and supporting for you, Anna.
Great, great. Regards to all of you.
Thank you so much. Anna Muzichuk, with that win, secures her spot in the candidates, but the fight for championship is still on, with 20-year-old Salimova fighting against Goryachkina. And Simon, while you were talking to Anna, I can only look at the eval bar, and it seems to say that Salimova has messed up her advantage.
It looks that way, Tanya. I mean, it's still 2 pawns, but we can just glance at the position. We'll take a bit of a deeper dive in a minute. Black has managed to get a very good position with her remaining pieces. The knights, they are very stabilized and they're quite near to the white king. The black rook has potential to jot itself down into the position, and even the king is very active there. So the other problem white has is, what is white's plan? White's pieces are sort of lacking that activity that they had before. It's not clear how they can maneuver and improve their situation. I mean, before we deep dive though, let's just talk about Anna Muzichuk and how relieved she must be. I say relieved, but how happy she must be to have won that match, and all the hard work. And this competition has nearly gone on for a month, right? It's a month of fighting. And how would you celebrate now, Tanya? I mean, I think I think just sleep. That's a bit boring. You're not that old yet, Tanya. Come on, you got to celebrate a little bit first before you do sleep, surely.
I can only imagine the stress and the tension. As I was saying, Simon, I've only been at this stage. I've only played the World Cup once, and it is not only the days that you spend at the World Cup, but the months preceding it with the preparation, giving it your all. It is a physically, emotionally, mentally just taxing, and it sucks the energy out of you. So I think for Anna, like she said, the overwhelming feeling is that of relief that it's done, and what a job she's done after losing to Salimova, a result that doesn't go her way, to come back, face the former women world champion, and take her down in the classical games in a convincing manner. It wasn't getting lucky with a blunder, but it almost felt like she outplayed Tan Zhongyi. And now I think it's just time for the players to take it easy, time for Anna to just relax and sort of let all of this sink in. But I can only imagine the exhaustion levels that they feel right now.
Yeah. And I mean, yeah, well done to Anna anyway. Congratulations. But talking about the remaining game, this is getting really, really, I would actually say there's a bit of danger for the first time for Salimova. I mean, don't just have a look at the position. Have a look at the clock. She's down to playing on basically a minute left for the whole game, and she's played some moves that haven't really helped her position. On the other hand, black is creeping in. That black rook targeting a pawn. That black rook may be having some sacrifices, and we see another move being played. We'll try to keep up with the moves. The pawn comes with a check, and as long as black does not take that pawn, because obviously you would be losing your knight on e6 here, this position is dangerous. I mean, the black king might even creep its way into h4 in this position, and then start creating some checkmate threats against the white king on h1. So there's a lot of danger here all of a sudden for the first time for Salimova, and with the clock on 1 minute 24, and with yourself knowing that you could have won the position that you were completely winning. That is extra pressure. So there's many difficult things going on in this situation. So Gorachina also, she's going to be getting her energy to a higher level. She's going to be building on that energy of her opponent making mistakes, and she's now got to decide where to move the king. So we can have a look. My first instinct would be able to move the king forwards and potentially try to come in, but maybe I would just want to keep an eye on this pawn here. So let's have a look at something like king h6. So if I go king h6 in this position, what can white play here? Well, that is the other problem I see in this position. White can't really get active here. If the knight moves, the black king comes in to the position. If this bishop moves, well, it doesn't do anything. Where does the white rook move? There's no obvious moves here. If you play a move like rook f1, every white piece has suddenly gone so passive. And I don't know, I'm starting to fear for Salimova's position here. And Tanya, I don't know, it's gone wrong, hasn't it? It's gone really wrong for white at the moment, this game.
Absolutely, and it all comes down to what we were saying about white's king safety, and Goryachkina successfully managing to create counterplay against white's king, gets the trades that she wants, and now just compare each of the pieces. Black's rook targeting that f3 pawn. Also, always watch out for rook into c3 as a potential sacrifice at the right moment. It's a threat in the air where the b3 pawn can become super dangerous. It doesn't work right now, but always needs to be in at the back of white's mind. Not just that, the black king can simply stop the h pawn from advancing further. The knight on e6 can jump to g5, targeting the f3 pawn even more. And if we just make moves, king h7 is played. You were mentioning king h6. I think king h7 just is that human approach. It kind of keeps the king out of checks. You're stepping out of any potential knight f5. You want to place your king on a different square from the white bishop, so you just don't have to face as many threats as possible. I like king h7, and now I'm struggling to find a move. You can go rook f1, as you mentioned, a super passive way to defend, but then the black knight jumps onto g5, starts targeting the f3 pawn, and I don't see a way for white to keep it alive.
Yeah, and the time situation is really tragic here. It's not just the time situation, it's how difficult it is for white to find a move. White is really struggling to find decent moves here. So even though it's two extra pawns, black's knight and rook, they're just coordinating so well. And let's see, the king now comes up, and I think Goryachkina has the right approach. Play quickly. You suddenly realize you might be able to win this game. What on earth? From nowhere.
Do you think she's getting ambitious?
I think so. If I was black here, I'd be thinking about trying to win. Why not? You've got a chance. Your pieces are good. You're up on time. Your opponent is clearly getting quite nervous. And Salimova, can she hold it? Okay, she gets her king to h2. Is that going to be a safe square for the king? Let's go there. The king, well, I don't know. This knight g5 is now coming in with check. Definitely, because now when you take on f3, it's check. Knight g5, it looks so scary. Targeting the f3 pawn. And is Goryachkina going to play this? What else can she play? I mean, you could. Or is she going to say, well, I'm just going to move the king backwards and forwards, and I'm going to try to get a draw in this game. This is the other way you could say, just see what white's going to do. I'll take a draw, but why not go for the win? Why not move that knight in?
And she's going for the knight. She
She's
does
going
play
for it.
knight g5, so she is getting ambitious in this position. Black can simply just wait, as you're pointing out. Go back with the king. White has got no way to improve the position. The piece activity that black has really dominates the squares on the board. Now there's a threat of taking on f3. And despite being 2 pawns down, I think you're right, Simon. Black's the one who's pushing for an initiative here in this position.
Yeah, and now Salimova has come in with the knight, giving a check, but this is dropping the pawn now, so it's only going to be
knight d4. Do you think she wants to go knight
d4.
d4, trying to defend the f3, attack on
maybe.
h3?
But then there's knight. I mean, it's so tricky with knights on the board, and this is the other danger when you're short of time. Let's have a look at that. So if Salimova does go knight d4, the move that scares me is knight d5. Because I attack your knight, I might want to take it and try to queen my pawn. My knight can also come into e3. The black knights are so tricky in this position. For example, one trick, you go rook e1, I go rook takes d4, and I'm going to win this position, most likely with a knight coming through. So the danger is real. Would keep up with the game now. Knight d4 is played, and Salimova has no time to relax here. She only has a minute left, and Gorochina, she has 18 minutes. Knight d5 is the first move that jumps out to me, Tanya, but maybe there's other options here as well.
I really like your move, knight d5, because it asks questions. To white, it does put on a direct threat in the position. I think for Salimova, the last 2 moves just signal that she wants to bail out. She wants to try to just pick up that b3 pawn if she can, to trade it. But right now, if it was white's move, knight b3 would be a scary option to go for, to allow the black knight to jump in, to take that f3 pawn, setting up some mating ideas. Things could go very wrong for white. It is getting tricky, and I think this is the first time in the match that perhaps Goryachkina is feeling that she's got some chances. Yesterday, she did win that pawn with the white pieces, but Salimova had the initiative. She kept it going and got an endgame that, in fact, was better for her. She was the one who was slightly pushing. And today, having a close to a winning position, this has been a bit of a disaster over the last few moves, but she needs to keep it under control. She has to make sure that things don't go super wrong. And you know, that's often a very difficult switch in the mind. When you've been the player who's pushing for a win, and then suddenly you need to go on a defense psychologically, that's a very difficult task.
I agree. I mean, I think a draw here for white would be now a good result. And if she can do that, if she can get to the playoffs tomorrow, that's what she needs to aim for. Try to find a way to consolidate this. I mean, let's have a look at some lines. Let's say I do go knight d5 with 2 ideas, trying to reroute this knight to attack the rook, and then I want to maybe get my other knight in, or simply to attack the bishop. Does white have time to play knight takes b3, eliminating that last pawn?
I take on f3.
I take on f3, and now these 4 pieces are very near the king. Where do I move the king? Got to be so careful here, Tanya. I mean, so careful. If I go to these 2 squares, you move the knight. Let's show that. King g3 or king h3. This check, it must be winning for black, or very close to winning, right? So I don't want to move my king there. If I move my king into the corner, oh, something nasty is going to happen here. I mean, the king is so exposed here. It's not the right place. And even though there's no pawns on the board, maybe I just move my king. Maybe I just come down, try to get the knight. You know, king g4, and I might at some point try to switch the rook around. But there's danger. There's a lot of danger.
Yeah, I mean, imagine knight f4, and you, after king g4, knight f4, you give black just 2 more moves, the rook comes back, and you're threatening all kinds of checkmates. Even if you were to go king to g2 instead of king h1, I really like your move king g4. And it's a crazy position, because white's the one who's got the extra pawn. Black has 0 pawns on the board, but the piece activity, knight jumping onto f4, knight e3, actually, I could have... Oh, you know, check this out. If instead of king g4, I go knight e3 check, then perhaps white gets the advantage with king f3, knight f1, king e2.
Yes, that's a shocking... and just apparently rook c3 is a draw, according to the computer. The only move you can try to draw this. But even then, it's not an easy draw, because this pawn is a bit dangerous, right? You have to try and draw this ending. I expect black's just in time to get the king back, but it shows the dangers in the position, and that's with knight d5. But
It's on the
knight
board,
d5 played.
Simon.
Yeah.
Knight d5 played. So some big questions coming Salimova's way, and she's under a minute on the clock. Not just that, she's adapting to the situation in the head right now, where from a winning position, you have to be on the defense, and the margin for error is 0 right now.
Yeah, it really is 0. A knight b3 is a really brave move to play, and I don't even I'm not even convinced it works so well. Knight takes f3 check. That knight is there to defend that pawn. But it's really hard to find another move, Tanya. I mean, can you play like king g3? I go knight e4 check probably. Ugh. So what's she done? She's played rook f2. Okay, and I guess one of the ideas is to get the rook out of the way of a knight to e3 idea. Maybe the king at some point can dream of coming towards the center, get itself out of the corner, and black now has to think of ways to proceed. And I think this is a good move, right? This is like, okay, I'm going to avoid any checks on the second rank. I'm getting out the way of the knight fork. Now, I assume if black wants to, black can now take on c3. Is she going to take on c3?
It's on the board. And I think that's a bit of a draw for her, because knight c3, you take on c3, rook c3. And actually, at first sight, I thought maybe you can go rook b2, but rook b2, knight f3, I'm not really sure if that still holds, because now black's the one who comes in with the check, and after knight f3, rook f3, king g2. Oh, you got rook c2. Oh, that's amazing.
That's a horrible move to fall into, right?
But even if you don't have this move, I think rook f3, king g4 is still just winning for black.
Yeah, good point, because the king can't get across the force field of the rook. So this is also, as you say, this is also losing. But if we see what's happened, so knight takes c3, b takes, rook takes. They are coming off. I mean, if you're white here, you could probably go knight takes b3 and draw as well. You know, this is like,
Yeah, but you don't want to do that with the f pawn alive and the king kind of boxed up. It's not ideal. I like what she's done. She first guards the f3 pawn, and rook b2 is coming up next. I don't really see a way for black to hold on, except maybe rook d3 might be the tricky option here. You first hit the knight on d4, and then just say that you don't have time to play rook b2. So Goryachki not thinking right now, but I think this one will go into playoffs as well, Simon.
I think so, yeah. I mean, white, just to demonstrate this, white maybe doesn't want to do this, but okay, rook d3 is on the board. But if white wants to, and I think I'd be pretty happy doing this as white now, white can give up the knight for the last pawn. And you get this ending here, and this is known to be a pretty easy draw, to be fair. It's not too hard. Your rook just comes behind the knight there. So this is always a bailout. I mean, again, you have to defend it, so you don't really want to play that one. You'd rather not do that. But what else? I mean, the other lines look a bit scary to me, Tanya. And what's she doing? Has she taken the pawn? No, she's
I was thinking
back.
about this. I think this is a tricky move, and I kind of like it, because I think taking that pawn on b3 when you've got this, and I think it was Ju Wenjun who actually won a rook and knight versus king and rook position earlier on against Fatalieva in this World Cup. When your king is in the corner, strange things can happen, and just. In your mind, if you can avoid it, you want to avoid it. Now, knight e2 is such a smart reply, because black still can't go b2. You can give a check with your knight and pick up that b2 pawn. So knight e2 had the tricky threat of a fork on f4. Goryachki now calmly steps away from it. King h6. Now b2 is a big threat. So it might be time to start hitting that rook. Knight c1, rook c3. And, it's still not over, because now knight e2 runs into rook c2.
Still a bit dangerous. That's why I was very tempted to get rid of this pawn, because I'm kind of like that pawn is so scary. I've got 15 seconds. I mean, Salimova has 50 seconds. I'm just sort of feeling for her at the moment from the position she had, and she's still got to be quite accurate here. Okay, knight c1 played, but as you point out, Tanya, this idea of coming around this way is a little bit scary. I'd probably take that pawn, Tanya. I'd just get rid of it, get it off the board. So knight c1 played, attacking the rook, attacking the bishop, attacking. That's not a bishop, that's a pawn here.
Rook c3 on the board. And if you don't take on b3, if you really don't want it, and you go back knight e2, I'm just wondering if things could get out of control after rook c2.
I think they could do.
She's gone for it.
Well, she's gone knight e2 again. Oh, she's taken the pawn. Okay. And this game could go on a fair bit now, actually, because as you point out, black might as well try and push white a little bit in this ending because you have the extra piece. There was a famous example of, I mean, without the pawn, it's a draw as well. Maybe you even want to get rid of the pawn because in some circumstances, this pawn actually gets in the way a bit, right? You want your rook to have lots of open lines and you want to have the easy draw. Do you think this will play on a bit, or do you think this will be quickly wrapped up?
100%. We are here at least for another 50 moves. There's just no way that Goryachkina is going to let Salimova off the hook easy. This is the best position that she's had all game.
Yeah.
When you get something like this, being down 2 pawns, you try to grind this out.
Yeah, why not? And there was a famous example of this, actually, and without the pawn, it was Bobby Fischer. And he got this rook and knight, and I can't remember who he's playing. It might have been Tamanov even. And they got into this ending, and Tamanov offered Bobby a draw with the rook and king. And Bobby Fischer just said to him, why on earth would I take the draw? I'm a piece up. And 50 moves later, it was a draw. But that is that philosophy. You do have the extra piece. You've got to play on. And I think what white should do is, and she's doing this, is get rid of this pawn as quickly as possible because that pawn just gets in the way. And I would play f6 here. And the way you draw this is you try to get your rook basically behind the position to just keep checking your opponent's king or pinning the knight down to the pin, the knight down to the king. So I would play f6 here. Get rid of the pawn. Avoid any trouble. She's played it. She's played f6. She's going for the technical draw, and I think that's the right, simplest approach as well in the position. There's some tricks here, though. Be careful where you put the king. King f3, knight d2. Looks bad.
Yeah, that is bad news. You don't want to walk into any forks. Meanwhile, putting your king at the edge of the board, the corner of the board, we've seen that also not work out very well earlier in the World Cup. The game that I was mentioning, Zhu Wenjun actually won a very similar endgame. And Salimova, we were talking about, is she feeling the pressure to win that position up 2 pawns? And right now on the defense, and you can see it on her, she's quite unhappy and disgusted with the way things have turned out so far.
Yeah. I mean, you can lose this position immediately by putting your king on one of these 2 squares, falling to a fork. So where's the king gone? Well, it's gone to the back rank now. So the white king is in the worst place it can be. And there was another famous example of the knight and rook winning. I think it was it Kasparov versus Judith Pogar? Was that right? Again, I might need some help here, but there was a really high level game where I think it was that game where the knight and king won. And the issue here is the positioning of the king. Really good move, rook f2, trying to give the king a little bit of breathing space. You can't swap rooks here, so black keeps the rooks on the board, and that makes sense.
You run with king f1 and just try and take your king to the other side of the board. King g2 is also possible, but I would like to play king f1 here. Just get my king as far away from the black king as possible. And for Salimova, it's all about now that the last pawn has vanished to reach that 50 move mark.
Yeah. And it should be doable with the time. And she's playing, I think, a bit more confidently now. The king is coming towards the center. Just get the king out of the corner. And as long as you get the king into the center and you get your rook, that's where you want your rook. Ideally, the white rook wants to be a long way away from the king because you don't want to fall for a fork. And if you keep your rook as far away from the king as you can, you're not going to lose your rook to a fork because it's too far. So that's the way to do it. Get your rook over there. Yeah. And they're playing quite quickly now, and I do expect this to go all the 50 moves here as well.
And Salimova there shaking her head, but she really needs to forget what has happened. It is one of the hardest things in chess to do when you have such a winning position and with the World Cup championship on the line. but she has to let that be. She has to leave that behind her, and right now just concentrate on the task ahead of holding this position. Uh, and it is a technical draw, it is a theoretical draw, and it's easier to hold, I would say, than a rook and bishop versus a rook endgame. The amount of times that I've lost on those is just painful, Simon. This one is easier to hold, but it's still a job that needs to be done. And Salimova needs to stop having the nightmares of the position that she had and focus on the one that she has.
Yeah, I mean, if you start thinking, how on earth did I end up in this situation when I was 2 pawns up with a winning position and I was 1 step away from being the champion, you can blunder. You just got to do the job. As you say, you've got to focus and just get your technique right. And she's got the right technique. I'm very convinced this will be a draw now. She's got the rook as far away as possible. This rook can always check and it can always attack the knight. That's the basic technique. Check the king, attack the knight, and if you keep doing this, you should be all right. Or keep the force field. Stop the black king from coming to the center. So she should be all right here. Black doing the right thing as well. She needs to get our king into the middle. But this is actually quite an easy draw once you get this position. It's not like bishop and king and rook versus rook here. And while we watch the end of this, Tanya, as we're coming sort of to the end of the session, I do want to say happy birthday, Tanya. It is your birthday today, and you're ending well, I think I probably spent more time with you on your birthday than anyone else. So I feel honoured, Tanya. It's a real honour. It's so
Thank you, Simon.
Happy 21st. Is nice to be. Yeah. So how are you going to celebrate?
I'll be honest, I would not want to be anywhere else. I am exactly where I want to be, doing exactly what I want on my birthday, which is commentating at the World Cup alongside you, along with chat, and just watching some world-class chess. I am the nerdiest 37-year-old in Nerd Town. So this is the perfect way that I would want to spend my birthday. So thank you.
Yeah, happy birthday, and I think we should all say happy birthday, and thank you, Tanya, for doing the commentary on your birthday, giving some of the other commentators a bit of a well-deserved break before they come back. Yep.
Simon, in India, they say that whatever you do on your birthday, you end up doing more of that for the rest of the year. So I think watching and commentating on chess, that's exactly what I want to do more of. And so I'm happy doing it. And maybe later on, the night is still young. Who knows?
Yeah, I thought you were going to say spending time with me. So that would be what you... Okay, don't laugh that much. That's,
I'm like I said, that I would not want to be anywhere else. And I'm so happy that I get to watch all this action and commentate alongside a good friend for company. So it's been awesome doing this on my birthday. I actually did this back in 2020 as well. And it was an epic Kiva finals of the Champions Chess Tour between Magnus and Hikaru. And I was commentating with Peter that time. And that's how I spent my birthday. And it has been one of the best birthdays.
That's good. Good to hear. So it's, yeah.
Maybe I need to reevaluate all my life decisions. Now that I hear myself talking out aloud, I'm just thinking, what am I doing with my life?
I didn't want to say anything, but it is your birthday. I'm going to be polite. But yeah, we can always rethink our life choices, Tanya. Not much progress going on in the position, by the way. And I think the right move now is to pin the knight down. You don't. The one thing you've got to stop is a formation with the knight here, the king here, and obviously a checkmate. And just avoid that. So I think rook d8 is just the easiest way to do it. Make sure the knight can't move. There she goes. You put the rook behind the knight, and whichever way the king moves, you check it. And that's the way to draw this one. And she's moving confidently now. I don't know when the last capture was made. It was made, well, we've got a long way to go, 10 moves ago. So they've got 40 more moves they can do in this position to get there.
And it's going to be 40 more moves. There's going to be no draw offer. There's going to be no repetition. Goryachkina is going to try and trick Salimova as much and for as long as she can. It is... White still needs to be a little precise in those moments. And for Salimova, she's not only fighting the position, but her own mind right now. And Goryachkina looking confident. It almost feels like she's used up one of her lives today. Surviving that position, down 2 pawns, almost losing the third pawn, white in complete control, felt like it was Salimova with all the initiative, with the piece activity, with the extra pawns. This has been a miraculous save by Goryachkina.
It has. It's been a really good save. I mean, it just shows her resilience and her attitude. She wants this one. She's going to do everything she can. How do you, as Salimova, let's say she draws this one, which it looks very likely, and you go back to your room and you start thinking. Well, I was completely winning. I was 2 pawns up, and I ended up defending, and I nearly lost the game. I've got to play tomorrow, but I could have won this competition already. I mean, how do you stop those thoughts creeping in, Tanya?
And that's what champions are made of, to be able to deal with these difficult situations. You have to do that. And I think so far, Salimova is doing a great job of it. It's harder to understand from the outside, but I think, Simon, both you and I have been in these situations where we've plenty of times messed up winning positions. But let's not forget, this is a whole different stage. This is the championship match of the World Cup. So whatever we have felt in those moments, you multiply that by 500 or maybe even more, and it's painful, it's difficult, but right now white needs to focus on the job at hand. And I think for Goryachkina it would mean a bit of a I don't know what's the word, I don't want to say moral victory, I don't want to say but it is been, the save has been a bit of a half victory, because you can feel a bit of momentum coming in, you feel like you survived it, you feel like luck is on your side here. For Salimova, she needs to fight all those battles later. First, she needs to make sure that she saves this game, and that's all that is of the ask right now.
Yeah, you got to do what you can, and but she's got the right technique here. Keep that rook on these files. I wasn't sure about this rook d7 move because I always want to check the king, but okay, this is still reasonably safe here. You just got to stop this knight c3 and king d3, but it's too many moves for black to get in on a row to do this. So
it's kind of nice that she's put her rook on the d line so that whenever the knight moves, the d3 square is under control. So black needs to find another setup to try to create some mating idea. So she jumps in with the knight to e3. For white, the one thing you want to avoid is get your king into the corner. Do not get stuck on any corner of the board, because then the mating threats, the chances just increase for black. As long as you can avoid that, you're absolutely fine. So just 2 things. Don't walk into a direct fork, and don't get your king stuck in a corner.
And the other thing, I think black's idea here as well, Tanya, is, if you check, this could be, I don't know, it's maybe not a mistake, but then black wants to get the king to c3 and the knight to c4.
Exactly.
So you want to stop the black king getting as near to your own king as you can. So, for example, this seems like a pretty decent force field here. So I don't want to allow the black king to cross that line. And if I give it a check, it might be okay, probably still a draw, but you're kind of encouraging black's king to come here. And then if you check it here, the black knight, it gets a little bit nearer to your king. So you just got to, I think rook d8. I just played rook d8 here. Keep that force field. Keep it as simple as you can.
For black, the plan for rook d8 or a waiting technique would be knight f5, knight d4, by the way, rook d8 on the board. Knight f5 also played. You want to get your knight to d4 and build that bridge so that your king can cross over to d3. Again, Goryachkina trying to create some kind of a mating net, a sort of a kill zone for white's king, and the only way to do that is to get her own king into the action. So knight d4, king d3 is coming up.
Tanya, I guess the drawing technique here could be quite similar to rook and bishop. The other thing you can do when you're defending against rook and bishop, they call it the second rank defense. And maybe now's the chance to take over the second rank, bring your rook back so your king can get off the back rank, right? So if you go rook d2, this might give you a chance to get your king out on the next move here. And she has played it. This is a great defensive move. And this is similar when you're playing against the bishop. You can use your rook against the bishop to create stalemate tricks. So it's just these little techniques you kind of need to use. And now the king can come out. Get that king off the back rank. And that will give you another sort of 20 moves to relax to, right? So I think this rook d2 is a very, very good move from Salimova there.
Nicely pointed out. And now getting your king out of that back rank. Goryachkina keeping control on the third rank. The idea is clear for black as well. You want to get now your knight to d4 and your king to c4. you need to get the black king closer to the white king. So king d5, king c4 ideas. You try to target it the other way.
Yeah, yeah, makes sense. Yeah, get this knight to the best square you can, get your king around, and try and force the white king as far into the corner as you can. What should white do here? There's probably a couple of ideas, but one of them would be to put the rook back to the top, so you've got these opportunities of checking and pinning the knight. Don't want to leave your rook too close to your king, unless there's a good reason. So she has put the rook all the way to the back. I think she's defending so far perfectly. And I think you can just keep checking now. Check for a little bit, right? Why not throw some checks in here?
So rook e8, and you would want to put your king to d3.
King d3. And then maybe I put my rook behind the knight again. It's still, yeah, black's making maybe some progress, but not enough.
It's not enough, but there's so much at play right now. It's not just the position on the board. You have to hold on. She's under 30 seconds. Salimova has to show a lot of strength of character right now. You need to keep your calm, your composure. Make sure that you don't walk into any of these traps that we've been talking about. Yeah, and now down to 10 seconds on the clock. She makes a hasty move. She go with her rook to c8. So trying to control the c line, making sure that the black king doesn't get to c4. And if king d3, there's rook c3 check.
And black nearly, so that was the crafty tactic to have the check there. And just looking at when it will be the 50 move rule draw, I think it's going to be a move 122. So they still got 32 moves to make. Or I say Salimova's still got to last 32 moves in this position. And still quite a long way. Now the black king comes in, right? Comes into d3. And it does. There it goes.
It comes in. And not just the nightmare structure for black would be if you can successfully shift the knight and the king one file over towards white's king. So knight c4, king c3, and then white's king really starts feeling the heat. And you could walk into these unavoidable checkmate positions. But it's still a far way off. First, black needs to move the rook from b3. So Salimova plays the move rook d8, pins the knight, so that after king c3, she still has a couple of checks. There's no blocking those checks. So king c3 is still nothing to worry about. King c3 also might run into rook d4.
Maybe, yeah. And then rook here check. You can just move the king. So I think it makes sense for Gorachina to get the rook out of the way. And I like this square because now you also have the added benefit of going knight c6, right? In this position to block checks. So you could be going king c3, check, knight c6. And actually, that is where it gets very dangerous for white. So rook c8 played, and
we might be seeing this. We might be seeing this.
Might be tempted to play knight c6 in this position, when I think white has to come the other way. And this is how you often trick your opponent in these positions, Tanya, because the board orientate, it goes around in different ways.
Yeah.
Also a scary idea. You have to get your rook always behind at the right time. So I play rook h8 here again, get it behind.
And
but this is dangerous.
Very dangerous. And Gorachkina is really keeping the pressure on the clock. She's not giving Salimova enough time to think on her own move. So she's playing really smart. Her idea is clear, trying to combine that knight coming onto c3, the king coming onto c3. The knight from c3 actually stops the king from going to a4. There are all these thoughts right now that would come into a player's mind. This is the finals of the World Cup. You are up 2 pawns. You're in this position. You need to defend. You need to hold. You know that the world is watching. And there's so much pressure right now, Simon.
Yeah. And I think there's only one. Well, you can you give a check here? I was going to say this check looks like it loses. But after king c2, you've got stalemate ideas.
Ooh,
I think this might draw on the spot.
You might be right.
Because you go king c2, and it looks like rook b3 checkmate is going to happen. King c2, rook d2. Boom! Put that in your pipe and smoke it. King takes d2, draw. And if you go king c1, rook c2 check.
And if you go king b1, rook b2 check.
Lovely. And it's stalemate. So the same goes. If the king goes here, you can do it the other way around. You can go rook d4 check.
And
king takes rook, stalemate. If the king goes here, rook c4 check. King takes rook, stalemate. So the black
Wow.
king probably has to come backwards now.
But
Because,
even then, king e3, rook d3 check.
oh, king e3, rook. Yeah, so you just
It
keep
doesn't
checking.
matter.
No.
Goryachkina, who was putting the pressure on the clock, rushed in with this idea of boxing White's king, and Salimova puts herself in a stalemate position sneakily without anyone realizing. And this, you're right, is a draw on the spot if Black's king gets aggressive.
Yeah.
So she has to go king e4 to keep the game going.
This is the only move. And now you can go rook d4 check. Why not? It looks, I mean, that's the kind of move you want to play anyway, because it's quite fun. And you force the black king further away. Yeah, put your rook on d4. Come on, can we have a little cheer?
It's there! Yay! Rook
For the
d4.
fans. For the fans.
And a really good move as well, because you push Black's
Yes.
king further away, Goryachkina keeping the game alive. The only way now rook d5 check or rook e4 would be a big
Yeah.
blunder, Simon, because it's not the king that captures it, it's the knight that picks up, releasing
Yeah.
the white king from stalemate.
Yeah, just don't try to be too clever, right? Because you know that you've been clever enough here. You could do the sneeze thing and move your rook off the board, but yeah, that might not be good and give a draw. But I think just get the rook out of the way again. Put the rook on h4. You can defend well here, so just get the
Or
rook out
rook
of the way.
b4,
Rook
just to
b4.
free up the
Yeah,
king from the A line.
I like that move as well, Tanya. Just give your king the way to edge forwards, but. That was a nice touch, and I think it shows that Salimova is on the ball, and she's not going to mess this up.
Yeah. No, that showed amazing awareness by Salimova. And as you said, she's on the board and not in her mind right now, thinking about what could have been. Rook h4 played, so the black king is once again cut off. So that again gains a couple of moves for white to reach the 50 move mark.
Yeah. So I think we're about halfway there now. I think it's, let me get this right, 25 moves now to that Salimova has to survive to get to that draw. And we can see that Alexandra is trying everything. She's blocking the rook so she can try to come in with a king. And like I said, I think the only way I've seen this being won, Tanya, is when you basically try it with the white king on this file, and then you move it so the white king's on this file. And you can sometimes confuse your opponent by sort of switching the board around because they suddenly forget, actually, you know, I've got to be on this side. So it's just like playing with perception a little bit, how you can, you know, put some pressure on your opponent here. But,
Yeah, it's that board orientation, right?
Yeah,
When white's
yes.
king is on e1, you want your rook on d8. When white's king is on a3, you want your rook on h4. But sort of understanding that is not that easy, especially when you've played a long game, fatigue has set in, you're playing on seconds. But so far, really impressively done and confidently held by Nurgül. She gives a check, king d4 played, comes back, pins the knight, and black needs to find a way to get the king closer to white's king. You can go king c3, and white won't pick up the knight on e4, but there's a check on h3, and that keeps everything under control. But you could also pick up the knight on e4 because there's a block on a4.
Aha, yeah.
Let's just point that out,
Yeah.
that it's not a checkmate.
Because you got rook a4 at the end after the check. So, yeah, nicely pointed out. But this is, I mean, they're both, it seems to be playing pretty much perfect chess here, Tanya. I mean, Alexandra with the extra knight is trying everything she can to push. And at the moment, Salimova is defending very well here. And what's she going to do now? I think we've had this the other way around, rook g4, or you can move your king towards the center. That's another way you can do this as well. Keep your king in the middle rather than go this way. Don't put your king on a1 as Tanya has stated already.
And Goryachkina plays the move rook b8 almost in a bored fashion, but I think one can't be fooled by that. I think she still is in her mind trying to think, how can she box white's king? Can she actually create any chances? So it's definitely 100% awareness from both these players and alertness, and it's required as there's still 20 more moves to be made. Rook g4, maintaining that pin, not allowing the black knight to get into the game. And now king d3. So because the g3 square is under control, you don't have a check on a third rank. Now Salimova perhaps has to step back with that rook to h4.
Yeah, keep some checks available here. And then black's got to think where the knight can move. Maybe it can try to get to this square. So rook h4, maybe something like knight to this square. And you can check, move the king. And you're trying to get your, basically with this knight move, you're trying to get your king to c3 and your knight to c4 again. When those stalemate tricks become really important. Let's see if that happens. The rook has gone back. And I fully expect something like the knight coming here now. What else could you try? Could you try this one? But then the white king sort of starts traveling up the board.
And Simon, I think I think Salimova there is checking how many moves are left to meet that 50 move mark.
Is it 21?
Writing that down,
I think
taking note
moves,
on his score sheet.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So let's see. They're fighting all the way to the end.
Yeah, I like your move knight c5 because it also has ideas if white just starts giving checks like rook h3, rook h4. You could maneuver your king with king c4, king c3, and then block it with knight d3.
Yeah, that's the setup I'm going for. And then you have do you have those stalemate tricks again? No, you don't actually. So this seems like the best try I can see. You also keep the white king on these 3 squares then, because I think it will help white if the king can come further. Okay, so the rooks come here. Now, maybe the idea here is if the rook goes to g4, there's a king c3, because you can't take the knight then because of checkmate. So it's another try. And if you go king a2, well, there's knight c3 you have to worry about there as well. Even that looks like a draw.
But you still have to think about it. And you don't have those many seconds on the clock. The trick is to just try and, with black, to get Salimova to think, to run down on time, and then threaten something, and just hope that the accurate move isn't played. Rook g4 on the board. So it's not a square that you're very happy about putting your rook on because you don't have the option to give this rook g3 check.
Who do you think is going to be more relieved if this ends up in a draw? Because I'll be honest, like, they've both got very good reason. And you can see black's trying this plan. I think this is a good try.
I mean, it has to be Goryachkina, no?
Well, yeah, but Salimova's had 30 seconds and, defending this as well. It's still...
It's true.
I think they're both probably going to be disgusted. It'd be really interesting to see their body language at the end. They're both going to be really annoyed, but I think you're right. It is,
and maybe, you have a really good point. Maybe both will be relieved because it's not easy to defend this kind of a position for 50 moves, especially playing on seconds, to keep everything together with no margin for error in terms of just there's no more game left. You lose and you're out. Your opponent becomes the champion at the World Cup. But I think perhaps just for Goryachkina, it's less regret. She was less winning. It is a theoretical draw, and it is a rook and knight versus rook is a sort of a easier hold than even a rook and bishop versus rook. And of course, the players know that. They will play it out. They will fight it out. But on the other hand, Salimova had real chances for the most part of the game.
She did,
and including being up 2 pawns.
Yeah. And now the white king has got out of the danger zone there, and it seems to be okay on that square. Because what does black do? The coordination of black's pieces is not great now. You can't move the king because you lose your knight. You can't move the rook anywhere good because you lose your knight. You can't move your knight because you use your rook. So you have to rearrange things. And the only way I can see rearranging things is to let the king come out. I mean, you might want to go, okay, but that's a bit careful. Like rook d4, king b5, knight check, and you lose as white. So maybe rook d4 is one last trick you could try here with the black pieces, trying to get the king across again. 19 moves to make now. Well, no, less. Is it 19? Yeah, about 19, 18 moves. What does she play
King
there?
b3.
King b3.
Played, so there's no check on g3. And the idea could be to get the knight to c3 if you move the rook away from the 4th rank. So again, trying to coordinate the pieces. And I think white needs to perhaps be a little careful because there are threats of rook a4 check, trying to get white's king to a spot where perhaps the knight can jump in with a discovered check, winning that rook on the 4th rank.
Yeah, and something like king a6 would lose immediately to knight c5, and that just shows you how tricky this is with 20 seconds left. You can mess this up.
You can see the hesitation on Salimova.
And I like this move. Get the rook as far away as you can so you can't lose it. That's the kind of move I appreciate. Just get the rook out of the way. And
Wow.
now Black has, Black's running out of moves.
It would be heartbreaking to see this final being decided today, right now, out of this position. I think I want to see this match go down to the wire. Both players have played tremendous chess, and to end it on a blunder from a theoretically drawn position would just be heartbreaking to watch.
I agree.
The other match that has gone into playoffs will be the one to decide who plays Magnus Carlsen in the final. Prague versus Fabi. What do you think about that, Simon? When it goes to speed chess, when we've got rapid, potentially it going down to the blitz, what do you assess as who do you think has the chances there, the better chances?
I think it's too hard to call, Tanya. I mean, you've got, I really don't know. I think 50-50. Fabiano's played amazing chess over the last year or two, but Prague's the up-and-coming hungry player. So I wouldn't want to pick one of those players. I'd say the odds are 50-50. Don't, I'm normally happy to pick a player, but I just can't there. And look at the spectators are going crazy. There was hundreds of them earlier. Most of them have gone to bed by now. There are still a couple though. A couple of dedicated fans in the audience there.
Including legendary photographer Steve Bonhart. He just takes the most incredible photographs and just waits for those big moments to arrive. We see him in the background there waiting perhaps for that handshake to capture it. And if that happens with a draw, it would mean we get the playoffs and Salimova just a few moves away to get to that.
Yeah, I think, she's going to get there now, isn't she? And I can see why he's ready for that golden photo. That's what they say, isn't it? I mean, I would love to see it if they're both really disgusted at the end. So they're both like, Salimova's like, no, why didn't I win that game? And, the same can be said, for both of them. They're both, that'd be a great photo. But so far, White has done perfect defense. Good play from White. And now the White King can come out. Get that King. And you can see, I think that face there, looking away, she knows that she can sort of give up on the winning chances here. Little trick here. If you do go King B6, there's Knight C4 check, King C6, Knight E5 check. And that would win the rook. So, you have to be a little bit careful. So get that rook. I like it as far away as you can. You're keeping the force field against Black's King. Let's remember, in order to Black to win this event, Black needs to get all of these free pieces as close to the White King as she can. That means getting the King over there, the Knight there, and the Rook. So just got to stop that configuration. Black now trying to get the King to B4 next. Closing
Current move number is 109. And at what move did we start when the F-pawn was captured?
I think it's 122 where the draw is agreed. So
game will be drawn on move 122. That is correct. So we're almost there. 13 more moves to be made. So Black trying to get that King into the game, as you pointed out. King to B5. It's also been really instructive to watch how Salimova has in fact kept the King and the Rook really far away from each other so as not to walk into any forking ideas, any situations where you get your own Rook trap. But at that right moment, when it was required, she did fall back with the Rook to offer that trade to free up her King. Rook F2, moves like Rook D2, just making sure that the King finds safety in those precise moments. Otherwise, really instructive. Keep your King and Rook as far away from each other as possible.
Yeah, you don't want to walk into any forking ideas. That's just a bad idea. Keep them away.
Now you could start by pinning that knight with Rook to A6. Rook to H3. Losing my mind.
Yeah, looks like a sensible move. They're getting there now. It's 13 move to make, and that's it. The technique is there. Pin the knight down. Keep your King as active as you can. Are you looking forward to? You must be looking forward to your birthday dinner now. I mean, like
I'm hungry.
Yeah, I bet. What kind of food are you going to eat then? For dinner, for your birthday dinner.
I'm not sure what's been made of it. I know that family and friends are coming over in a bit, so I'm going to spend some time with them.
Yeah.
Yes, so it's
You don't want to
We're
analyze
almost
this
getting.
ending for another hour or so when it's
I
over?
could do it. I'm up for it.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
I'm up for it. But I think it's honestly been such an intense day, and to watch Prague hold Fabi to a draw for the second time in that match, that going into playoffs, Magnus winning, surviving that final scare in that position, Anna Muzichuk convincingly taking down Tanzangi, and this game has been such a roller coaster. What are you saying, Simon? There's no better way to spend a birthday.
no better way. I mean, this would be my dream every birthday. You know, spending it looking at Rook and Knight
Why
versus
do I
Rook.
feel like
I can't think of a better birthday.
why do I sense sarcasm there?
No, not me. this is like how better to spend it, you know. And where you could, but the thing is that all the games have been draws today, Tanya, but they've been so exciting, right? They've been so exciting.
I didn't realize that.
Have
That
they
is
all been
true.
draws? I think so. Yeah, they have.
They have.
They've been draws.
You're
yeah.
right. But they've ended peacefully, but the games have been anything but peaceful, including the Magnus game. That was fire from the start, including the Fabi one where Fabi is pushing. Prague has to defend. That pawn race that we saw on the king side and the queen side that requires such precision. The Anna Muzichuk game was also fire. And now this one, it was just so topsy-turvy.
Yeah. 8 moves to go now. And they can shake hands. You can enjoy your birthday dinner
Get to my birthday cake.
party after you've looked at this ending. Make sure you've learnt it well enough, you know, and you can celebrate maybe a glass of wine tonight. I think you deserve a glass of wine, don't you, on your birthday, potentially?
Why not?
I might have a bottle or two and pretend it's my birthday as well. Why
Bottle
not?
of 5. King E6. And one could just imagine that's so hard now with just 10 more moves perhaps to be made, around
less.
10 more moves to be made,
Well,
less than that
less
for
than that.
Black's King, Knight and Rook to coordinate to be able to do anything.
Yeah, 7 moves now, I believe, Tanya. 7
And
moves
what about this one, Simon? This goes into playoffs. What do you think about that? Do you think there's been a little bit of a momentum shift with the way today's game has turned out? Do you think there is a favorite in this one in speed chess?
Well, they're both great speed chess players, but I mean, going on the evidence of the matches so far, I've been really impressed with Salimova, and the way she's, created attacks from nowhere. So I think if she keeps that up, she'll have a good enough chance. But again, I think it's very close to call. You have to say roughly 50-50. But they're only, let me get this right now, 7 moves away. I think, no, 6 moves away. What do you think the body language is going to be? Can we all have a guess now? Are they? I hope they're both disgusted. I hope they're like a wet handshake.
There's going to be a big Salimova head shake. There will be handshakes, but followed by a big head shake by Salimova, just knowing the big chance at becoming champion of the World Cup that's been missed.
But maybe
now she has to do it all over again.
Oh, look at
and
this.
That's it. Doesn't reach move 50. The Rooks have been traded off. Handshakes. No headshakes. So I was wrong on that count. Composure by the players. And that's exactly what's required at this stage. After an epic fight, it ends in a draw.
It does, yeah. That was a really tough game. I think that sums up this whole tournament. It's endurance. It really is an endurance tournament. And even if you get a great position, if the other player keeps fighting, it's hard. Chess is a hard game. And I think they both showed a bit of tiredness there. Just get the handshake done, get ready for the playoffs tomorrow, keep the tension up. And I think there must be a mixture of emotions of both players. I mean, a bit of relief for both players as well there, because you're still in the competition. You still got a chance as well. So,
and I think we kind of saw the deciding of colors there that just took place between the players for the tie breaks. And I could be wrong, but I think Goryachkina starts with the white pieces. We'll get a confirmation on that. But what a day of chess it has been. Let's bring up our FIDE Women World Cup bracket as the match for championship goes into tie breaks. And here we are. Anna Muzichuk takes down Tanzangi, finishes third. Tanzangi finishes fourth in their third place match, which means that Anna Muzichuk has booked her spot in the 2024 candidates to fight to make it to the World Championship to challenge Zhu Wenjun for the crown. In the finals, the battle continues between Nurgul Salimova and Goryachkina as they'll be back with speed chess action in the open section. Action will be back in tie breaks again as Fabiano Caruana, PRAGGNANANDHAA will fight for that spot in the final. And also, the loser of that match will go on to play ABASOV for the fight in the third place. But that's not a match that either of these two players want to play. Magnus Carlsen, meanwhile, for the first time in his career, Simon, makes it to the finals of the World Cup. His big career addition that he's been wanting to get that check mark in. Now just one hurdle away, just one opponent away.
Yep, certainly. And also he gets a day off, Tanya, so which is quite nice because whilst his opponent plays a playoff, he can go and do a bit of sport, something like that, and relax. And Tanya, as always, you know, I've just got to say thank you. It's been a pleasure and it's great to be back tomorrow, but happy birthday. And you can go and enjoy it now. Go and enjoy some nice food and maybe one glass of wine or whatever you enjoy there. It's got to be done. So.
Thank you so much, Simon, for your wishes, and thank you to everyone in chat as well for all your wishes. We will be back with tiebreak action. Let's just, before we wrap up, take a look at the schedule, and there we have it. It was game 2 of the semifinals, and we will have tiebreaks on the 21st of August to determine who is the winner of the FIDE Women World Cup and who will it be, who challenges Magnus in the finals of the FIDE World Cup. And then we will have the final matches from 22nd of August until the 24th. There is more chess action as the FIDE World Cup in Baku reaches its finish line. We will be back with all the chess tomorrow. It's a sign-off from myself and from Ginger GM for now. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. See you then.